Must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits, I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, $1 I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you, yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot, we could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most popular online supplement brand in Europe. Our proteins, pre-workouts, dietary supplements, and of course our sportswear is developed with the greatest possible care. We are known for providing the highest quality products and the best service. Daily, we are working with a motivated team on new developments, promotions, and quality control to serve our customers in the best possible way. XXL Nutrition is an established name in the B2B and B2C market. Therefore, we can also be found in many gyms, supplement stores, and supermarkets. Offering the highest possible quality is the foundation of our brand. Only the best ingredients and materials are used for our products. Everyone at our company has passion for health and fitness. That's why we want to provide our customers, and of course ourselves, with the best products. We prepare all orders in our own warehouse, which has the capacity to process more than 10,000 orders daily. Thank you for supporting XXL Nutrition. We are XXL, the most popular brand in sports nutrition.
Champions with 20 stories. Owen goes down, and the defense is holding on strong here. Giovanni have to try and pull the plant down, but the tunnel won't last. All on shoulder shoot right now.
The drop is going to come through regardless, though. Oh, what a shot there from Maratz, and what a second one as well. Turned around. Well, no choice but to rush on in. Shoes gets one, unaware of the pro between two. What the Devils do? Trajano. Got a bit of the one time, makes the hop down, trying to catch this player, misses the shots on to Rooney, finds them eventually, and that's a man advantage that's much needed for Diaboli right now. RWL goes up.
But it's not in Project West control. That's a lot of time lost. A lot of pressure on site. Neon going down. They get Raxo out. It's going to be last come on forever. That is exactly. Here comes the corner swing, and wow! Perfect time coming in from MP.
Onto the mountain is just so menacing. As he walks up the stairs, the boss G will pick off head banner, and he's tries to pick off mountain.
Down, which is huge. That's going to be already all but one night off the border. Holy crap! The swing!
That one move, he just got the bombs, but that's not going to be the case. State is going to kick us off.
We cannot choose enough view that there will be no unfortunate chain link of events. And just as we speak of those stands another challenger, the floor is drawn there, and the Rotero going to be popped. And the Legion looking for some trouble, and Donkey.
Staircase being swung from both sides. Just has to be prepared, pushing the blue, getting timed bit by bit.
McCain
goes down. Oh no, and Legion gets two places as well. Now it's
needs to be a tough spot. Look at this, they've got the players on the breeze, but here's the Hopping, finds the shot.
3v3, new defenders like B site, 3v2.
early C4 pick if this gets anyone.
No, they haven't looked for it. No.
They
They're coming forward to double kills for all red. It's only going to be left up to Monty, but no! He picked up the first, and was that a down? Was that two players? No, it was a team kill for RWL. This team and this DQ's landed the C4 in the wrong position. But they're able to find it. No, can they find the defuser? No, they can't. And Roberto is winning. This is over! So, it'll be interesting to see if it does prove to be valuable for either of these squads yet. As oh my god!
Welcome to the XXL Nutrition HQ. XXL Nutrition is the most...
Welcome to the first day of quals. Just understand there's a couple issues going on with OPL and other things, so don't worry about it. It's just growing pains. For now, I'm your emergency caster Star Drago, today with our lovely boy, Crows. Crows? How do you want to pronounce it today?
Cries.
That's going to be me.
Yeah, that's you right now. It's all of us because of OPL at the minute. But, well, other than the issues we have a good game. Finally. Finally, after about 20 minutes of OPL, unfortunately, we do have a game finally, and I mean, it couldn't be really better, honestly.
That's true. I'm actually quite excited to announce who our teams are, but there's something I need to ask you. Are you ready for Voltage? Are you ready for everything? Are you ready to announce our lovely sponsors?
Oh, I'm very ready. To which I need to actually quickly look again because everything's.
How could you
moved.
do this?
So sorry, because we have a whole plethora of them. Since obviously, as everyone knows, we are now T2 in the Voltage series. How exciting! How
Well,
absolutely exciting!
I'll start us off then. Sponsor one, Ubisoft, the fantastic company that runs Rainbow Six Siege. Secondly, we have a great grooming company just to make sure that everything is clean called Ballsy. Ballsy give you a 15% discount if you use Voltage. But next we have OPL, and I'll leave you for the last three.
And then obviously OPL as usual, but then we have ESPS, which I'm not actually 100% ESPS is. Can you give us a little bit of insight?
ESPS Solutions is a fantastic company that helps when it comes to your network connections and routers and everything you could need. But again,
very nice.
we have more sponsors, and we got to get into the match quickly as well. I'm hearing the players are getting restless.
We'll speedrun. We have Tavuru, which is a game server hosting mostly, which is based in Germany. And then we do have XXL Nutrition, which has been a very long-lasting sponsor as far as I'm aware. But that is all of our sponsors so far, which I think. I mean, is there much else before we have to speedrun through everything else?
Well, we've got a great team on the left side called Mid Intentions, and on the right, we have Pacifica, but PC. So we have two fantastic teams. We're going to head straight into map bands and show you everything lovely. I do believe they've already done the bands from what it sounds like from the producer in my ear.
I think so, which we'll be able to. Okie dokie. So we're going to be starting on Chalet, which, I mean, it's your, I'd say, well, I call it jack of all trades kind of map. It's like Clubhouse. It's kind of same, goes hand in hand, really. If you can't play Clubhouse, you can kind of play Chalet. If you can't play Chalet, you can kind of play Clubhouse. It goes hand in hand, right? There's a bunch of vertical, there's a bunch of vertical, horizontal. There's so much you can do. You can play every single site where, like say Clubhouse, you most 99% don't play bar. You're a psychopath if you play bar. But with Chalet, you can play everywhere.
I like bar. I like using my gun skill to try and win the matches without using my brain. But again, that's only one of a small amount of issues that I'm going to have with this map. Knowing two big ones is the fact that with CJX, this map has changed a little bit with the lighting effects. Everyone's going to be prepared for run out spawn peaks, but no one's going to be prepared for when that Kali gets onto the tower. So we're going to have to wait and see. Oh, hold on. Quick update. One of the players has decided it's time to go to the restroom. So give us a couple minutes and we'll probably just have a bit of fun. But as I was saying, what is your favorite bomb site? I've got to ask you for the Chalet.
What for Chalet? Oh, overall, my favorite bomb site would be Kitchen, purely for the fact of there is so much you can do. So obviously with basement, you can hold mid, you can hold up floor, top floor, but you're not going to do like a full extension. However, with Kitchen, if you really wanted to, you could put all 5 players upstairs, and then obviously if there's a call for a rush, you can just straight drop down that hatch, or there's so many long angles you can take in towards the site. There's a whole plethora. Plus, you can actually play in basement. Open up that kitchen hatch, throw a C4 through. You're sorted. Absolutely sorted. Or an echo drone.
You're a terrifying menace, because you know what you forgot? There's Oryx. I love bringing Oryx on that site. Everybody else hates me for it, but it works so well. I might be at the wrong rank, so I might not get away with it at champion, but for my lovely rank of Copper 4, Copper 5, it works great. Eventually, we will get wood, and I will go down there as well.
Oh, but I love Cobblestone 6.
Exactly. But for now, I'm happy that everyone is here on Rainbow Six NEU. This is where the home of Voltage League, Voltage Series is going to be from now on. So, do you want to give us a quick rundown of how Voltage has changed now that it's supposed to be entering Season 6 and now it becomes Series?
Yeah, which is, well, if you can have a look at yourself, obviously if you don't want to hear me yap as well, you can just go and look at it yourself on the side whilst I talk on OPL. You can see there's a slight couple changes, so I'm just going to pretty much read them out. So it's as per usual, as your regular Voltage series. However, obviously we do have a lot more on the line, basically. Obviously, the usual prize pool, €4,000, open qualifier with 4 phases, and obviously only one winner. Can't have two at all. But only 16 teams will make it through overall towards our grand final, which should be in the next following weeks because the next qualifiers are over the next couple of days. Oh, never mind. Here it is. So our dates are 25th of July. Shock horror. It's today. And that's for Qualifier 1. Qualifier 2, hoping OPL doesn't absolutely destroy itself. There we go. So that'll be the 27th. So that's going to be on Sunday, which will have a whole lovely new caster team for that one. And then we have the 3rd of August. So it's spread about quite a fair bit. It's not all in one day, so you're not going to get burnt out. But then also you head on to stage 2, and then 3, and then 4, which will be the lovely grand final. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, we have quite some reoccurring teams, but some fresh faces as well, which is nice to see, though.
Definitely not about that. So there's actually over 100 teams. So I don't think we're going to stop until 3 or 5 in the morning, but just everyone be prepared for that. I'll give you a quick rundown of the point system as well. Because we are a tier 2 league, we now have a bit of a point breakdown of how you can get points to go into tier 1, how you can go into challenger, how you can go through all of those. So with tier 2, you get position 1, which is 50 points, position 2, which is 40, position 3, 35, dropping down by 5 each time until you get to position 8, which is only 10. But you know something that's even more terrifying than that I've realized? That means with 100 teams, only the top 8 are even going to get any points, which is going to be essential for trying to get to LAN, trying to get to anything. It will be a slogfest. Nobody's going to want to drop out. No one's going to want to quit. Everyone's going to be fighting for their lives.
Yeah, if there's going to be a single time, it will be now. It will entirely be now. But I think it shouldn't be too long till we hop into our game, since obviously had a little bit of it. But I think I'm just double checking everything. But teams wise, let's, day 1, what is your team to make it all the way through to stage 4? Not to win it, just to stage 4.
Give me a second. I'm going to have to go to that long list of players and standings that I actually like.
Very long.
So I actually went through this earlier and it's like, all right, so we've got 100 teams, just yellow highlighter as many as we could. Mid Intentions, the one of the teams we're watching today, was one of the ones I had hoped for. Valor, one that you know very well, is also on the list. But I do have the original Turks roster. Just, could not let it go.
Demons.
And Psychopathus, one that we've held close to our hearts for a long time, always coming back into Voltage. So I'm hoping they can show us what they can do too.
Yeah, I completely agree. And then we do have Secret Academy, which has popped their head in as well, which they have done quite well. Hoping to make it to obviously the main secret team. But also we do hoping. I do love a good underdog story though. Anyone which isn't these big names, they make it through. It will be perfect. It'll be like written perfectly. Not scripted, but like written and perfect.
Nothing today is going to be scripted. I know for a fact we're going to have day 1 jitters. We're going to have massive upsets. People who've never played in LAN registered for this event as well. So it's going to be a little bit of delays here and there. I'm hoping that all those dirty cheaters aren't in this. They understand that this is a proper event. They will be checked, will be screened, and will be kicked out. So only the best players will be going through to the end. So let's just hope that, I get to take the piss out of everyone who plays today, and we get to see some amazing games. We've got 8 in lobby, so there's just 2 more. It's the same guy. He decided to go to the restroom twice. But now, that's 9 now, so we'll hopefully go back in. I've got to ask you a question about Chalet, though. We didn't actually get to see the bands. You got a quick flick of them. Who are the bands you're expecting to see?
The bands I'm expecting. So, if some of them have done their homework, they'll obviously target them. However, if not, this is going to be just like the basic bare bones bands. I'm thinking it's going to be Ace and Thermite, and then just a Cade and a Bandit. Just the very basic things. Because the back to the basics for Chalet is the main thing which you need. And obviously holding them hatches if you're playing basement, or obviously hiding the cades for holding wall or the bandit tricking makes life a lot harder if they ban out the ace and the thermite. So I'm going to say it's very basic.
You're definitely on about that. And for me, I'm not seeing it that way. Oh, we're heading into the game. Let's go. Here we go. Everyone be prepared for some chalets, from headshots, from swamp picking, and maybe some Kali. But from what I'm expecting, they're going to take away Glass. That was what I was going to say as my first ban. So you just have to give us 2 seconds. The player's loading in. Yep. So we'll get the answer to the question of what's being banned. You'll get to see our lovely faces disappear for one last time till the start of the match. It'll be in a second.
Little drum roll.
Actually, hold on.
I'm hoping.
I have a new tattoo.
Oh,
I should mention that first. But that's all you're going to see until later. So, gotta love Siege. Gotta love this game. Bye-bye.
Now I'm hoping for your regular basic bans, just to prove myself right. Actually, that's one thing we can do. Predictions on the team. Who's going to win?
Mid intentions, let's believe. I voted for you guys first.
Oh, we're doing this again, are we?
Yes,
we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight over this again.
Yep, there's your ace. You called that. Sammy, though. Ouch. That's my bandit tricking gone. What? Still do it.
Yeah, it's still possible. I got one. I'm halfway there. Halfway. I'm expecting somewhat of something along my lines of which I predicted next to come up. But the Azami ban, it's quite common since holding blue and wine in basement's very, very easy if you do have it on the board. But never mind. I've got 1 out of 4. I'm going to retire. That was an awful prediction.
I voted Glass. You still have 2 more chances. So let's see if we can get this right. Even I've got only a 50% chance. But we get Fenrir Souls on the defense. Oh, sorry, never mind. Smoke, Alibi, Mute, and Goyer for the defense. And Dokebi, Ash, Ram, Sophia. I didn't see the last one. But I'm going to guess it's going to be... Oh, it's a Grim, actually. It got changed at the last second. Never mind. So, we get some beautiful plays coming out. Some beautiful operators as well. And we get to go to your basement that you love so much. So, give me a rundown of it.
Basement, obviously, reinforce main wall. If you don't, there's something terribly gone wrong. Now, the main key thing which you want to try and keep hold of is that vertical, or at least contest it. Since obviously you can see there's a ram on the board, and I'm surprised that actually hasn't been maybe a buck or a sledge. But this ram can open up the entirety of that fireplace without pretty much putting yourself into any danger. So you want to contest it and keep it alive, so your anchoring players can just hold their position so much stronger. Because you can just do your basic, take the vertical, and then take control of the main breach and just go for a simple plant. But we do maybe, speaking of spawn peaks, which you mentioned at the start, are we going to be gifted with a cheeky one? It seems like I might know, but unfortunately we're not going to be gifted with any Presence of the Goya, but it is Pret, so we're just actually waiting. Goes for the run out, looking the wrong way, but never mind, he's able to pick up one. There will go Rez within 30 seconds of this series starting, and that'll be a pick straight into the Goya's pocket.
Ouch, that's painful to see. That is not what you want. And he can't pick up his drone either. Jeremy says to run, another runner out. And he does get a second one. Nomad being taken off the board. There's only 3 attackers left. The defender spent more time outside than they have.
You can see that they've actually taken off both of the flank watch. There will be no gridlock, no nomad. That means that this roam from mid-attentions is going to be very, very hard. Sorry, other way around. The roam clear for Pacific is going to be very, very hard. A little bit trading bullets, though, from the Goyo. The K9 window. Nothing will be gifted, as he will rotate. I think that's all the way back down. Never go to games instead, but that'll be Andre picking up another. Finally, a kill coming out for the Pacific side from Meta. But I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to push them for the rest of the round. But Spray is just going to be in the right position at the right time. But so will FF, as it's down to a 3 versus 1 with still half the round to go. But I will just keep my mouth quiet as CSK will finish it off.
He's just here to vibe today, going upstairs, decides, you know what, let's go enjoy some art, let's see how the rest of the team's doing. A 3k to start from an intentions, though, that's a really good pick to go off. And here we get to see a beautiful little run out and headshot. Always so satisfying, but so terrifying as well. Alibi getting one, but then getting taken out. Sadly, we go on to round 2. Dokebi, Blackbird, Ram, Nomad, and Ash on the attack side. And the defense, it's going to have to be Goyo again. He's not leaving that. That What do you think of the Vector with an ACOG? Should it keep it or should it remove it?
I think on Goyo, remove it, add it to Mirror.
No.
Tough
No.
take.
No. No. I'm arguing with you. I do understand that this is very unprofessional, but no. I like it on Goyo.
I've lost my job now after that statement.
Yeah. No. You can't do that. Leave Mira alone. Mira's perfect where she is. And the fact that I have a feeling that we've got enough trouble with Mira just being... She can swing, she can quick lane, and the fact that I use the reflex on her and I still get really nice angles. Nothing compared to what this is about to do.
Oh, not again, please, no.
I think it's going to be another jump out.
Please, not again.
It does look like they've listened this time and changed their spawn, except for the Deimos. The Deimos, if he can track the Goyo, he might be able to lean up for it and play a bit of a more aggressive play, but I don't think that's going to be the case. The default camera has not been taken out, so they know there's no flank walls. They know there's no one checking. He can see somebody. Deimos is prepared for this. He could just go for a C4 or be prepared for the repel. But I think Deimos might actually go up the ladder here, so this might not work out in here. But, oh, Tiramisu actually does get the first kill, taking out Andre. That's Castle off the board now. This is the first time Mid Intention's been left in an unfavorable position. Losing Castle early is fine because his castles are still up. It does hurt to have that gun taken away.
It seems like Mid Intentions want to bring a very fast pace. Speaking of which, CSK don't res, but the fast pace, I think Pacific have figured out that they want it, so they're going to try and maybe draw it back and slow it down a little. But Roam Clear being watched, but you need to look up a little bit more. There's Venoms taking out Tiramisu, the person who started us off in the round. Is CSK will make it 3 actually for the round. As again, FFW left in the 1 versus X situation. That'll be a free kill. CSK wanting that 4K, but FFW maybe potentially just going to take a free tack timeout.
Or you're outside going to his tower. Let's see, can he win the fight? Ooh, the aggression. They know where he is. They know that time is being wasted. But that also tells them that there's only 2 people in the building to worry about. So if he knows about Frostmounts, he can clear it out. He can jump in. But if not, it could actually end up being unfavorable to them. There's a minute and a half left. No Frostmount under the window. So now he can just push into sight. He knows that another player is outside. He's able to get them as they try to jump back in. It's only 40 minutes behind schedule. SK is calling Mount. It's OPL's fault. You can't blame the players for this one. Graham just clearing out as much as he can, going to site. But I don't actually think he knows where it is. He has to get the diffuser, which he does not have the time for. He knows there's another player upstairs. It's easier to take out the person inside than go for the person outside afterwards. But he has just come back in. So,
I mean, with 30 seconds left on the board, it is a possible situation for him to clutch this one out, and it'll be very devastating for Mid Intentions. He'll try and get this plant down. However, they're going to be doubling up, one in bedroom, one in Solarium. The diffuser does go down. Now it's Mid Intentions on the back foot here. So Pacific, I've played this quite well, FFW has. As this Venom's going to be taking... Sorry, Super can take the first swing, getting the location of. He's able to pick out 1. Now it's a 1 versus 1 to clutch out this 1 versus 4, which he will not get. As Jay will be taking out FFW very close and pretty much to the wire there.
Here's the thing. That's a mistake. But he actually did have the ability. He did all of the right plays. He chose not to be baited by the person outside. Go in, get one of the people who were being aggressive, catching them out. That is how you're actually supposed to play that. He just did not win the gunfight in the end. And that might have been either due to bad positioning or because his jitters were there. He was just shaking. He wasn't ready for somebody to be that aggressive, especially on low HP.
You can see he held it quite nicely. Just a little bit of a late reaction onto the Goyo, which obviously gave away his position, took a lot of damage from Venoms, which did help Jay obviously secure the kill and know of his whereabouts. So it's a good trade. Can't complain about it. Almost textbook if you really like to.
And that might be the problem with today. A lot of teams might just be following rank plays, following textbook esports that they think that they need. This is actually where the challenge comes into who can adapt those plays into the best they can do. If they can only read the situation, they'll be like, all right, we go to option A. No, you have to think of how do you make that your best choice and your best option. But we do get to see that they are using 6-pick now. Apto being brought instead of the Blitz, and a Brava now being brought. They want that intel, but they also want to take those gadgets away. here's my question. Would you rather have a Valkyrie with like a couple cameras being hacked, or a Dokebi that has all the cameras and has to share with the defender?
Ooh. I think, preferably, I'd take the Brava. Purely for the fact of the Brava is somewhat counterable, since obviously you just have to shoot the drones, that's mostly, but with the Dokkaebi, you literally have to either take out the Dokkaebi, which they're most likely going to keep, or protect, until you basically get a free pick, or at least a trade.
Definitely about that. So many runouts as well coming out from both sides. But Venom's actually walks away with a little bit of tag on the line. I'd say that's about an equal trade, especially for the defender and attacker. But that's not who they have to worry about. They have to know how to drone now. They have all 7 drones up, nothing in the pocket. So here's the play. Valkyrie's AFK. Oh no, okay, she's finally home. Somebody's awake in the house. Cameras are finally ringing out, but they only have 10 seconds outside, as you can see. They're no longer as strong as these two, where they can be infinite. Okay, Tuber has been spotted by the drone. I was scared for a second whether that was going to get spotted. Here's the bigger danger. Jay is just being aggressive. This Goyo just wants to play. He wants to shoot. And he's got the red dot, actually. He doesn't have the ACOG on. I don't think he's even going to worry about it.
I'm really hoping for a CSK C4 right here, which I think we might see. There we go. Toss right on through, and he'll not pick up anyone, unfortunately. But Jay, as you say, with that aggression, is able to pick up one, as Andre will be traded off, as it's now down to equal man count. But half the round remaining, they've wasted quite a fair bit of time, even with an AFK teammate.
Definitely about that. And the fire rings out. Somebody getting a first kill. That's Venom's does answer, though, when somebody did try to go for the jump in. Rez taken off the board. Meta also being taken out as well. Valkyrie coming in to do the work. They know there's another player upstairs. Hopefully there's a call out to keep him active. Yes, Valkyrie does get a pre-fire, but does not get to survive this fight. Tiramisu being the last one standing and getting her own pick as well. It's now a 2v1.
Now, we saw this position before. 1 versus 2 situation as it almost went to Pacific, but with the health which Tiramisu has, it will not go through. Which is a little bit of a shock there with that one. But not Tiramisu, sorry. Mid intentions. I wouldn't... Well, mostly dominating this entire game. 3-0, obviously came down to the wire on one of the rounds, 1 versus 2 on the other, and then almost a sweep on the first. It seems like Pacific are slowly adapting, but I think they need to, put the burners on. They want to take these next 3 rounds.
You're definitely right about that. But here gets the ban. Is it going to be Brava? Nope. It's going to be Dokebi and Warden. An operator we didn't actually get see brought. So maybe they're just being preventative? But that might have been a bad ban.
I'm more thinking purely for the sake of it. Why didn't they ban the Goyo?
That's what I was thinking as well.
The Goyo, I think, purely for the fact of Jay absolutely dominating with the gun itself, the operator overall. I mean, what? I don't see the entirety of why they wouldn't.
I'm going to go with it as a strategic mindset because they know they're about to attack downstairs. Dokebi could be very useful on the side of the attackers just to hack all the Maestro cams. And they want to play aggressive because, as you've seen, SK isn't on Valkyrie anymore. They're not worried about the cameras. They're worried about somebody jumping hatches. So here comes the bigger threat. Nomad and...
10 seconds left before insertion.
Gotta say it, I like to see Nomad and Gridlock being brought. But also very concerned about it because it looks like they're planning for a run out early. No, okay, Smoke is going to reinforce that wall. I was expecting just to see a Goyo sprint. Oh no, I might be wrong. But it might just go sprinting out the hole regardless.
He's going to get very aggressive with this one. It seems like almost everyone's going for a spawn peek, it feels like. They really want these really aggressive and early kills. CSK taking a lot of damage. Sorry, giving out a lot of damage to Tiramisu. But Venom's just still trying to claim anything, which they won't expect it, as FFW will go down a run out all the way from library window, but there will be nothing to avail.
There's another one as well. Everyone's facing outside. The walls aren't being opened. There is somebody up in main entrance throwing out her rams. Here comes the problem. No one's going to be able to capitalize on it, so the floor's just going to get opened. It's just there as phantom pressure. Oryx is outside, and so is Goyo trying to go for the kills. They do trade, though. Luckily, keeping them in the team. There's a 3v4 now with a Gridlock in the building. That's a much better position. Gridlock Mine's coming out, but Oryx is still trying his best.
How can Jay keep getting away with this? Well, just overall, how can Intention just keep getting away with this? The amount of runouts, about 3 of them have been in the same position. 2 of them, well, another one, about twice in a row, and then the first one from Venom's all the way in basement. They haven't seen before, but how Mid Intentions keep getting away with this, I honestly do not know.
The fact that hatch was open as well just goes to show that this is a very different team's playstyle. They're trying the aggression. They're trying to go for the early picks upstairs, hoping that her Gridlocks have been there to stop him, but Oryx jumped up the hatch, but was facing the wrong direction. But Venoms does pick the staircase and refrags. Still a 2v3, Smoke's still alive, trying to go for the floor bank, but will not be able to get the kill this time. Hermesy's only on 10 HP in a dream. They know somebody's down the bottom of the hatch, dropping to try and stay alive. And gets the no, does not kill her, but does get the down. Venoms is still alive, waiting for the player. Oh, impact coming out from Andre, hitting himself. But he does actually down the Goyo. I don't think he knows, though. There's only one person left in Vault. He cannot even get this teammate to go for the rest, so it's going to come out to the gunfight in 1v1. Here we go. Oh, he gets the finish, but he does not get the kill. That's the first round for Pacific. Oh, pistol 2-tap? 3, yep, 4. Just the whole
as many as he needs. As many as he needs. I mean, that round, very, very hectic one. I think it was mostly Mid Intentions. I'll be real, I think they're entirely were just toying with them at this point. They have the confidence, they're going for these swings, which Pacific are mostly reading at this point. But, I mean, that Oryx jump, I'm not sure what it was about, but the refrag being available to them very nicely. But an impact claiming a down, and then Meta able to clutching it back up on a 1 versus 2, whilst obviously on the back foot. Very nice for Meta, but keeping Pacific in this game is going to be, I'd say, quite a challenge for them at the minute.
We're just going to have to get back to check on this. But for now, if you look at something, it's kind of nuts. I like to see that Vans is bringing the dog to keep everyone alive, but it's 3 spawn peekers. That's all I can say. You've got 3 hyper-aggressive players on 3 ops that are known for aggressive, and Doc's going to jump out of library. And Goyo's just waiting for his window jump out as well. Goes for the first one, but does not get the kill. But Doc does get the kill for him instead. Doc taking a little bit of tag damage upstairs, but Goyo's still going to keep trying for that aggressive. Windows are getting opened. Nowhere is safe. You've just got to drone and be prepared to take the fight.
At this point, it's just astounding. I think there's been probably more kills within the first, 30 seconds of a round, rather than... Jay's just AFK.
Oh,
he's given up.
No, he's just chilling, having his relaxing time. His teammates could be the aggressive ones this time. He didn't have his Goyo. He's upset.
Yeah, CSK just robbing it from him, maybe. Ooh, very close. Not sure how that didn't blow up. But he's going to get a pick from it as well. They're just feeding Mid Intention. He's going to maybe go for a second one. Let's throw that, but there's the blitz. Not sure how he's just been rewarded with that. He's still able to... Venom's able to get a pick, though. So they're still on the front foot, Mid Intentions, but Pacific being 3 players down. The blitz going to take aggressive position inside a trophy, but 2 players going to be overwhelming him, leaving FFW in a 1 versus 4. He's been in this position 3 times, but he won't be able to do as good as the other 2. As Mid Intentions will take it 5-1 split. It is baffling on how much they're able to just be gifted. Sorry, 4-1. Never mind, I thought it was already split. I'm delusional. My bad.
I was going to say, 1 more round, and then this would be Mid Intention side over. Hopefully Pacific has a much better defensive half, or maybe they'll match the aggression on the defensive. We're just going to have to wait and see, because I'm expecting that Mid Intentions might have some evil intentions and might just try to rush everything.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised if it's going to happen again.
I've got a question.
Will not surprise me.
Do you prefer Ella shotgun or Ella SMG?
Do I need to answer that?
Yes.
Shotgun all day, every day. Extended barrel on that thing.
All right, now
I'm
answer the
just-
question of bandit shotgun or bandit SMG.
Okay, now you got me on that one.
Look at the map. Look at the bandits loadout.
10 seconds remaining.
I didn't even spot that.
Yep.
I mean, the M870,
5 seconds left
I'd say, is
before insertion.
one of the most broken shotguns, excluding Boss G.
Attacker's
Excluding
objective
Boss G.
is to defuse a bomb.
But I'd say between the two, well, actually, let me say it like this. If I had to pick a shotgun, it would be the M870. But for Bandit, I would say the SMG.
You're definitely right about that. And here comes the worst part of it. I've just even noticed even more. I'm pretty sure Ella does have the shotgun set. She's not even going to be worried about this. So for now, they're toying with their food. They have Smoke shotgun ready, which I'm hoping Smoke has. No, okay, Ella does have the SMG, thankfully. But she's not going to use it today. They've decided hip fire only. And Venom shotgun right on the window, being prepared for the gunfight.
I'm honestly just waiting for a mirror to be sat in a corner with the mirror window out. I am genuinely just waiting for it. I feel like it's going to happen.
Oh, you should be more waiting for this Monty jump in. Because right now, it seems like Mid-Intentions have decided to play it slow and passive. We're not going to be jumping out. We're going to sit and turtle strap this. Which might actually cause a bit of trouble for them, because normally they like to get the early picks. There's no fuse this time, luckily. But there is a Smoke just trying to push Monty out of a corner and gets the head. Well, not the headshot, but does get the kill. But Ella is taken off the board as reference, sorry. But now we're going to have to wait. It's a 4v4. There is a Blackbeard on the table, throwing nades out behind the bar. Ella Gooman goes up and pushes the flag, but Jay gets it with a C4, getting Blackbeard off the table.
I mean, Diffuser, if you can still see, it's outside the window still. Diffuser's still outside. They're trying to work with this. Jay is going to be in an uncomfortable position, but is able to scathe away as they're closing in behind that bar. They're able to take any pot shots, but CSK is able to save his life, bring it to a 4 versus 2. Now, Finker still being on the board. There's enough bullets to take out all of them, as Jay's going to get very aggressive, trying to go for a cheeky one-tap. But with a whole minute on the board, still, so much can happen. Andre going down. Jay being, DBNO, it's a 2 versus 2 in this situation. It is possible for Mid-Intentions to lose this one and Pacific to take it to a 4-2 split. But waiting around each corner, those Capcans still being lethal, as Capcan is most prevalent, actually, in a competitive game, since you're not going to be looking for doorways. But FFW knowing whereabouts CSK is, but whiffing a couple shots, trying to maybe go for a pinch with Meta here, cornering him out, as CSK is actually going to be able to take out FFW, as it's now down to a 2 versus 1, which should have been technically Pacific's round, as he's able to just see the pocket and the leg. I'm not sure how that's hitting him, but there we go, finally taking out CSK, as it's down to the last 15 seconds. It's going to be Meta here, is going to try and win it out for them again. As Venom's just going to play time. No smokes in hand. It's coming down to the very last couple seconds. No diffuser, as it's still outside the window. He's going to have to go for a frag. Rotating all the way around to start. Goes for the prone. Barely just misses him, and he's going to tuck away and play that very nicely.
I can't even say much about the round. He just ducked barely in time. If he was crouched, it would have killed him. But it works out in their favor. A 5-1 Mid-Intentions do have bad intentions. But Pacific may be able to answer with their own. Let's see who their ban is, because now it's their defense. This is the defense favored map, in my opinion. But it does test your equalities for attack and defense. So we're just going to have to hope and see. There's 2 rounds left, and Mid-Intention win both, or not. We're going to have to see. Maybe Pacific has something to answer this problem they have. Doc and Blitz gone. Ouch.
I mean, I feel like it's just going to be BB and Blitz. Purely from the way Mid-Intentions are playing with the amount of speed and confidence. They're thinking, just get this game over and done with, sprint right on in, and see how quickly we can take these next couple of rounds, since obviously they only need 2 more rounds to win it out, however Pacific needs 6. So Pacific need to draw this one back and take any chances they can get.
Blackbeard and Rook both taken off the board, so none of the French boys on the defense are going to be around. Now going to have to be worried about no shields except for Monty. Or Clash, actually, to be fair. But I don't think they're going to bring it. They're bringing Mute, Melusi, Tubrow, Valkyrie, and Kaid. So they're going to keep people out of the objective for as long as they can, making sure the walls can't be opened, and no drones.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I have a question. How do you call Melusi's gadget?
Melusi's gadget?
Yes.
Oh, it's gone right out my head. with my old teammates, we just used to call it the Dorito because it's just that little triangle. It's also, well, because we just completely forgot that it's called Banshee.
Yep.
But we just called it a Dorito because the little triangle it had in the middle.
Okay.
I also hated it.
I understand. You called it that. So as you said, it is called the Banshee. I call it the Wub Machine. Because no matter what happens, it will always go off in a match. Even if it's hacked, it's always going to go off. So I just call it the Wub Machine. It's regardless. You know what's going to go off. You're going to hear the wubs.
What's really funny is that when I played console, before we called it like a Dorito, I used to just say there's a wub wub. That was it. I used to say there's a wub wub there, just ping it. And we all just knew. We all just knew. But CSK, wasting no time, like I said. He's wanting to go straight into kitchen, as I think no one's actually following towards. As a wub wub goes off, straight into sight. Diffuser in that handle that Montes is not able to let any of it go, but Andre is going to be clamping down onto that Valkyrie, as CSK is going to try and find a cheeky pick.
Quality insight, not even worried. Lion is getting down from staircase though. So it's a trade actually. There's another operator being taken out as well. Monty is here to go for it. They're trying to go for the sledgehammer. And there we go. Mute is taken off the board in a 2v4 position now. Glass is still in sight. Kaido is removed as well, so sight is free, but there is still an operator above. Tubarao and Malusi hatches are open, so they can go for the drop, but there will be somebody watching it, so you have to be very prepared for this fight now. They don't know where the diffuser's going down. They don't have the time. Diffuser has been planted.
I mean, this is just looking more and more like ranked the further these rounds go on. Now, this seems like an almost impossible 2 versus 4 since they need to isolate these kills. As CSK, not sure what he's trying to do, probably go for a knife, but never mind, they've brought it down to a 2 versus 2. Keller tossed at the toes of Meta. Making quite uncomfortable, but does nicely narrow his way down. It's down to a 1 versus 2. Mid Intentions may have thrown this entirely, as it's going to be Jay last remaining. He's able to get a lovely pistol whip onto Meta, as it's going to be down to Tiramisu. 1 versus 1. Monty versus the Malusi. With 7 seconds, that would be the round for Mid Intentions, take it to 6-1. Now it's all about the kill, as a 180 almost takes the kill, but it's still the round victory for Mid Intentions.
Tiramisu needed the Pyrrhic victory, though. Had to get the 3K to end it. But one more round, one way or another. But gotta say, I like the fact that Mid Intentions are playing with the food because it's entertaining. But it's disrespectful to Pacific here, because Pacific is a good team. Yes, this might not be their best play, or at least they might not like this map, but as you can see with that, that's painful. That's heartbreaking to see, especially for the mute.
I wonder how many sledgehammer kills there actually has been in Voltage. I feel like that must be the first.
Well, it's the first of this series, so we'll get back to you on the numbers later. I'll have to go through the statistics. For now, we have a different problem. I'm afraid that they might just try to ease this out, because it's the best of 1, you have to remember. So there's going to be a lot of teams playing, and we're going to have to pick the next match rather quickly. And I don't think any other teams are going to be this fast.
Yes, I mean, we expect obviously some of the teams to go very fast, such as maybe like your Secret Academy. So they're a very well-performing team. But I don't think we're going to see a 7-0 or a 7-1 like we're seeing today at the minute. I don't think anyone's actually finished. Not a single person is going to be finished unless this is going to be the final round. But wasting no time for Trophy, going to be walking straight on in, taking Solarium by force. Which I don't think there is actually much of a... Never mind, there is. We do have the Aruni, Frost and Warden all playing by Mezzanine and Library. The Fuse is a little bit of a different pick. What's your stance on Fuse?
I love Fuse. He is one of my favorite attackers, but also for the fact that these guys aren't even worrying about it. They're just rushing through, clearing as much as they can. Base checks come out, but so do the Fuse gadget. They're prepared. They can see the operators. They know what the call-outs are ready for. But if they're not prepared for anything, it's not going to work out in their favor. They're wanting to try and rush into sight, but it looks like they have been caught off guard. They know there's players upstairs. So, Vamoose was still trying to go for his sledge kill, but it did not work out this time. But, oh, hold on. We do have a gunfight. Ross is trying to stay alive, trying to take out this Fuse with a shield, but And I'll get it to 3v5.
I mean, trying to hold on to this jungle position as much as they can on the glass cases is going to be absolutely vital for slowing mid-intentions down. Now, we do have those Jaegers, but I'm not sure if they're actually been fully burnt out, since I think the shield's a little bit too far forward, but 2 kills going in the way of Pacific. This might be the first flawless we have of this game, which it will, and there'll be Pacific winning out their round in actual decisive decisions, which is nice to see. Potential comeback? Maybe. I mean, I honestly hope so.
Then for now, we're going to have to worry about something else. We not only do we have Tiramisu meta trying their best with Frost and Mira, so we do get to see the Vector being brought now. Pacific have won, yes, because Mid Intentions is playing with her food, but now that they're getting momentum, I could see Pacific clutching this back.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Now, same kind of lineup from Mid Intentions. I'm assuming they're just going to straight brute force every round and waste no time to try and get this over and done with, but I think it might actually go against them, since Pacific, I think, are entirely might just bunker or just stay in sight. Because if they're expecting the rush, just do as much as you can to prevent it and just delay their time. Maybe have one or two roamers, but I mean, there's so much which Mid Intentions can do, because I think the best thing for them to do is actually to slow this entire round down, because that will throw Pacific straight off. They're expecting this rush, this speed, this aggression, but slowing down and playing methodical would throw them off entirely and change up their plans.
You're definitely right about that, and the fact that we get to see a strike on glass being brought with us, as well as a Maverick, an operator I don't see as much in recently, so I'm thinking they have some sort of play here. Never mind, it's a thermite charge on the castle barricade. I'm not going to talk about any of that now. That's just whatever big brain plan they seem to have today. So, here comes the question to you. Is that only them opening that castle for the glass, or do you think they have some sort of other plan? Because the glass is actually already just trying to push up the staircase.
I think it's just for a little bit of phantom pressure. We also have a Maverick on the castle barricade, but we'll be starting off, so that'll be Jay going down there. It's that Monty, your spearhead, as Venoms will also go down on the Maverick Cole in the castle, as it seems like Pacific are somewhat understanding their positioning. I don't know how that C4 fit through that hole there. We'll ignore that. Sure, as CSK's taking a nap. He's gone to bed.
I think they have a shot here. It's everyone wait for CSK to clutch up at the end. Andre is taken off the board. And here's the thing. The Donut Man has to either clutch it up or CSK has to come back to the game. I'm having a feeling that it's donut time. We're going to have to see him finally eat it. But for now, he's hiding in kitchen. Maybe this is just an impromptu tactical timeout coming out for them.
Potentially. Well, I think CSK, as you can see, he's taking a nap on the left side. He's having a snooze in the snow. Might be a little bit chilly. Someone get him a blanket. Give him a little blanket. Oh, he's back.
He is awake. He was just wrapping himself up in some snow, giving himself a little bit of a nice coating. But for now, here comes the wreckage. You have the... I'm just going to have to wait and see, because at the moment, everything I've said is going to be a problem. Now we've got Trash looking up through the hatch. So I'm a wee bit worried. His first smoke rings out. Shots are being shot out as well. But there's Frost getting the Maverick off the board. But Glass did deal a little bit of damage to the Asami. Sitting in the doorway, trying to go for his best, but he is wall-banged by the Frost through his own smoke.
It's 2 flawlesses in a row. Pacific bouncing back as a Pacific timeout, actually. As I'm unsure what's entirely going on. Since it's very peculiar what Mid Intentions are doing.
The tactical timeout was called... Oh, so that's what Venoms is getting for food. They don't want to go out of the second launch yet because they're getting for food. You gotta love it, but it doesn't make sense. So for now, they used their attack for 2 seconds and then turned it off. I'm not sure if that was an accidental or on purpose. But there's Monty
after.
Yeah. Oh, okay, there you go. You're right. So they had to wait till after the ban. But Monty is gone, and so is Warden.
I mean, kind of usual. They're taking out the Warden most likely because they're probably going to... Well, if Venom's got his food They're most likely going to go for potentially a quick plant with the Ying. But we're picking up a... Excuse me, I've got the hiccups. Oh, picking up the Blackbeard or the Blitz. So I can't remember... No, the Blitz is banned. Can't remember... See on the side. Never mind, all 3 shields. So there'll be probably a fuse. Most likely go for a quick fuse plant. A little bit of a rush maybe. Or just utilize the Ying as much as they can and just throw every single flash possible.
I do like a good flash bonanza, but for now we've got Malicious, Scopus, Frostkite. Scopus first time being brought on, so maybe they have some sort of play. But we also have the Amari, so I think that mid intentions is now going to answer the question of what should really be done. I get to see my Kali, so it feels better. Deimos is here to hunt, and I'm a wee bit worried because Dokebi being on the table also means that they're planning to not only use the cameras against them, but they're planning to take them away from the attackers as much as they can. Sorry, I meant defenders. So you take them away from the defenders as much as they can. But we do have Kaid with the DMR being brought, so for now, they're keeping them out of sight. They understand where the site is. They understand that top floor control is going to be essential. But last time, the Glass was able to just smoke and walk straight in. Warden is not on the table for them anymore, so they could go with it again for a Glass, but I have a feeling that they are just wanting open gunfights and to enjoy the time. Hopefully, we get to see them go to overtime.
Honestly, I think either A, it's just going to be a main window rush, or B, they're going to go up the hatch from kitchen. Oh, never mind, I thought site was upstairs. Never mind. They could go up the hatch from basement, actually. That could be a play.
You might be right about that, but I have a feeling you were right the first time. They might go through upstairs, through the kitchen. Sledge doesn't anymore. He's dropped immediately and goes for the first kill on the Kaid. And he can go for the plant if he wants now. He has the diffuser. He's in with 2 HP and a Jim. He's just got to wait for anyone trying to return back to site.
I mean, CSK picking up 1 onto meta as Tiramisu's trying to draw it back, but it seems like mid-intention's already overwhelming them. But 3 versus 2, we've seen them in this position. Pacific almost winning it out like 3 times, as bring it down to a 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1, as that'll be Selk? We'll say Selk. Selic, we're bringing out a 2-piece to finish it off, as Tiramisu's able to clutch it as well. As Pacific drawing it back. I think maybe mid-intentions be a little bit shaky here, but time will tell in these next few rounds that if they need to pull out 2 more rounds to take it to overtime, Pacific do. Mid-intention's been sitting on this 6-1 lead for 3 rounds now.
Definitely about that. The fact that we do get to see Jay running out with this, I'm wondering if mid-intentions have messed up a little bit. I understand they said they're eating, so they might have a pizza in one hand, they might have a coffee and tea in the other, and then just be playing with their feet. But for now, there's no Jack on the board, so I don't think that's the case. But we do have this Brava. We were worried about the Brava last time on Pacifics. What do you think the Brava are on mid-intentions?
Attackers have located a bomb.
It seems like they might try and start slowing down just a little bit rather than straight rushing into sight every time. Because I didn't see the Amari being used at all. But I think that bringing out the Brava and the Zero, it seems like they're going to go for more actual, like, by the book, by the mid-intentions book. They're going to take everything which they can with the Brava, but actually, I'm going to shut up. They've switched to Ying. It seems like another rush again. Soon to actually tell.
You're definitely about that. We get to see the Jaeger come out. I'm happy to no longer see the 7 day. I used to love it, but this is a professional match, guys. You gotta be prepared for the swing. You gotta be prepared for anything to come out. Meta, being prepared. Oh, but all Rooney gets are being opened either through smokes, drones, or anything else. Flash is on the table. Glaz is hopefully trying to go for the fight early and maybe smoke out and cut off her support line. Goes to the jump in, but does get wallbang from above. But Meta does get taken out as well. I'm just pushing in. They're flying through. It's a 3v3, 3v1, 2 down already to SK, and now it's a 2v1. Frost, last person standing on the staircase, and gets taken out by CSK. They shut it down at the end. GG.
GG. Now, mid-intentions, I'm not sure what was going on, but taking a 7-4, they still get the win regardless. However, we should have been over by 7-1. It was mostly just a little bit of funny ha-ha throws, but I don't know. It was a peculiar game. Very peculiar, but Pacific did quite well to draw it back, I will not lie. Obviously, having 2 flawless rounds in a row, granted it was towards rushes, but the other rounds did seem like they were slowly drawing it back, but mid intentions, going by their own book, would automatically finishing it off for them.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm just looking at the actual statistics I have here. It's kind of nuts. The fact that mid intentions every round had a 3K, whether it was for them or against them. There wasn't a round where somebody didn't end up waking up and trying to clutch it out, but just in the end of that final one, it worked out well for them amazingly. And I've got to say, are you prepared for the next match as well?
I mean, this last game, very entertaining. I'm hoping we see more of it, but I'm very much ready. That game has put me in a great casting mood.
Happy to hear it. Because we have a long way to go, we're going to move on to round 64 in a minute. So we're going to have a 5-minute break. Everyone, go get some water or something. We'll be back in a sec.
But it is prepped, so just actually waiting. Goes for the run out, looking the wrong way, but never mind. He's able to, as he will rotate. I think that's all the way back down. Never go to games instead, but that'll be Andre picking up well. FFW has, as Venom's going to be taking. Sorry, Super Chicken taking the first swing, getting the location of. He's able to pick out 1. Now it's a 1 versus 1 to clutch out this 1 versus 4, which he will
call out to keep him active. Yes, Valkyrie does get a pre-fire, but does not get the survival.
But Venom's just still trying to claim anything, which they won't
Some pressure. Oryx is outside, and so is Goyo trying to go for the kills. They do trade the aggression. They're trying to go for the early picks upstairs, hoping that her gridlocks have been there to stop him. But Oryx jumped up the hatch, but was facing the wrong direction. But Venoms does pick the staircase player. Oh, impact coming out from Andre, hitting himself. But he does actually down Vault. He cannot even get this teammate to go for the rest, so it's going to come out to the gunfight in 1v1. Here we go. Oh, he gets the finish. But he does not get...
robbing it from him, maybe. Oh, very close. Not sure how that didn't blow up. But he's gonna.
So it's a trade actually. There's another operator being taken out as well. Monty is here to go for it. They're trying to go for the sledgehammer, and there we go. Mute is taken off.
Inkella tossed at the toes of Meta. Making quite uncomfortable, but does not.
Maybe smoke out and cut off her support line. Goes to the jump in, but does get wallbang from above. But Meta does get taken out as well. I'm just pushing in. They're flying through. It's a 3v3, 3v1, 2 down already to SK. And now it's a 2v1. Frost, last person standing on the staircase, and gets taken on by CSK.
Hello again. I can't let you had a little bit of a mind fart there, but welcome back. We have our second game lined up after a very entertaining first game from Mid Intentions versus Pacific. If you didn't see that, it was 7-4, as far as I'm aware.
It was. No, it was Mid Intention was 7-5. That ending. But again, it's not the important part. The important part is Mid Intentions won the round, they won the match, and they're going on to the next part. We have a much different match for you here now. Hopefully, something that might be a bit more close and not a line playing with our food. But it's still going to have a Goyer involved, I'm sure. It's still going to have a clash involved. So, what do you want to tell me about the next match we have?
Well, we have. Right. Before I pronounce
it. If you want me, do you want me to do it for you instead?
We decided on Mysterio, but it's Mysterio. It sounds French, but it's German.
It's German. It's Mistroya. So Mistroya meaning fertilizer distributors in this. Nothing like that. They're just a couple of farmers who picked up some PCs and decided, you know what, we want to be gods at this game today. So we've got Mistroya versus Valor Esports. I was letting you have it just because it's your team. So we're going to head on to map bans and see what they've done.
Oh, yeah, you cannot complain with that one, to be honest. Obviously, taking out Cafe and Chalet as the early two. Seems like. Then heading on to Consulate, then Border, Lair, Clubhouse, Labs, and then Decider between Bank and Skyscraper with the defense start for, I'm just going to say Mysteria. It'll be easier for me. It rolls on the tongue much easier. But heading to Skyscraper, something you don't actually see quite a fair bit. However, Valor, if anyone does follow them at all, we have played that a lot. A lot. We think we played it 5 times in a row for ELC. And then I'm not sure about Mysteria, since I think they're quite a new-founded team, if I'm not mistaken.
I do believe you're right about that. They're a full German roster. They're speaking German, so there shouldn't be any problems. I do believe that Psycho's probably going to be the one I'm going to vote for as MVP at the end of this match, just because of the name. But we'll come back to the game and come back to our lovely faces. So tell me what you like about Skyscraper, because there's a lot I dislike, but there's a lot I like as well.
The most which I like about Skyscraper is purely down to the fact that almost no one likes it. Well, not like likes it, but want to play it. That's the key thing which I enjoy about it. Now, you have so much you can do. Like I said, with Chalet, you have so much you can do. There's a lot of vertical. There's a lot of tiny angles, which not many people know about. Not many. And there's lots you can do with the setup entirely. Granted, there's your usual positions which you need to hold. However, there's a lot of back and forth you can do. You can have one gunfight somewhere, then have one another, but you can split up into so many directions and it would still work out fine. Or completely doesn't at all.
This is kind of interesting. We get the Blackbeard and the Kide taken off the board, but we're also going to lose the Ace and the Mute. So that means they're planning on letting some hard breach through, which doesn't normally tend to be the case for anyone fighting Valor. Valor normally gets, okay, we want to take away the best guns. We want to take away anything that Framework can use against them. But I have a feeling that these Germans are here to show us how to play Siege. But you know what? I'm thinking the Bandit, the Legion, the Clash, the Jaeger, Sami is here to slow down Valor's steam train. And HMC-wise, you're just going to have it running through his ears. Actually, you know best. How do you pronounce it? Is it HMC or is it HMCY?
Serious? No, I don't actually know. We say Humsi. But his name's actually Harvey, which somewhat relates to the name itself. But I'll say Humsi, purely just because it's the easy way to say it.
All right, you say that.
During ELC, amazing Valor quote was during ELC, during the French cast, they hit him with a "Oh la la, Humsi burger," and it's just stuck. So he just stayed with Humsi.
You're definitely right about that. But for now, we do get to see a Sami being brought out, Jaeger being prepared to either put out a bulletproof or go for a spawn peek. Oh, no, it's not going to worry about that. It's about the Clash being the walking drone mirror that's going to shut down so much. Here's the thing. A Gone 6 right now should stop that strat, but it won't because of the triple Jaeger ADSs. So you have to burn a lot of utility before you're going to be able to get that clash.
Yes, there's not much actually utility which can be thrown to take out those ADS, and since you need to throw at least 3 things, that's most likely going to be 2 flash and 2 nades, or maybe a smoke. But Johnny taking a lot of damage early game. I think that was towards Geisha, if I'm not mistaken. But the Clash still being a menace, but I think they're just going to entirely ignore her.
Oh, yes, and Johnny does get his attacker. Apparently gets IQ, takes her off the board. There's still a lot of attackers in Geisha's area, but Jaeger answers with his own, getting 1. But the Deimos is here tracking. He has 4 people on a scan. He's got Legion, Sami, Jaeger, and Clash. Still 1 more up they're missing, so we're just going to have to wait and see if they ever do find out where this bandit is playing.
Exactly, but starting us off 2 players down, it's not going to go well for Valor's side. To start off with, obviously not even getting to halfway point of the round. The Clash is going to come help. Johnny will most likely be picked up sometime soon, or will just be left to lie down, as Leonard's going to be having a little nap on this rappel, still outside. Now, Mysteria playing this actually quite nicely for themselves, able to enter a good possession as the aggressive swing goes towards Humsey, but Framework will be there to collect the kill. I think that was through the wall, if I'm not mistaken, or from a small angle, but No able to leveling out the playing field. It's actually a 2 versus 3 now. They need to get Galadiak, or the Bandit, in order to leveling out the playing field, as that will be Humsey going down, and that Clash able to secure a good position.
There's more than one way to skin a cat in this case. There's more than one way to even things out. There's the Bandit now being put up and giving them a position where Framework is in a 1v3. He's got a lot to do, especially as Deimos. Having all 3 operators able to be tracked does give him some semblance of like peace, but now he's got a lot to do. He's not only out of frags, out of nades, pistol in hand. I do love the pistol, but he's only got 3 scans. He's got to decide how he wants to play this. There's mid jammers on the floor as well, which could stop any tracking. Can he go for the swing here and get out the pick? Yes, he can. That's Bandit. He now has sight control, but he still has to face check as much as he can. He knows where the Clash was last seen. He does know where the teammates are. Yes, he's not even worried about it. Sees them, has to rotate back around to go for the diffuser. He does have enough HP, and remember, Clash Electricity does not do damage, but the flip does get the kill. 15 seconds, he goes for it, but he might have heard the player running for the drop. Here's the worst position. Now you're in a Deimos 1v1, and he's going to have to hunt him. He's got 16 seconds. Does he know where he is? He does, but he might not be able to get the line of sight, and he does. The push out when Ari just had to try and be aggressive here, knowing he was being tracked and could not stay safe. Painful to see, but did not work out in his favor.
1 versus 3 clutch coming from Framework with that Deimos. It should have been an almost impossible position entirely. With that Clash being on the board, unsure why the shield was actually placed down, since that shield should have stayed in hand, delaying that Deimos just so much more longer and making it even more impossible. Since if that Clash didn't swing and just had that shield in hand, that would have drained the last maybe 2 seconds, which Framework needed to finish off that round.
Yeah, I forgot about that, but here comes a different problem we're going to have. It seems like these guys have decided to go trap meta. I understand that Mist is thinking, hey, if we keep them out long enough, we could win just by slowing down the game. But Johnny doesn't want that. Johnny seems to be here for the heavy roam, hopefully going for the nice push and a couple sneaky Frostmat placements. I might copy these. I'm not sure if you got to see them, but here you go. You've got 1 on office staircase, 1 outside the entrance coming into vents. So here comes the problem as well. There's a lot they have to do. Nono Meister is setting up his drone. It's upstairs hold. These guys know that these guys like to roam. They know that Valor is there to fight. They know that they're brought up castles, so it's all going to be how they play this out. What gadgets or utility do you think they're going to have to keep on the board and not be spawn peaked?
I mean, a lot of the utility, which all of the players have, I mean, spawn peak, quick, there goes Humsey. There's not a lot which is in-hand utility. So nothing which you kind of need to keep on yourself or else it'll be gone, like lesions. They need to keep replenishing, you can keep going them down and doing 1 by 1. However, these pro Mysteria, they have nothing which needs to be kept. Obviously, they have 1 bandit battery in hand, most likely due to bandit tricking, but 2 castles in hand is a little bit confusing as to why. Pango going to make quick succession of house stairs, not going to be able to claim anything, and that'll be 2 for that Frost, but the trade is there from Framework, as Johnny's going to be there just to make it even worse for Valor, making it 4 versus 2. There's a swing from Reaxis, able to take out JW. This is all going to come to a slight halt. You can see that flank all the way downstairs. I think that's from Johnny. He's wanting to creep all the way back up these stairs.
You're right about that, and here's the thing. They don't have a lot of options here. Luckily, they do have a sledge. They can make their own rotates and not have to push through the doors, pushing the staircase, leaving the bodies open. But, line of sight, that's the shield gone. Framework holding the long angle. They've both checked. They have to face check a lot. All drones are in position, but one's still in the pocket. Rexy still has it. But here comes the sense sledge opening the castle. That's the first castle gone. You did say he's still got one more in pocket.
You're just waiting on time, not looking the correct ways as the swing comes all the way out from top black. Frame was able to pick up one, but there's still that player in drum, which I'm not sure if they know he's there. Galacti's able to take the trade onto the Framework though. This is 1 versus 4, and that'll be Mysteria able to take 1 round for themselves.
That's a good answer to the question of can they fight? Yes, they can. The Germans are here and are ready to show that this is going to be a good match. We might get to see overtime, but for now, Skyscraper is known by both teams. The fact that Valor's had to play it so much when they were playing previous matches and tournaments means that Mist probably has a lot of VOD reviews that they've done. But now we get a Sammy Jaeger, Clash Bandit, and Mozzie on the side of the defense, Deimos, Sense, Ash, Thermite, and Sledge on the side of the attack, with next round getting the ban. So we're just going to have to wait and see how this plays out.
To locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
I mean, heading to office, bringing that Clash back out, obviously after they lost round 1 from a clutch, which really should not have happened. Now, I'm assuming they're going to, well, I was going to say do the same thing as they did last time, but obviously they brought out the Azami and the Mozzie, which is a little bit different, because if I'm not saying they had a Legion and I can't remember who the other one was.
You're right about that. As I said before, they've just switched. So now we have Rexy on Striker. I have a feeling your boys, Valor, are just deciding, you know what, we're going to be aggressive. Hemsy's upset because he's been Ash spawn peaked 2 rounds in a row. I don't think he's going to take it anymore lying down. We're going to see that headshot hitbox being used probably its best ability now. With a Jaeger and a Clash still setting up their original plan. But we have the Mozzie across this field site.
Now, with 6th pick, how would you prefer the 6th pick, which it is now, where everyone can change to whoever, or to what it used to be in competitive, where you could only one person can change?
Here's the thing. That would change Siege history massively if it went back to that way it used to be. So I'm probably okay with them having this as they are now. But I would like one defender to be able to change in the first 5 seconds of a round. If, and only if, they can figure out how to do it with Scopos. Similar like that. It's like, alright, you've picked Scopos, you now have to change the operator.
True. Framework starting us off with 2 quick frags. There will go the German duo from the German team. But dealing with this Clash is going to be close to #1 priority, as Frame is going to take 3 for the round, and Nono's going to be picking up 1 for himself, denying the ace, as it's all down to Johnny as the Mozzie last in sight, as they're slowly closing down his position. It's only a matter of time, unless he's able to pull out a nice lovely clutch, but it's looking very dire.
You're definitely right about that, and he cannot get around the corner enough to stay alive or go for the kill. Rexy does end it. Valor wanted to show them how to flawlessly attack this. They did show a masterclass, but the answer was Framework. Just letting him go for the kills is not the answer. They need to shut down them getting into the building as well. And, you know, not be so aggressive on the Clash. You understand where they like to attack it from now. But, here we go. I mean, what are your best 2 sites, or at least most compatible sites you can take on this map, on Skyscraper?
To take?
Yes.
Well, take-wise, are we talking, like,
attack,
including a bedroom? Because that's quite easy to take.
Yes,
no.
But that's fine.
So,
is that one of the better ones you're good at taking?
I think it'll be bedroom, yes, but then also office is the more universal one, which most people know how to take, which will obviously indicate that it is the most easiest. So yeah, I'd say office and probably bedroom. Bedroom, obviously, for the fact that it's I think it doesn't even have a percentage in voltage.
Well, we might have to wait and see, because whether we get to it or not, it's all going to come up to this round. At the moment, the issue has been held successfully. Office has been lost twice. If they can hold BBQ, we can go back to Geisha one more time, and then they're either going to have to go to opposite side they've lost so many times, or they're going to have to go bedroom, which I would like to see. But I know for a fact a lot of people hate it. I actually do find bedroom easier to hold, because I've got a really good strat that just involves everyone either being upstairs and opening everything with the LED5 shotgun or whatever else you have. Just everything gets opened up. Nobody can stay on the site, attackers or defenders. I've never had a problem with it.
Which is fair. Very fair. Now, a lot of the Sen's being brought out, as well as the Ying. Obviously still sticking with the irregular hard breach and soft breach. Now, it seems like Mysterio are having the same kind of thing, sticking with the same lineups. Nothing has really been switched off as much, compared to, obviously, Valor at the moment. Now, it seems like they're wanting to hold this very heavily vertically, but a fair few rotations are already coming down, as aggression from Framework already coming out, running down Black Stairs. I'm not sure if they entirely know that he's rotated all the way down there. We can see there's a player to the left, but I'm not sure that Frame actually knows himself. Just waiting for any kind of indication. It's a great position, which he has, as there'll be a trade from Hunsium, Pango, as Framework, able to get 1 free kill, as Nono will go down, leaving it 3 versus 3, as I lie, make that 3 versus 1, as that'll be finished off all within, let's say, a minute of this round. That all happens so quick.
I gotta say, I do love a Yin Candela, but it does flash out completely. The fact that we had to see trade after trade, 2 people ending up trading their first lives, and then having Pango being... having to see Pango be taken off the board, and then Framework have to refrag him, and then going for another one as well, while his own teammates preparing flashes, running out, trying to get kills. Did not work in the favor, but Deimos and Clash have now been taken off the board. They do not want to have to deal with Clash on defense, which I completely understand, but now I want a second shield operator.
I mean, that Clash being gone is not going to be a surprise for Mysterio. It's no surprise whatsoever. So I'm assuming they've expected this to happen, since I don't think anyone in Siege ever wants to see a Clash. I don't think I can name a single person. And don't you dare just I can say, I don't mind it.
No, I can say exactly I know who I'm thinking of.
Go on,
There's an absolute menace who says Signa to the boating, meaning sit in the boat, and the man is named Bikini Body. He loves Clash. He would like Clash to have an ACOG on her shield. So we don't have to worry about that.
What, just now, on the shield? Not on the gun, on the shield.
No, on the shield. On the shield. Doesn't need... It gives longer range, that's all. It gives longer range for the electricity. But for now, we have a bigger problem. We haven't seen as much aggression come out from Mysterio. So I'm hoping that they can answer back now. HMC was allowed to get 2 kills. That was a mistake. That should not have been allowed. He should have done it all the way to the end. So for now, it looks like they're planning to let us have aggression. We're back into Geisha. We're going to have to wait and see. Oh no. Droning so close to the door. I'm always afraid of this. Everyone seems to forget about that hatch as well. That's on the roof here there.
Yeah.
This might work out well for them or not.
Well, because the entirety of that used to just be fully open, didn't it? It used to be just a balcony.
Frost here going for the kills, gets the wallbang, takes out Framework. That is a huge pick off the board, especially for the fact Sense is gone. Legion, luckily getting out of there alive with a little bit of a nick. But he does fight back and takes out Sledge. Pango getting taken off the board as well by Klaus. Santa Claus is here. But now it's a 2v4 for the side of the defense. They have to be prepared for this. And Rexy get out of here on the attack. If not, Klaus is here to fight him, shoot him in the back, but he does survive and gets away from it. But he gets answered back. Beautiful shot from Sledge, taking off the head of Santa Claus.
I love how you called him Santa Claus. But it seems like Mysterio have reacted well to Valor's aggression here, since everything's been done and dusted within the first minute and a half of each round. So it seems like Mysterio have adapted quite slightly, but Johnny able to take out Reaxes, leaves Humsey in a 1 versus 3. Spots out the Legion, but isn't able to convert, as he'll take his time for himself to set anything up which he needs.
HMCY, MC as you call him, has a lot to do. He's got to clutch this out, but he does not have Deimos' ability like Framework does. So now it's who's going to be able to catch who off, who's going to be able to make them make a mistake. They know where he's coming from. They can hear the noises. There's cameras being used, so they know exactly where he is. He can now push inside, but Lesion's there. Johnny takes off. Just Ash's head being lost in the last couple seconds. I do like the fact they added that hitbox. I didn't know that.
Well, 3 versus 2, 3 to 2. It's not 3 versus 2. Now, to get a split, well, I'm not actually 100% sure. You know what? I think it's slightly defender biased, is it not?
For this map, yes. This map is not slightly, I'd say very defender-sided. That's why the fact that Valor already have 3 is a massive pick, especially for their attacking half. Everyone's getting a little bit uppity, everyone's getting a little bit rowdy. It's good to see the players having a good bit of fun, but you're all going to have to remember 2 things. This map will not go to overtime if they do not fight this out tooth and nail. Ross has been keeping them in the game for this long, but on the attack in the next round, I'm really hoping to see Mysteria can do something really terrifying, or maybe they have a ray of sunshine. Maybe it's a ray of Mysteria. But we're just going to have to wait and see.
So, statistics-wise, it's 40% win rate for attack and 59.98 for defenders. That's 14,000 rounds for defenders and only 9,000 for the attackers.
I completely understand about that. That's just nuts. I couldn't... Like, it took me a second to try and imagine it. That's not what I'm hoping to see. But for now... Here we go. We have Rexy, who's going to have to go for the swing outside. If not, Johnny's might be able to get one of the 2, but the drones are coming out. This time, that sense will not be able to help them. They didn't bring it this time, so it's up to this play. It's the gunfight time. It's the aggression. Going to ring out, but oh, Rexy, Johnny actually does get the shot on Hemsey. Hemsey being taken off the board early in the first 30 seconds of the round again.
Not looking great for Humsey at the moment, obviously. In the great positioning, it's not all done down to siege luck, but clearly nothing's on his side at the moment. But Johnny, everything's perfect for him, as he'll take advantage of all of it. But it seems like they've slowed it down quite a lot, since normally by now there's at least 3 deaths from whichever side, and that's a little bit of a miss from the Twitch drone from Pango. I'll leave that Goyo kind of still up, as Framework's going to be using that commando to all of its use and taking out Johnny. A very, very late trade, but it is there.
Definitely right about that. I do like to see the Framework on the IQ this time, because we get to see the commando. It's great for dealing damage. It's a fantastic gun, but you have to land your shots. So in a 4v4 situation with a minute and a half left, I'm a bit worried that Valor might slow down and run out of time. That sick defender might bite them back.
Yeah, slowing down sometimes isn't the greatest thing. Pango picking up a kill. There'll be your Valkyrie gone, the MPX not in the hands anymore. It's just all about taking down as much time as you need. It's kind of like a good little balance. Taking the time you need versus unnecessary time waste. So you need a good balance between the 2. So at the moment, so they're just trying to take as much utility away as Ari will be taking out Pango. That DMR's now gone. It's down to a 3 versus 3. 50 seconds remaining, and like you said, the time is going to be crucial here.
You're definitely right about that, especially with only 3 drones left. The first gunfight rings out. Goyo gets down in the occasion. That does mean there's a lot of time being wasted. Framework is down as well now. Rexy and Ari still on the table fighting it out. But the wallbang rings out from the reinforcement. They know where the last operator is, but the headshot just barely clipping the top of his mask takes him out. Now it's just a Thermite versus a Jaeger. Half health. Framework is a living drone right now, and he gets it. Nonomeister gets Ari to finish us off.
Lovely kill cam there. We've got like an outside view of what happened.
I just squint slightly, you'll see it. But for now, we get to go onto the new side. We get to see Mist's attack and Valor's defense. Who's going to get banned? I'm calling it now. It's going to be a Sami. Nope, Clash and Thermite.
Very peculiar. Now, between these two, at the minute, Valor obviously does have the upper hand. And that's not just about the score at the minute. Obviously, having a 4-2 split whilst on the attack, as I explained with the win rates, is very beneficial. Very beneficial at the minute. Because obviously, I'd prefer a 60% win rate on my side whilst I'm 4-2 up rather than a 40%. However, Mysterio need to pull it out here if they want to draw it back, since these attacks are going to be a little bit harder than what they've just played.
You're definitely with that. My German is not very good, so everyone in chat just ignore that. I don't know what they actually said, but for now, we get to see Mysterio's attack. This map, if you know how to attack it, you can become menaces. If they practice Geisha enough, they can take it. No bandit is being called out, so as you see, they know what they have. They know what they can do. They don't even have to worry about it. But it's all whether or not they drone correctly. You can't just make guesses. You can't just make any assumptions. It's now the time. Who's here to punish? Who's here to get blanked? I'm wondering two things, and you've probably already guessed it as well. When it comes to Valor's defense, do they like to play hyper-aggressive, especially with the team that they don't know anything, they haven't scrimmed, or are they going to play it passively? Because what I'm saying, they haven't reinforced much of site actually, so I have a thinking they're just going to try and run out.
You're trying to make me reveal strats here? What's going on?
You're the analyst, not the captain.
You're police? Come on. Trying to make me admit some things. But no. Teams we haven't played, we just play a little bit cautiously. As I say that, though, Frank will go for a little cheeky run out. Won't be rewarded with anything, but it's all down to the team and however they prefer to play. I'm just there with the numbers. I'm the numbers man, as my jersey says. But lineup-wise, having Pango on that Frost is just there just to delay them a little bit more. Obviously, if they get down, it's just anything the better. But it's mostly for that shield. Since keeping that shield alive is going to be quite crucial if you're wanting to hold Dragon here, which is going to be somewhat of the main focus. But eventually, it will most likely be overcrowded and eventually flushed out if they don't deal with it. Since we're trying, the Ace is most likely going to be trying to get these walls by Samurai or Terrace, and that will just reduce the amount of utility they have, as Framework will be taking out that Ash of MJW.
Definitely about that. The fact it's a 4v5 and the first minute's gone now. Here comes the wall bangs and sprays, trying to get any form of damage or just take off and get their own pick. But now they're worried about flanks as well as anything else, because Scopos being on board means she's got 2 bodies and a lot of damage. HMC gets 1. That's Sledge off the board, and here comes the flank that they were suspecting, but they were only expecting it from down below the staircase, not from the same floor. It's now 2v4. Framework's just got the pistol out, trying to go for the wallbang, but Frost walks up, Pango gets 1, and now they know there's only one operator left. He's outside the rotation. He should be able to heal Frost close, but no! Frost peeks the wrong direction, and Framework's there to save him. I do believe Frost was down in that final engagement just at the end. What? Yep. Oh. Dirty one shot.
Oh. Sorry for abruptly stopping there. I had to sneeze midway through talking. I had a little sneeze creep up on me. But round going for Valor for a flawless. Now, in my opinion, going against players and teams which have only just established like a pickup team, etc., is, I'd say, the number 2 hardest thing going against. Since you have no information on them, you don't know how they're going to play, you don't know what their lineups are going to be. Number 1 is probably going to be, obviously, the people who are so much better than us. There are always going to be people. Like, one team which we do enjoy playing against because they are a good team to play and to learn and to figure out everything is Turks. They're a great team. Absolutely great team to play against. But bringing out, instead of the Frost though, a Thorn, which you don't actually see much of anymore. Since Thorn gadget is very dangerous when in close range, but unfortunately, once you obviously activate it, you can just shoot it out, but you need to create a situation with those Thorn traps in order for them to be really successful.
You've not played much console. Thorn is a menace if you know where to hide them, because on console, you can't really just turn back the way you came and sprint. Most people just try to sprint through it, which always catches them out. I actually use it on PC, specifically Thorn, as a way that if we're ever in a post-plant situation, I'll have all 3 like Thorn traps placed at a low height, somewhere that no one's going to notice that the Thorn traps are going off, because on customs, or sorry, in comp. There's no icon. It doesn't tell you that here. You have to be listening for it. And if all three are going off, somebody walks through the breach, they're going for the plant, and then here, too late. You either have to move or the second one's going to get you too. But here comes the IQ. If there's a Deimos on the board at the moment, you'd be able to scan everyone just from this. But for now, it's going to come out to them. Dokebi calls, going to get stopped. No phones are going to be hacked. Am's already in. If Malusi doesn't know, but there's the thorn trap under the window. You had to walk through it, and it got two people. One getting down and have to go for the fight, but he's already in. He forgets about the... Ouch.
I withdraw what I said. I withdraw what I said about your thorns.
As I did tell you, wobs, thorns, you have to push through it. You can't jump back out, and everyone gets hit.
I think what happened there is that there was a Malusi on the window, as well as a thorn, as well as a frost. Now, they jumped in through the window with that ram drone, looked down, shot the frost, and I think they shot the Malusi out the way and was able to walk out, only taking minimal damage. And then the two players, which jumped in just behind the ram, I think one got killed and one was downed by it, which made everything just crumble.
I also do believe there was, if I've seen correctly, there was a Valkyrie C4 pre-placed there as well, or she was blowing through it up. I'm not entirely sure how that ended, but it's lovely to see that Valor can bring out some rat straps, which I can copy and actually use in any rank now. But here we go. Geisha hold for a kitchen. I'm thinking Mist might be able to go below and just go for the plant here. Valor's gonna have to try and answer this question of, will they be able to sneak in or not? Try to be like Matrix, and it did not work. Fair, great movie, and I love it. Didn't work out for them, though. The new Matrix is not as good as the old ones. The androids are still great, though.
I've not actually seen them.
You make me sad.
It's
Can I get another caster? Can I get another caster, please?
Alright, we'll sub out.
No, for now, we're going to have to wait and see if HRC can answer the question, or if Framework's going to try and drop a 20 today. He just needs an ace. Oh, he'd need for this one round, but he's got the long angle waiting to see if anyone tries to repel up that balcony.
It seems like Mysteria don't really react well to some quick aggression from the defense side. However, obviously, we can't guarantee everything due to... I'm very confused on what I'm watching here. Did they EMP it but missed both times on the Cade?
I assumed Kaid was playing with two, or they've just missed it, but there we go, they've missed it, and now it's the time. Ying's Candles ring out, but there is a Jaeger. This is something I always try to mention. If you are playing Ying and you know there's a Jaeger on the field, always charge one and put it onto the barricade. It can burn all the Jaegers that are there. But for now, Ari does answer with HMC. That's a Rooney off the table. Ying is gone as well, though. So it's a 4v4, but Santa Claus is here. He gets another one. Gotta say, though, Ayana getting a kill perfectly, goes for the jump in, baits the trap. They know there's one more person there. That Aruna does get activated. And Framework's back on site now. So you've got 3 defenders, all of them on site, and then you've got 4 attackers. Sorry, Jaeger's in kitchen. Jaeger's happily enjoying his life downstairs, cooking a sandwich. But Framework does get Ari taking off the Brava. You believe they had actually just hacked an Aruna?
I think that was actually. Not too sure. Now, 3 versus 3 situation for Mysteria is looking all right, to be fair. It's still playable back, but they do have the information that they've fully rushed in towards delivery, as it seems to be a rush straight towards site. Going to be able to sort it out, but never mind that. Somehow the Yana clone fakes me out. That's something you don't see every day. Very long, high angle from Reaxes all the way to...
Trade. Oh, beautiful shots from both sides, but it's now a 2v2. Ash on half health. They know where the Jaeger is. It's whether he peeks his head and Ash takes it, or whether Ash takes it, gets taken by him. But here comes the question. Can Sledge make this rotate? They know there's a second player, and he is upstairs. Here comes the shot that Ash should be able to give a call out for, and that should be able to tell Sledge just to push into the other site. But he's into coat check now for now. There's a lot of cameras, there's a lot of utility, but they're playing very passively. Here comes the trouble, whether they're going to make the right choice or not. Ooh, Jaeger getting lightly tapped through the wall, but does not react in time. There's Sledge getting taken out as well. And Kai takes out the Ash from above through the hatch. GG.
Very nicely held there, which was, well, it's almost came to a little bit of a dire situation, but I think maybe the better take there for Mysteria would have been to go all the way round towards Black Stairs and going through Barbecue and maybe potentially get a plant down. Granted, I didn't 100% know where the diffuser was at the time, but I think maybe rotating around and going towards Barbecue would have been a better option.
Sadly, no 20 bomb for Framework today, only a 17. I'm gonna go and count all of his kills at the end of the day and then make a post just thinking, hey, you know what? This guy's going for an 80 thing. Because I was watching the Creators Clash, I think it was called.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, 80 kills as well, just for one tournament, that's insane. This qualifies a lot more matches, so we might actually get to see that record being broken. But for now, we're just gonna have to wait and see. Anything you want to say about that match?
It was very well played from the start from Mysteria. It looked like they did catch Valor off guard to start with, and then the adaptation started to come from Valor, which did so very quickly. The clash was the main concern there. The clash was what stopped the plan in its tracks. I'm not sure if Valor did drone it out fully and know the clash was there, or the clash was hidden. So that's quite a new relevant thing which people are doing is hiding that clash. But regardless, it was, well, even though the score was 7-2, they did give a good run for Valor's money, basically, which was very well played. So a very good game to them.
That is correct. And as I can say, we're going to have to go into the next match. So give us a quick 5-minute break. Go get some water, go get some tea, go get a sandwich. That Jaeger being in the kitchen made me hungry, so I'm probably going to get one too. So we'll catch you all in a bit.
must've went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room, but darling, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. You could be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
Hello, and sorry for the very belated wait. We're having just a little couple of issues, but we've got everything all sorted, so you will have some lovely entertainment. So, Drago, do you want to start us off a little bit of our next lineup?
So we have what I like to call an interesting match to start. We have two great teams, which I'm not sure how many people know about these people, but when it comes to me, I know two great things. They like to be aggressive. One of them just happens to like baguettes. So it's fine. I like baguettes too, but I can't even say that straight face. So we've got Rocks Horizon versus Kebabs Nizam. I'm going to call them Kebabs. So Kebabs versus Rocks today. A Spanish roster versus a French roster. And I'm calling it now. This is going to be a great match, no matter which map we go to. So let's see what the maps are. And then I'll give you a bit more of my mind sense.
But
Slid.
I'm surprised that Lair made it that far. Actually, Lair's made it quite a fair decent bit, or just over halfway. But obviously landing with Nighthaven Labs or Conflict, which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, two of the highest picked maps this season at the minute.
You're definitely right about that, and the fact that we have to see Nighthaven Labs the first time today, which I do like. I see it as a map that just has to be played out, is very important to me. I'm a bit afraid, though, for two things. Nighthaven Labs is what I like to call the test of how well you know R6. It's a mix of a couple of the maps, and it's a mix of a lot of other things. So give me your rundown of how you like Nighthaven before I say mine.
Now, the key thing, in my opinion, for defense, before obviously you could ban as many, 3 operators total, is how well you can play Clash or Azami. It was either one. Because if you lost the Azami, you can play Clash really well for that Rafters. That Rafters hold is what's going to keep you in the game for upstairs, especially on the first floor sites as well, like storage. It is so pinnacle to be keeping that vertical as long as you can, so that Azami and Clash is going to be your striving point there. But the amount of vertical you can do on this map, I adore it. You can go from the top floor, even if roof if you really wanted to in some parts, and you can see all the way down into basement. It is insane. So vertical is going to be your main best friend here. So having a ram book sledge is number one priority. However, your roam clear does need to be close to perfect, since the amount of roam and rat plays which go on, I can't count on 3 sets of hands. So it's all down to maybe a Jackal or Deimos, etc.
I've got to say, having Deimos still on the board as well with this map is very dangerous, because he can just go and shoot up through the floor regardless. And I hate to see it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
But starting us off, having a little bit of an Ella, which you don't usually see. Obviously, we saw it last game. 2 games ago. But I'm surprised the mirror wasn't banned out, though. The mirror ban is normally almost a go-to for some teams, but the Caden Bandit, your default ones, I'm assuming take priority here for Rocks instead. Now, having that Azami, as I said, needing to stay alive is going to be crucial. With the help of the Wamai, it's going to make it just a little bit easier. Now, the lineup kind of seems like they're wanting to not entirely delay time, but delay, I'd say, a good 50%. And then after that, just simply play sight. But Rocks Horizon's lineup is your usual, I'd say. Just quite your usual.
Really? That's what you think is usual? From what I know, it's 6 shields and I'm terrified. Even though you only have 5 players. But for now, what I'm hoping to see is some smart plays. Some aggressive, Ella maybe just playing the staircase, or just Ash deciding to walk in lobby without any hindrance. No drones needing, even though they still have 9 drones. Ash still has 1 in her pocket, which is not a great sign. But we do get to see Blackbeard trying to go for the aggressive on the mirror, taking out half of her HP though. There's the Ash using the drone, something I don't see in my ranked games, but still lovely to see nonetheless. Apatow going to server window, trying to maybe go for the cutoff on the angle, but I've got to ask you, when the C4 rings out, There's 2 in the pocket of the defenders. Do you think it's going to be used to a plant stop or to take out that Blackbeard?
I think it's mostly going to be trying to disrupt this Blackbeard, try and do a fair bit of damage, since taking out this Blackbeard is going to be somewhat pinnacle, since he's the main spearhead. However, speaking of Blackbeard, getting a lovely pick onto Obi. But I think there's rarely many chances to get vertical C4s unless you're fully playing downstairs, which you can see the tuber out playing downstairs, which is going to be very pinnacle for the C4. He's most likely just wandering around lounge waiting for it, as it's going to be a 5 versus 2. The last is going to be the play underneath, but there goes the Ash, not the Blackbeard, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to be enough.
Definitely about that, and the fact that Tubrow's the last man standing, having to sneak his way around in a 1v4, but now they know where he is. They're going to have to rotate onto him. He does not have the time. He's got 30 seconds to either try and push in. Maybe he can use that to slow down the clock, but for now, he is stuck. The barricade just will not break. He's not in a good position, especially with those bees. As much as I love them, they are such a distraction, and they're going to be there to shut him down. He's going to have to try and get the pixel angle and somebody get it. It's a nice, good wallbang. But there he goes. He has to push up against the Blackbeard. Somebody he absolutely hates, and he gets shot in the back. Flanked from all angles.
I mean, yeah, just fully calling off into that position. It seems like the vertical C4 should have maybe came out a little bit earlier. Since he was in lounge, I'd say at least 2 minutes, maybe 1.5 minutes. He was there for quite some time. But this Blackbeard being the spearhead of this attack here is what kind of pushed Rock's Horizons to able to take this site. Now, I'm not going to be surprised if this Blackbeard is going to be banned off straight away by Nassim. Will not be surprised.
Yeah, I think Blackbeard should have been gone well before that. As of right now, not a good look for them. But it's just how it's going to have to be. When it comes to Blackbeard, bringing in a Clash is probably a good counter for it. So, are you prepared for this?
I don't know.
No.
Who knows? Who honestly knows? But, like I said, dropping off the Azami. If you don't have the Azami, play the Clash. Don't have the Clash, play the Azami. It's kind of like written rule, basically, unless they're both banned off. Now, you do see, however, one familiar name for me, which is Prax, which is PRV. Lovely to see him back up in the comp scene still. So I haven't seen him in quite some time, since he was an ex-player of Visteria, now Ryujin.
I forgot about that. There was a big changeover, wasn't there?
Yeah, so it's quite large.
Now we get to see something a little bit more interesting. So, I liked having the Deimos brought, but there's no supporting ops for Deimos, such as the Dokebi, Lion, or anyone else like that. So they're just going to have to play it by drone or by eye. This is where the problem comes in. I've noticed that Kebab's not been droning very much this time around. Sorry, Rox has not been droning very much this time around, and Kebabs might be able to catch them out.
Like I said, they need a good roam game in order to slow Rocks down here, since if they just allow them to take this full vertical control, and obviously you can see they have the bug underneath, which is starting to make that vertical, it's just going to make that a lot more uncomfortable for Nassim here entirely. Now, if they have a decent roam game, maybe 1 or 2 players, they can keep holding the fort upstairs in sight, but then also just making it, well, if they really want to, they can actually play the vertical themselves. But
and that's what's going to happen with Deimos getting shot up through the floor. I'd ask you a question, Cruz. What do you think of the fact that Deimos is so overpowered on this map, especially with a Grim on the table, actually? I missed that in my first analysis.
Well, like you see inside a server at the minute, there's not much cover in total. So if you have control of IT, if you have control of let's call it connector, and like you see, they do have control of it. If you have the Grim and the vertical, that makes your life so much easier, and you can flush them around into very uncomfortable positions. Speaking of which, Fire goes down. The Blackbeard from last round, but now obviously onto the bug. But the trade is there. Mute does go down, but like I said, that Deimos proving very, very useful. Baloo, also a very name I've seen before. Very nice to see them back. But this Clash providing plentiful amount of information, sees the foot of Varo, ignoring the phantom pressure from underneath. Obviously, the holes from the book proving very, very useful. But with 38 seconds remaining, they do need to make a push and start disrupting Nassim here, since they're holding off for quite a long time. Didn't actually see this shield here previously. Good positioning, but Obi with that Legion still in a good position, waiting for the Capital. Barely just misses him as APAC is able to take out Kaiser. As it's just a little bit of whiffing shots, and it's all overrun by Rock's Horizons, aiming to sweep up the round. I don't think they actually took any frags at the end game there, which was very surprising.
No, every shot just bounced around, just barely missed the play. Looking out from how it looked like, it was everyone got into position, pincer maneuvered, then collapsed. Ella got flanked in the back, so it just did not work in their favor. Dash was not able to give a call out where the Demos was. But here we have something interesting. We now get to see Glaz and Capital being brought with Blackbeard and Vanna. Glaz and Capital is something I like to see as a combination, especially down here on this site, but Maverick's been removed from the board. There's no special Maverick holes, no Swiss cheese strap like people like to use, and some nasty little beepers being set up. Oh, sorry, FNAT mines being set. I've got to say, what do you think of Fenrir for an aggressive defender?
I think, obviously, when he was first released, everyone thought he was insanely overpowered. It's kind of just like a flashbang sitting stationary and will activate on proximity. Everyone thought it was severely overpowered. Some people still do. I don't think so. I think he's good in positions. However, if you have a Fenrir somewhere, if you're like, let's say, roaming with him, which a lot of people do, you can get intel of where they are, yes. However, it is quite a predictable spot to do it. Like if you put it, let's say, in Animus on the door as soon as you walk in, someone's probably going to swing you. But I think it'll be more beneficial if, well, it'll be severely overpowered if it was going to be more beneficial if it like immediately got rid of your eyesight for a second, rather than slowly encases in. But Siege has got to be balanced somehow.
Does it though? We could just have Blackbeards for everyone. Don't remember the old days, but here he goes. Oh, barely missing the timer for that. Would have had it for a couple of seconds, but a bit too late. That's why I like to stack them up now, but I've realized something else as well. No one's there to capitalize on it. No one's here to stop a tuber out if he tries to swing and push. But he's going to play it safe and back up while Mira can hold the long angle.
It's a very nice mirror, to be fair, which I'm surprised some people have actually started putting that mirror window on that, what do you call it, that assembly wall leading to outside, which just applies a little bit more pressure. So if you want to try that one out, sometimes it works. Sometimes, well, you'll get absolutely overrun with it. This will depend on the situation. It's a little bit of a new one. But Glaz being used as per usual, is looking through that smoke, but nothing will be granted to him as Baloo's going to start us off, taking out Obi. There will be them on my magnets fully denied, but coming up to the halfway mark, not really much has happened.
You haven't heard about that, but now, as you say, dominoes are falling now. 5-3, 5-2. 3 people just taken out bit by bit, and Fenrir getting caught out upstairs by the Sabana. But Hoover out hiding in a corner, luckily catching out the thermite. That's the fuser stopped, but everything has to go bit by bit. The smoke and the fire. I've got to say, I really hope that they add like a fiery mist that stops Glass from being so punishing. Because you know what I'd love to see? That thermal camera getting fogged up by Goyos. It would be really nice to see, but I understand it.
I was thinking that the toxic babes would actually stop his thermals from working. I thought that was an interesting take for it. A little bit of tweak.
It's a thermal camera, so...
I'm just thinking
unless
yellow
it's
on yellow.
smoke. No, I was just thinking hot smoke. But
True.
anyway, for now, we get the timeout coming from Kebabs. They have realized they're getting rocked and rolled. So maybe it's time for them to look for new horizons, new opportunities. Let's see what Obi-Wan can do for us today. I'm not reading out the full name. You can if you wish.
Yeah, I'm not saying it. Well, obviously Rock's Horizons taking it very sweetly for themselves, 3-0 so far, but obviously only 3 players on the Seam side. It's looking a little bit dangerous. Now, one thing I was thinking is TSE. Do you remember which TSE that is?
I do not. I can't say I do.
I feel like I've seen them before. I really think I've seen them before, but I cannot 100%. I think, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the Team... No, I'm losing it. I'm thinking of a completely different team. It could honestly just be the team TSC, actually. I think it is. I think I'm just blind. But anyway. One thing which I'm not 100% about is people bringing back the Zofia. I'm not 100%. I don't think she's that great to bring her back to comp play. What about you?
I actually do. I like Sophia, but the fact that Ash can be a more lethal option is probably still a reason for her to be played. But Sophia, removing her down and out, not giving it to Tachanka like it should have been, is still the saddest decision Ubisoft's made for me. The Lord should be able to stand just by willpower alone, just like Sophia was for so many years. But
yeah,
I'm just going to have to wait and see. I love the gameplay. I love the idea. But for now, Sophia's got a lot of utility. She's got 2 stunts and 2 great gadgets, but it's not going to help them out. But here we get with the attack. I'm wondering if they've chosen that, all right, we're not even going to bring EMPs on anyone. They're just bringing frags and nades. They still have options. Kai and Bandit may be gone, but Mute can still stop the wall. It just seems like the defense isn't even going to take care of that. They're just going to slow them down for as long as they can.
Which, I mean, I'm really not surprised with it, since Rox has been really fast-paced, really quick, and going straight towards it. But, I mean, regardless of entirely which it is, it's going to be quite difficult for Kebabs to bring this one back slightly. Since
you can say
Rox
that
have
again.
this great mentality. Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, you can say that again, and Striker's there to answer the question. Rox is the answer to your questions and to all your hopes and prayers. I have a question for you. Ram, upstairs, this side. Do you use her at all yourself? Or am I just like one of the few people who thinks, no, I'm going to bring a buck or a sledge?
No, I think Ramp is somewhat of the perfect pick here, since there is so much straight lines which you can simply just put a drone through and be out of danger, since the main issue with playing the sledge and the buck is having them C4s thrown at you or someone else coming through the vertical angle, since the main thing which I try and tell people if they're starting out Siege or wanting to learn a little bit more is that vertical goes both ways. If you're on the defense and there's some vertical being made and you know where it is, if you'd like to, contest it. Play it yourself. But Ram, I think, is the perfect pick. I've loved Ram since she's came out, but especially with the R4C and ACOG, it's just glorious days.
Yeah, I forgot about that and Smoke coming up the staircase. Will they get involved? Oh, no, I think the Smoke might have just gotten out of there, or they're just playing chicken. Yeah, Smoke's just been able to pull out. Sorry, mute. But here's the thing, with Fire still on 2 HP in a Dream. Oh, Fire barely getting out of there, but getting the pick on the sledge. Oh, but he wasn't prepared for the Nomad. That's Goyo now off the board as well. It's a 2v3. People are getting aggressive, hoping to go for a plank. But not worked out in their favor. Those Goyos have all been detonated. This hole's being breached. They can hear somebody go for the drop. It's up to this 2-brow now to keep everyone up. The MPX in both hands. It might not work out in their favor.
Just trying to wait for this plant to start going down, since these 2 C4s are all going to be becoming pinnacle. But the flank, and the vertical from BMS is going to be proving quite crucial, as it's left to Obi remaining. Since a 1v4 clutch is what's needed, but after Rox's performance so far, I don't think they're going to allow him, since I think there's also someone coming behind him on Annie Stairs. But the plant behind Pillar, 30 seconds remaining. It's all pretty much but over for this round. Going to get aggressive swing all the way onto the ramp, but nothing will avail. Just playing time and pretty toying with him. But APAC will go down, see if we get some consolidation prizes, but BMS on that vertical is what's going to be shutting it down entirely.
The vertical play is ringing out just to completely stop this team in its tracks. I do like the fact that they're using all the angles, using the bigger brain plays, as I thought as well as you did. But I thought Nomad was going to come back down the staircase to try and get the person, but no, she realized, no, just hold the doors. I'm holding one, somebody's holding the other. Doesn't have to worry about it. This is why I think Valkyrie could have been a really good option for the defense, but they heard me. They heard me. So we've got Solace and Valkyrie. They know that they're missing the cameras options, and they know they're missing the intel. So what's the best answer? Bring more intel operators. Exactly what we want.
That's it. We need 4 bulletproof cams and a Valkyrie. You're sorted. That's great lineup. Sorted. Can't lose with that. You don't even have to take a gunfight. Just shoot them with the bulletproof camera. You'll win.
Great
It's just how you need to play
stallability.
Siege now.
You're definitely, it's a great stall ability, and I like the fact now we get a bit of a slowdown. So all these operators are great for the attack and the aggression, but they're also great for post plants, with especially having two C4s in the pockets of both Mute and Valkyrie. Much better. So hold on. They've seen the Valkyrie, so they switched to a Kebby. A big option and a great choice. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, that's Solus with a shotgun. You're gonna have to explain that one to me.
The Solus shotgun is purely kind of like the same situation as like Mute. The SMG-11 is just so much better. You can literally run it as a primary gun. It's entirely why. The shotgun's still great in itself. It has a decent range. Not as good as Mute. The M something. Everyone it's called. The SAS shotgun, basically. But it's literally just another the same loadout as Mute in terms of gun-wise.
Yeah, from about that. And they answer in kind. Grim has already been taken off the board. So Rocks are already at the disadvantage for the first time, but it is a two-pronged attack where Tokebi almost shoots her own teammate in the back. Gotta be careful with those guns. But an itchy trigger finger is not a bad thing to have. Tokebi's calls ring out, hopefully giving a bit more idea to the attackers of where people are, but no drones have been set up yet. There's only 3 drones, the rest are down. Only 2 in the pockets.
Jammers are proving quite useful though at the minute, since those Dokubi cores are going to be entirely stunned out by the jammers. As the C4 gets tossed up towards the Blitz. No man, that's the Capital. Does about half his health, but nothing too fully devastating. But with one player down, Rox has severely slowed down compared to the last couple of rounds.
Well, I think that might be Kebab's, that tactical time might finally coming into effect. But, you know, there's still a Blitz on the table. You have to drop shot him and hopefully go for it. You can stun Blitz. A lot of people don't seem to understand that shields now have a stamina effect. When shot at, when they're trying to come at you quickly, it's better to put a lot of shots downrange and slow them down as much as you can. But Ella answers with their own and taking away Dokebi, that's a massive op to lose, especially when she just got another callback.
Now, the main issue for that Blitz there is actually that Mute jammer, which he was standing on top of inside of IT. That also doesn't allow him to start shooting. But being in a 5 versus 3 with 40 seconds remaining, the rotate's going to come all the way towards, I think they're going to go towards Fish, actually. Entirely switch it up, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But anything's worth the try other than going from Connector. As they'll prep the Gon 6, rush it straight on through, but the Ella's going to be there prepped for it. After you've got a little bit of an inkling where it is. The Valkyrie does go down. It is traded off entirely, fire going down. 4 versus 2, make that 3 versus 2. As they're all pushed back towards site, however, time is not on Kebab's side. Entering towards Connector, jump in towards Catwalk, gets punished at the last, is towards Connector, and this round is pretty much over since it'll be a 3-way cross onto the door, and it's only a matter of time, and there we go. Baif able to finish it off.
I hate being the last thermite alive, stuck in an electrical closet. Just getting absolutely peppered. They all know where you are. There's nothing you can do at the last 30 seconds, but you have to try. It's unlucky for them, but hopefully that little time at the end was used as just a good talking point now. Kebabs win their first round. It's the first round of their defense. The next is they're going to be the attack. I wouldn't call this map like unbalanced that much, but if you don't know how you're playing it, you should not be going to it.
Well, it's not the worst for the attackers. It's only 42%. Well, 43 if we round up. Win percentage and a 57 for defenders. So it's not too unbalanced at all. Surprisingly, the most balanced is actually Chalet.
Chalet used to be played all the time, so I think that's just a difference of the amount of times it's been played.
Nighthaven Labs, it only has 2,000 round difference, actually. So 12,000 for defenders, and then if you go to Chalet, 14,000.
Fair enough. Can't argue with the results, and I can't argue with stats. But you know what I can argue with? Me. So they're still bringing. Well, I could win in a fist fight too. That's not a question either. The bigger problem is, why is there a Scopus on the board when Hatch is still soft?
Maybe just waiting for them impacts, keeping them in hand most likely. That's the only thing I can pretty much put it to. But maybe Kebabs can take this back for themselves, watch over the VOD, and check out some of their check off the checklist of what's
Definitely
going
what
wrong
about
and
that.
what is.
Oh my god, the timing on that. Bro got out of there just in time, but also gets the pick. Runs back through service and has to just get out of there. The walls are open. Deimos is hunting you, Scopos. You've got to get back to site or just get to somewhere safe. Somewhere with a concrete roof and a concrete floor. Because now you're in danger. You are the target. But there we go. Scopus is finally getting back. He can switch bodies and regenerate full back, or not regenerate, switch back to full HP.
The one concerning thing which I do have is actually Mute holding on to a Mute Jammer in pocket, which I'm a little confused about.
I think he's just upset over the Dokkaebi calls or the Deimos calls tracking him.
Potentially. We see a lovely lurk though, all the way on vending from the Valkyrie. Maybe something will come of it, but droning is obviously going to be mostly necessary. They'll spot out the Valkyrie's barrel. Actually, I'm not sure if you saw the barrel. I'm not sure if BMS actually saw the Valkyrie.
I have a feeling that they did, but pre-fire is coming out just scaring him. Yes, it's most likely that they have, either somebody above or not. Oh wow, Ash getting a kill. Sorry, Ram getting the kill and taking out Warden from sight. Amos is already dropped down. If they don't know that he's there, it's going to be a problem. Animus is there. There we go. As I called it, he did end up getting the mute while coming back to sight. That scope or shield is being destroyed now. If he just shoots it, it's gone. But that, for now, it's still a camera. Remember, the shield can take one hit for you, but it cannot save you. And there's Fenrir taking out the long angle, taking out Thermite while people are trying to drop. The Fenrir mats, sorry, F-Night mines are stopping people in their tracks. They can track the last 3 defenders with Deimos, but there's only 2 people left. There's another one getting dropped out. Sorry, go ahead.
So coming down to the last 30 seconds, 2 versus 2, coming quite tight, but the Valkyrie is able to pick up one as the trade is entirely there. Plant from Baloo does go down as Varro versus Baloo as the swing comes around, putting him down to 1 HP. It's Baloo on 50, and now it's just a matter of pretty much a bullet between each other. Go for swings either side. It's a bit of game of ring around the rosy as impacts go out, but one would have been enough after that, but Baloo's going to be there on top.
He is literally at 1 HP. I got to see the HP just after the hit. I looked at it. There was nothing. I'm calling it now. That would have been 1 HP on James, and that is a heartbreaking loss for him. Gotta say, I was not expecting the Scopos to be shut down like that, especially with 1 bullet. They both needed at least 1 bullet, but in this case, they didn't get it. The round goes to Rocks. But now we get to see a Kaiden and Ace taken off the board. I'm going to probably guess another Maverick. And then the next time we lose a Thermite or Hibana, maybe. Just to call it out.
Now, what I did like, though, is how close it did come. So obviously, you can tell that Rocks Horizon is the more experienced team out of the 2 of them. However, from a 2 versus 4, Nassim did almost draw that one back. They brought to a 1 versus 1, and it came to the matter of a singular bullet, a singular HP. Which, for a team which I don't think have played that much, obviously I haven't seen them play together, that is still somewhat impressive, regardless of the result.
Yeah, that I can understand. It's quite essential, especially with how things have been going. What I do like to see, though, is the fact of, if you look at it now, we have a Blackbeard being switched for a Brava, which I understand is a very common pick if you're going to try and hack a lot of things like cap cans. But the defense isn't bringing that, so they must have a different plan for this. It's either just to go for the cameras, or they know something that I don't.
10 seconds to go.
Maybe they just really don't like them Fenris. Might entirely just be it.
They have a Twitch for that.
Yeah, would you rather have them fully destroyed or turned against the enemy?
I think they only work, like... Hold on, you're going to have to correct me here. How does Brava interact with Fenrir when they're open and when they're closed?
That is actually a really good question. I don't actually know. We need Siege Mythbusters. That's what we need. I'm going to assume that if it's closed, it will stay closed, or it will just destroy it. But if it's activated, it will be captured as activated.
Well, today's the day we're going to find out. For now, that wall's about to get open. There's nothing to stop it except for the mute jammer, and they've already gotten rid of it. So, wall goes. Mute's prepared with the SMG-11 in hand. They're trying to hold as Monty walks up this walkway staircase. But as you can see, Bushon cannot get the mirror. Unlucky for them, people are peeking the door. Monty's just walking up menacingly, destroying as much as they can. I've got a question for you. Would you rather be stuck between an Asami or a mirror in a hard place?
Ooh, I think an Azami. Azami have a better chance of going against, honestly. Whereas if you're going against the mirror, it's still more sided towards the mirror window. Unless it's been punched out, which obviously we can see here. It depends on the instance.
Well, with this instance, we're about to hear a wall get breached, and hopefully a nice reversal on the mirror. Painful for the attacker, but also painful for the defense. So that's Graham off the board while that mirror is now open. But it actually didn't destroy the shield, so there's now two Asamis, one after another, close up on this wall. It's just a ring around the rosy.
I can understand why he did place the second one, since I'm surprised he didn't actually break that Kiba. Because obviously it was quite close in proximity, but a minute remaining. That mine's going off. C4 tossed out's not going to claim anything since he's Twitch is tucked close, but it seems like we're just waiting to get any more utility and waste some more time, as they do have this breach on lockdown, Rocks do. Saying that, Bafe does pick up Baloo, but BMS is able to trade it and fire with a lovely swing all the way towards IT. They're able to shut it down, as it seems like entire Hellfire is coming all out.
So when you're be swung and the Sammy's hiding in garage windows, so you can't just get out of there. You're now stuck in a rock between a hard place. This actually reminds me of the previous round when he was a defender. But for now, smoke it and try and do something. You don't have a lot of options. So now you're going to have to swing for the Asami, but you know where she is, but she's going to get you if you're wide open. So, 1v3, 15 seconds left. How do you play this? Do you have to swing for the Asami? You luckily try and get in her pick. But it's the last 10 seconds. Here we go. 5, 4, 3. There's the first pick on the mirror. Another one goes down. Mirror is now in the side. Can hear that the mute is running past her. Gets another one, but hits ringing around the rosies around the shield this time. But his own teammate finishes them all.
It's like a little bit of game of like Marco Polo. He's just running around in the smoke. You can hear him, but you can't see him at all. Oh, lovely. Well, it's like an opposite mirror window, basically.
Just a nasty wee reversal. I do love the shotgun, but it did not work out for them. Also, I'm pretty sure the Asami did shoot their own team.
Oh, did they? Very surprising. But match point for Rocks Horizons, 6-1. That's not a score you can complain about if you are a Rocks fan or a Rocks player. Either one. But Kebabs need to somewhat bring it for themselves. They need to iron out the issues which they have. Which, I mean, they haven't attacked the basement yet, so it could be a little bit different here. But bringing out that Ram, like I said, is a necessity. Not always, but I'd say like 95% of the time. The Nomad cover I was going to say the IQ for the Valkyrie cameras, which I don't know why we have the IQ. But yeah, rather let them cook. Now, I'm in between a little bit, since sometimes some of the players, they go for the main walls first. Me personally, I prefer to get the main walls either mid to late round. You want them to get comfortable inside of that site. We're like, oh yeah, main breach isn't even open. They haven't dealt with it. We can stay in this position near Annie, Animus, or we can roam around actually inside of site. And then opening up midway cuts that off entirely. So, and it opens that phantom pressure. Like we saw on a couple rounds ago, we have the Galaz on the breach. That's perfectly fine. Maybe even Ascends, but Varro going down to BMS immediately, that's not what you want. Dying to the entire thing you counter, that is not a great start for them at the moment. But not even actually being able to get this vertical for themselves, since they're being somewhat disrupted from Rocks Horizons up here. Not allowing them to take control, but Buzz will instead go to floor above and open up the vertical.
definitely about that. And the fact that Amos is the first off the board, that's a huge pick, especially with his synergy, with IQ being called into question now. So it's just up to this Goyo, but that jump knocked right past. That's going to be a huge problem. They know there's a Solace there. That's a good option. But they might just try to go for the jump in regardless. Oh, but Legion actually gets downed. Painful we rotate, but he can be saved. Luckily, Castle's there to get him. But again, this Goyo hasn't been drone. That's a massive opportunity here to ring out from the side of the attack. Come on. Whether they can capitalize on the stick or not.
I do not think so. They have the vertical available. They have this roam clear at the minute. But there you go. APAC is able to do his impact. But the plant's actually going down. They've entirely ignored what's going on towards site. Maybe they have the vertical towards the player. But since he's the last player alive in a 1 versus 4, it's either this is going to be a dramatic throw from Rox. But they have to capitalize. 1 versus 3. He needs 3 more 1v1s to secure this round out. 30 seconds remaining. He's going to take his time, Alpha is. However, Rox Horizons need to put their foot down. They need to start taking 2v1s rather than 1v1s. Saw the swing all the way out from the Goyo. Prax is getting that defuse down. He's not got enough time to swing around. And that is going to be the round for Rox Horizons and a very good GG.
That was a great match, but not something I wanted to see. I do love the fact it's ended so quickly, but it makes me sad as well. So, I have a question. What do you think of the purple skin?
Purple? What, on the Solus?
On the Solus at the end, the 7-1 purple skin, yep.
It is glorious. One of my favourite colours, purple is. Absolutely love it. It doesn't make you stick out like a sore thumb, though. Entirely.
I'm going to say it's a tactical shooter. Actually, question, what do you think of the new Valkyrie skin? Because I want it.
I knew you were going to
but only for the gadget. Only for the gadget at the moment is the reason I want it.
I despise it.
Really? How come?
No, I'm joking. I absolutely love it. I like it entirely for how it looks, etc. Because it's kind of adapting like a couple of the new things. Having they just brought in the new animations side of the gun, which I do absolutely love. The new reload, chef's kiss, especially with the new G360 skin.
I understand that, but I actually don't like it for those reasons. I like it just for the gadget. I remember the Valkyrie Elite and the Twitch Elites where they're really hard to see, they're really fancy, and now we've got this dome shiny ball that spins. And I'm just thinking, like, if somebody can't see that on my team, they might need glasses. Like, I've got glasses, I don't wear them, but I think I'll have to if I start missing those. So.
I mean, it's just like another version. It looks like Zenyatta, if you know what I mean.
Exactly. All right, so we're going to go under a quick break to bring you the next round. So I believe this is the semifinals for today, if I'm not wrong, right?
It will be the round of 16 after this one.
Oh, then we have the quarterfinals as well, so no, it won't be over yet.
No, we're just about halfway.
So everyone, go get some water, get some food. We'll probably have a great game for you next as well. So catch you in a second.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Wasn't too short of a break or too long. I had myself a little bit of a snack of some Pringles, but we're back and we're here for a little bit of a speed run. Drago, hit us with it.
So, Backshot Boys versus Rocks Horizon. Same team you seen last match, but again, they're just going straight into it. They told us, we want to play, let's play. We're going to go straight to map bands quickly. 3, 2, 1. Thank you, producer. We got to say please. Sorry, he says, please, producer, can I please have the map bands?
We need to have it as one of our wishes, like in Aladdin.
He doesn't want to. It's okay. He's upset with me. Sorry, I was talking mad things to him earlier, but interestingly enough, we have a great match, as I was saying before. We have now the British versus the French, and that's why he was bullying. So, Backshot Boys, we've got Buster, Oscar, Tazi, Sleben, I believe it's Sleben, and then Jello, or J-Lo, depends on how you want to say it. But going up against Rocks, who we know were oppressive last round, and the first and instant thought I have is, they're not going to go back to we're not going back there. They are saying no to Night Haven Labs. We're not having it. So I'm going to ask you here, Cruz, what map are you hoping to see? What map are you not wanting to see?
The map I'm hoping to see, Consulate. I love a good bit of Consulate. Plus, it's a good all-around map overall. I just can't get enough of it. Genuinely just can't get enough of it.
You wind me up sometimes. Consulate is not a map I want. I want Cafe, my box, the map that I absolutely don't start with me. Anyone who plays this game knows that Cafe, the box map, is the perfect map. You can spawn peek, you can run out, you can C4 out, or in my case, we just go have fun. But if you are right about Consulate, I need to see a Vigil Boss G shotgun in hand by somebody, or an impact run out of that new tunnel. What do you think of the changes that are made to Consulate then, since you're bringing it up?
I think it was for the best. However, I do miss it entirely. Old Consulate, I think it was great. Yeah, don't get me wrong, but the new Consulate is so much better. The nostalgia's there. The one thing actually I do miss is piano on the old Consulate. The piano and lobby, it was so hectic. It was so fun. So fun. Especially like if back when Kayak was on G2, the 1 versus 5 clutch from an Echo drone, he brought it up through lobby and got them through a lobby, or through the lobby hatch from basement from kitchen. Oh, quality. Loved it.
I've got to say, I can understand it, but no. My favorite thing for a Consulate has to be the yellow stairs hold. Triple Jaegers, me smoke shotgun, just waiting there. Just going back to the old days.
It was great.
I do believe we'll be able to start soon, hopefully go into the player match. And you were right. So, also it's the map. How did you know? Just big brain plays?
I'm just call me God. Just call me God from now on. I can just read everyone's mind. I know exactly what's going on. And I'm what's this? Omnipresent, where I know everything. Omniscient, whatever it is. I know everything. I'm just too good.
The only god I know is in Digimon called Omnimon. And the answer to me is no. So we're going to Consulate, we're going to the map. Let's see what the picking bands are. I'm hoping for something nice. I do love this map, but even after the changes, I still find it a little bit annoying to play. Especially for Spiral, especially with the fact that there's so much area for Noct to run around. We're going to have to see what we see. What ops are you hoping for the ban? For me, I'm hoping to see a carried ban, because standard.
What? Yeah, I'm thinking it might be like your regular shield bans, etc. However, I'm maybe expecting a little bit of double, maybe in the Clash, since it has a little bit of a higher appearance than usual at the minute.
Clash ban? Maybe, but I don't think with this team. I think with this team, they already know how to counter Clash. We're going to have to see something new.
Well, we'll see in just a second once all the bands come on through. Little drum roll. There you go. There's that Clash ban. Grim as well, though, which is a little bit different.
No plant ops this time. A lot of problems to have caused and a lot of problems to hopefully have solved. Deimos, will he stay on the board? Because if not, there's a lot of shoot-through potential, especially for the floor here, but a lot of roaming potential as well.
I'm guessing Mirror.
Ying and Warden, we were both wrong. And the fact that we lose Ying is quite devastating, I think. A lot of rush strats on this map need her. So, no Warden, no Ying. Glads is still on for the side of the attackers. That's a big operator you can have. Or you can just have a Blackbeard for fire.
Very good point. But going straight to console, which is no surprise there. Some people do prefer the basement. What about you? Do you prefer console or basement?
I honestly prefer top floor. So console, I'd have to say. I like basement if I'm ever in a 1vx situation, but also if I've got a whole stack and we know what we're doing, so much nicer to hold. Unless I'm attacking, actually, then yeah, no, it's still upstairs. I'd bring fuse. I open everything, don't have a problem.
That's not bad. To be honest, I want to see a good split hold. I haven't seen a good split hold in a good while. I love split, but it doesn't get the love it deserves.
I don't think I've actually ever seen a split hold yet. Not once when I've been casting. Hold on. You haven't noticed this, and neither have I. So, you see the Goyo we have? Just absolutely being a menace. And the glass on the side of the attack, of course. I did say it was coming. But I'm not sure if that Goyo had an ACOG or not. He doesn't. He's got a hollow. This is not what I was expecting, especially for this map with the longer ranges. But I do get to see
I agree with him. No. I don't think ACOGs are as good as people say. I genuinely don't think so. It's a very strong take, but hollows are the greatest thing to ever grace this planet and this game.
Which hollow, though?
The default one, default hollow.
Hollow B. No, I'm good. I like my Russian hollow. I even like my Russian reflex a bit more, to be honest, too. But there's a castle gone. Go ahead, you go.
I was just gonna say no towards the Russian sites. That is diabolical, but it seems like Backshot taking their time though. Rocks Horizons, sorry, other way around. Rocks Horizon taking their time, whilst Backshot boys are just seems like they're holding positions, not really extending a little too far, maybe in towards break, anywhere towards yellow, but just kind of maxing, relaxing. Wanted them to come into their hands basically, but. No gunfights as of yet, but I know that the little cast will soon come to bite me back.
You might be right about that, but see, even the defense know, our boys know, use the ACOG on castle. But Hibana's like, nah, I'm good with my hollow. All of the rocks are using hollows. I'm thinking they might have something I don't know. Big brains or big guns. Not the problem right now. They've droned out. They know what the plan is. They know who's playing where. A lot of drones still up. 5. And there's the shot, rings out. Castle being taken out early, line of sight. They push back out of sight. A minute left. A lot of time to be wasted. Glass can destroy those quickly enough. They gotta go for the plant here.
Seems like I wanted to keep this Glass as a little spearhead as well as this Blitz can be rushing straight from Spiral. Not really see much here, but pushing this Ephemeral all the way back into Bathroom, but he's able to take the headshot. Bringing it down to a 3 versus 3 with Baloo. The EBNO at the moment most likely wanted to go for a plant since they... Actually, never mind. I thought they had access to a projector, but never mind. They're still holding on well with Oscar in a good position on flip desk. As he's going to be somewhat pitched out at the minute with a little bit of help from Bo at the minute. But Baloo able to pick up one onto Oscar as flashes get distributed. Coming to the last 15 seconds. A lovely spot from BMS on top of the flip, on top of the desk there as he's able to pick up one, but Baloo's able to shut the round out for Horizon.
Just that long table, when you're standing perfectly, you cannot see the person. The fact that Asami chose to go for the vault when she knows her gun will be put away just shows that she's in a tight pinch. But it's a good round for Rocks on the attack. It's not over yet. We get a random pick for the side of the fence because they can't decide where to go. There we go. We are going to piano now. Sammy mutes Smoke Castle. Come on, Fenrir. I've got to say it. I do love it, but I want to see a Malusi or some different sort of shots coming out of them. Right now, this is how I hold and defend this site. I need to see what big things I can pick off of them here.
Now, anything specifically with piano is that the vertical on either way, so either in basement or on top floor, is going to be your main stronghold, really. If you want to push back into piano, that's perfectly fine. You've just got to be very wary of that vertical coming back at you. Since obviously most of the time you're going to make it yourself, but you have to know how to fight against it. Especially as well if they do take the horizontal as well. If let's say they come from lobby, open up into Expo, you've got to worry about a lot more angles.
You're right about that. The angle I'm going to be most worried about is the fact that this mute's on his server. Not even going to question it. Going to try and hold it all alone maybe, but it's the opposite side of the map. So maybe there's some sort of plan. They're going to try and hold the entire map and just waste enough time. But you've got to be prepared. These guys don't waste much time. They want to go for that long angle, but they also just want to go straight into the site. They're opening all the windows with their SMGs. Gridlock's coming out in yellow. Walls aren't reinforced, but there we go. Castle getting a lovely shot on Gridlock, taking off her head. Off with the head, down with the queen, but Castle's already ready for another gunfight. Whether or not
that's exactly
they know
what you want. That's exactly what you want, and what you want to see. If you want to feel nostalgia as well for the old consulate, that's exactly what you want to see. But a swing all the way onto the mute, able to come out on top. Baloo almost getting the second, but the refrag is available. Mute, not too of a worry being dropped off this early, but Backshot Boys being on the front foot the first time in this game. And I honestly feel like this game's going to go one round to each team every single round, 1-for-1.
You might be right about that, but you might be wrong. Buster's going for another one, getting a third kill. Bulletproof still on the map. There we go, finally getting out. But Fenrir's still got one in his pocket as well after going for a flank. Buster getting his quad. He's going for that ace now. He does have the HP, and they have the fuser. Don't know how they've just got to focus on hunting this glass, but they don't know about it. He gets the shotgun ace to finish. Oh, I love the super shorty, and that's why it's called super. Bang, one and done.
Unless it's in the hands of me when it'd just tickle them. It does absolutely nothing.
Apparently in that range it's a one-shot kill. I didn't know that. He was a full health glass.
Yeah, unless I play with it in ranked, it does absolutely nothing. But in the hands of these guys, they clearly know what they're doing.
Definitely not about that. But as you're saying, back and forth, 1-1, we get to see my Kaid come out. So, in the side of the attackers, I'm wondering if they've got a plan for this. Because right now they brought the thermite, but they haven't brought in any EMPs unless it's on Dokebi.
Now, a very underrated op pick for this site, which I rarely see anyone do, is a fuse. Great pick. There's a lot of utility which is being placed down. What is wrong with Cade's leg?
What do you mean? He's perfectly flat, 2D.
Hold on. Anyway, the fuse. There's so much utility which is placed down inside of garage and kitchen. A great fuse charge would absolutely obliterate almost everything. Especially that Cade with his flat foot, the trench foot.
Don't know what you're talking about. If your Cade's not 2D, I don't want him. But for now, we have other problems to worry about. Right now, I'm seeing two interesting things. The attack do not have any EMPs, and there's already been a spawn pick. Tazzy taking out Ram. That's a huge operator loose. I'm calling it out. She's probably going for something like a rotate. But it's not going to matter. Buck's now opening hatches and making enough holes. Here comes the problem. Piano has to be safe. Now that they know there's a Buck on the board, he can open up and get any hide on the walls. Anything can be stopped. The only choice that they have is to get in, get the kill, and shut down whatever they can. Hoping APAC understands that this is a big risk he's playing. Castle hunting that drone, chasing it, ring around the rosies. But he's not going to get it. He might just get a pocket full of nothing today. Question for you. No. Tuberau, do you like him, yes or no? Because it doesn't matter. Cause Deimos has already been taken off the board, and that's another one for Tazzy. Buck gone now as well. A 2v5. IQ already upstairs. Hopefully going to be able to get this flank on the player in Piano. Well, Thermite may be able to get the other one. Thermite stands on a go. There we go. Tazzy's finally taken off with a nice shot from Fire. Fire tries to go for the swing, but can't. Sorry, Thermite tries to go for the swing, can't get it. Backs off, has to run a little bit. But there we go, he's gone. But Fire does answer with another one. Back and forth, coming out to the back shots round. So, good shots all around.
So what was your question? Before you were rudely interrupted by Backshot Boys.
Oh, don't worry about it. They've been giving it to me all night. I'm not going to know about it. So, who's getting banned? I'm going to ask you that question instead.
Ban-wise? could be between quite a fair few, honestly. I think defense-wise, could maybe be the Azami. Yes, but the attack, never mind. Goyo instead. I didn't think the Goyo was that much of an issue for them, nor was actually the Blitz, but, you know, it was just preference pick for both of them.
No, I think that was Tazzy being afraid. The last time his Fenrir barely won that flashed, but he was lucky enough that he could smoke out into Blitz, so neither player could see. But for now, we're back upstairs. They're being prepared, they know where the attackers have went, and they know where the defenders have went. The only problem is, do they know there's a Thatcher on board and a Lion? Lion has some great synergy, especially with Deimos for, hey, you're being hunted, you're being tracked, AC 130 above. It shuts down as much as possible, and it terrifies everyone. And the fact there's a Valkyrie on board, if they know there's a Valk on board as well, they might switch to Dokebi, which would give us the full lineup.
Or you can hop onto that IQ, that also works at the same time, since that commando is still very, very powerful. Then again, so is the SMG-12. But, I mean, they ran the Dokebi from at round 1, which worked quite successfully, since obviously first round did go to Backshot Boys. But seeing how they'll take this one is going to be a little bit different. They didn't spot out the Valkyrie, actually. So they've kept their lineup as the same as the minute. I think they have dropped off. I was going to say they dropped off the Azami, but never mind. Just keeping all 3 keepers in hand. Assuming just to figure out where Rock's Horizon is going to start attacking from and then start throwing them all down.
Deimos has nobody scanned, so that means they haven't scanned any of the operators on the defensive lineup, which is actually really dangerous. There's only reason I ever bring Deimos because I've got at least 2 or 3 of them, or I have some plans set. There must be a plan for the Lion, but for now you've got an aggressive smoke just trying to peek as much as he can.
Well, trying to get a positioning, I think, towards this console window. I can't tell if they're wanting to try and go for repelling, since you can see both the Mute and Izami both stacking up on there, which it seems like they want to go for this window. They want it very dearly, as we can see 3 people stacking up underneath, waiting for this vertical to come on out. There comes the Lion calls. Flash is being thrown. I'm not sure if it's going to be a jump straight into the window, maybe just to try and bait any C4s out. But yeah, we're wasting quite a fair bit of time. It has to be... Hopefully they are trying to cook something up, but soon time will tell.
Whether something's being cooked or it's going to be the players, nades are ringing out, smoke charge is still in hand. They know somebody's going to try and repel in to go for the plant. But here's the thing, Rocks haven't set up for anything else. They've set up for this 1B hold, and a minute's been wasted. Meaning that they're planning to go for a fast, quick plant, but it's not going to work out in their favors if they keep wasting time like this. They know there's Valk, they don't know what other operators are set, because they've not been droning it. They made the auto QSO. Smoke did throw 1 canister. They were able to bait him out 1. He's still got 2 left. Deimos now tracking Asami, hunting her through the floor, trying to go for another one. Almost gets a wallbang under somebody else as well. But a lot of utility has been wasted. Another smoke canister.
Slebin able to pick us up onto the first kill, as Apex could be missing quite a few shots onto Boaster there. The Zami's going to be cutting off the windows. Might be a quick straight peek from Boaster, maybe even a jump out, as Prax will take a fair bit of damage. However, Backshot Boy's holding on strong to this position. I'm unsure as to why Rox hasn't switched positions. BMS taking a little bit of damage from that Deagle, but not enough to kill him just yet. Now a 5 versus 3. That Deagle is doing absolute bits for them. Which pistol's going to be stronger? Instead, it'll be the MPX come out on top. Tazzy all the way from bathroom as it's last with BMS, the person who started this all off, opening up that window, and it'll be a flawless for Backshot Boys.
Sleb's shotgun right to the face, just does not care. Just holds his breath and goes for the kill. That's 3-1 to the boys.
2 rounds with that super shorty.
That's a great way to finish. It gives us a good idea. If it works for them, it works for them. But now we have a different problem going on. As you can see, Castle's still on the board. Mirror's still on the board. Scope is still on the board. We're going to piano again. Meaning that they've learned their lesson. They've still decided, you know what? Bring the Scopus. Bring more roaming. We weren't roaming enough. That is their answer to their problem of how do we win piano. It's more roaming. Not just have Castle win the whole game for us.
exactly. I'm surprised I haven't seen the mirror actually be brought out by Backshot Boys any earlier, but I mean, I can't really say that when they're 3-1 up. So clearly it's working for them what they're doing, but picking up that scope post to add a fair bit to the roam maybe is just like icing on the cake, but they don't want to put too much icing on, or else it'll ruin the cake. It's the way I think it, really. But no need to go too flashy, no need to go too dull, but just a simple roam will do it against rocks, because the roam clear hasn't been the most prevalent this game. It's there, but it's not all the way. You can see that they've got things planned for the roam game on how to counteract it, but it's either not enough or they're not doing enough, which unfortunately is how it's going at the minute.
You're right about that, and the fact that we get to see these F-Nut mines coming out, but getting a little bit sloppy. I think the jitters are getting to everyone now. It's been a long day, but we're nowhere near finished. I'm hoping for two things right now. This impact to come out of Scopos' hand and hopefully get one of these players as they try to repel Piano, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Or the attackers just to swing in and go for the plays. Here comes the phone calls to Kebby. No mute on the board, so nothing to stop it. You just can't stop it or keep it going. Scopus has to. There we go. Goes for the switch up. Goes upstairs.
I mean, it seems like that Oscar knew something which we didn't. Just clearly wanted to get out of there, playing it safe. As all the executes started to come up quite a fair bit early. Baloo getting a kill, but it's being traded off by Oscar. That's almost missing shots onto Tazzy, but it seems like it's all going to hell at the minute, as two players are lost from either side, left in a 3 versus 3. However, your spearhead of that Monty is gone, making this push just that fair bit more awkward. And Sleben, with this Deagle, really absolutely loving that pistol today. Just absolutely rocking it.
Yeah, sure about that. I mean, SMG11 still here for the glass. He has time to back off and think about it, but now all the attackers have to rotate up the staircase. This okay, we could have gotten cams. I'm not entirely sure I can see, but here comes the problem of they have to swing the Fenrir. Not something you want to do this early. Dukebi has rotated yellow. Sorry, Lion's rotated yellow. Dukebi's already upstairs. Lion rings out with a ping. Nobody's scanned. So they know there's everyone upstairs, nobody in sight. But that hatch will be a disaster if he does not clear the player above it.
Seems like they're kind of just waiting for anyone to walk through into their reticles. If they do spot out that lion from these holes from above, like I said, from when you play piano, the vertical above is your best friend. Down to Baloo and BMS, the two Bs, as they get killed from the same exact vertical hole, which killed APAC and is it Julio?
Well, you're going to find out in a second. You're not going to have to worry. We have a much different problem going on now. So, here's the problem I've just noticed, and I don't think you have yet either. Every time Rocks have been playing from above or playing for a different strat, they're kind of getting locked into it. They're not being very adaptable here, and it's kind of locking them out.
Yeah, they need to branch out and try and go for this roam clear a lot harder. They need to maybe, instead of going straight towards site, which they've somewhat done the past 2 rounds, and it has not worked out at all. It's either been an ace, or it's been a very definitive 4v0 win. But 4-1, Rocks Horizon need to bring something back to get for this last round, since, I mean, having a 5-1 split is not great for the mental game. Since, you know, your mental game is going to be the most important thing within these qualifiers. You're going to be playing for about, well, how long are we going to be casting for? About 10 hours, give or take?
Probably longer. I was thinking longer.
Oh, you're thinking longer? Oh, God.
24-hour stream, maybe? It might be a bit more of a hassle.
Yeah, how about we just don't stop until the next qual? You know, how about we do that?
No. Let's not stop until the next major or the invitational.
Let's do it until next season. We're fine. We'll start the stream in the UK and end up in Paris in the invitational. Sorted.
We're just going to have somebody keep the stream going as we try and make our way through the flights. But now, we're going to have a different problem. This Maverick is now being brought. I've got to ask you, why do you think this Maverick's being brought? Because everyone's just going to push through the back. I thought, all right, maybe you're going to make Swiss cheese holes or something like that, but probably not now.
Probably not, but I'm wondering if they're going to try and slow it down, which I'm hoping Rocks do, since I think they're going a little bit too fast. A little bit of way too quickly for them. I think that Backshot Boys are wanting the speed. They're wanting this pace to come at them immediately so they can capitalize. They can clearly play together with their battle buddies a lot better, but we'll see in a minute.
Oh no, is he going to go for the swing? Yes or no? Just going to have to wait and see. Right now, this Thermite is actually a lot further and a lot deeper than I expected him to be. He did back off just at the right time. A bit of siege timing, keeping the teammate alive for now, but going to have to work out in their favor. They might try and go for the swing of the player watching server, but Guide's here. He's got that shotgun hand, 11 shots. He cannot afford to miss one though.
If you saw earlier, just had a confirmation. If you saw the help text, no, that was not someone being held hostage. That was the production saying help if we do go any longer than 10 hours.
Accurate.
But APAC starting strong, taking out Tazzy. They'll go them as Zabi Keebers generating in the pocket as Oscar will be there to bounce back. However, it is a 2-for-2 trade. Never mind, make that 3-for-2 in favor of Rocks Horizons, as they've started out slow but came out with a big impact. It's a 2 versus, well, I'm assuming will be 4 in just a second once they get APAC back up and running. But only 30 seconds remaining. Still a lot can happen. Oh, Oscar, lovely shot straight onto APAC. He was down, got res, but put back down again, gave him second chance. But 2 versus 1, make that 1 versus 1. This could be a clutch for the Backshot Boys. 2 versus 4, and starts to go down. They have information of whereabouts, but he's not faking. BMS stays up, and there you go, 2 versus 4. Backshot Boys able to secure themselves a 5-1 split.
Gielio
Very
keeping his
nicely
team
played.
Gielio just keeping his team in, keeping them alive right now. It's exactly what you want, but it also causes a lot of havoc. It's up to them to decide now whether they take this and try just to win 2 rounds, but it's their attack. The attack favor, yes or no? It just had to work for it. Right now, there's a little bit of cutoff, so I'm just thinking that Rox is going to have to win this. But let's see who bans first.
Ooh, the Monty ban and the Zombie ban. No surprise on that one. I'm going to expect, again, maybe a clash. Just delay more time, and maybe honestly just a Blackbeard. Never mind, I was right with one of them.
You got Clash, but Ying is not in favor today because that was Rox's answer. They tried to use it, but it didn't work out in their favor. Maybe Backshot Boys will have a bit more help with their Glass, with their Flores. Did we see Flores from Rox? I don't think we did.
I don't think we saw a Flores come out.
No, but now we've got a Dokebi and 2 shields. Terrifying just to start us off if that goes through. For now, either they're going to go for a rush plant or they're just going to rush and close out site. Fenrir will be the next ban. I'm calling it now. Both teams love Fenrir, and he's so strong, especially with the MP7.
I'll also probably say that the Blackbeard or the Blitz is going to be the next ban immediately. From just looking at this lineup. If Backshot Boys... Well, I honestly think that with how this has gone, the first round of this will go to Rocks Horizons, and then the next 2 will be Backshot Boys. 1 round to buffer out the switching sides and getting used to it, and the other 2 going to Backshot Boys just to sweep the rest. That's my prediction for the next couple rounds.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
You're definitely right about that. I've just noticed something terrifying, and you're not going to notice it just yet. This Fenrir has decided to play aggressive, but so is the Goyo. I'm pretty sure I've seen the Goyo. Yep, he's got the ACOG. So, no matter what, spawn peaks for everyone. They are prepared. They have the default camera still up, so they understand that nobody's spawning on that side of the map. It's going to end up working out in their favor, I do believe. Wall has not been reinforced. You have to check it, JLo. But if not, piano might be the option. They're droning it out. They haven't seen anything yet. Blackbeard's still on the camera waiting for a jump out.
So I think we may actually see a jump out down there, because I think there is a player, not 100%. But these Flores drones need to be close to almost perfect, getting as much utility as possible. Just trying to find them, their mute jammers, but instead it will be BMS finding the Flores instead. So it seems like they're wanting to go for a straight, maybe rush into sight. As it seems like they want to maybe jump straight into the window, but they know now that Prax is downstairs on the verticals. Oscar's going to be picking up APAC. There will go that mute. A bit of aggressiveness from the Goyo downstairs. Nothing will be rewarded of it, though.
I did call you out before that Goyo with an ACOG will be a menace. There's 2 shields now upstairs into sight. Blackbeard could just clear as much as he can and then go for a plant. Turtle protecting his back on shield, but reinforcement. I would have planted like back toward the rotate, but not this way. But now Tazi getting 2, taking out the Goyo as well. Now there's no one going down. Blackbeard still up, gets 1. Militia goes down as well. Flashed. End Thermite to end it. I've got to say, that was bullying, just having the Blitz come up and flash him as well. Not nice at all.
It is insane the amount they're going through. But never mind, my prediction is going to be completely wrong. It'll be Backshot Boys taking this round immediately. I'm not going to lie to you. We haven't had a tight game yet.
No, but we've had a couple that have come close, just getting very unlucky bit by bit. So, I'm worried now. Now that we know how these teams like to play, now that we know that we have the Ashe, we have the Deimos, we have the Buck, it seems like a push for above, but I don't see anything to stop it, such as to stop any roaming or flanking here. I'd really like to see a gridlock over the side of Backshots, but now we're just going to have to wait and see.
Exactly. Now, Rocks, they need to pull everything out now. They need to bring out the sacred strap book. They need to have everything ready and for this to go perfectly for them, or else they're not going to be able to see that third ban.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, don't jinx them just yet. We're going to see a lot of rat plays, especially with the fact that we've just had Ace get switched off, Ram get switched off, and Sledge be brought. So, they know they have to go upstairs. They know they have to open up all the floor above. Ashe is open, so they don't even have to worry about getting to site. It's just about who's going to be smarter here. I have a question for you. I've just seen a lot of intense plays, a lot of intense games. This Legion has now still got his Legion in pockets. But we also have Deimos being able to check Kaid and Castle. There's 2 operators who are in sight. Or I guess Castle's actually not. Castle's first floor of service. So for now, whether it rings out with shots or fires, we're going to have to be ready to see what's happening. I'm going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. Just wondering 2 things. I've noticed it now, and I want to ask you. Castle, UMP, do you put an extended barrel on him, or do you put a compensator?
I put compensator. I do.
I don't.
I don't put extended barrel on. Oh, console. Yes. I put extended barrel on him. But I'm somewhat new to the PC side of playing. So that's most likely why.
No,
okay.
I'm one of the few players that use it. It does not matter. Tazi tags out Hyde. He wasn't tracking him, but he just caught him by the toes. But it gets answered back. Another one, and a knife ringing out from JLo. Oh, sorry, getting knifed by JLo. So how is this working out? Ace and Ram being the last 2 operators left. Actually, boys, this round is not looking good for you. 4v2.
Oh, hitting them Fenrir and the Legion charges. It's not looking great at the minute. However, the last time we did see a 2 versus 4 in favor of Rocks Horizons, it was clutch for Backshot Boys. So unless they can pull it off again and take this series, not the series, sorry, this game, and that will be a great win for them. However, with the time remaining and with the lineup they have at the minute, because they haven't dealt much with these mirror windows as of yet, but I think it's looking a little dire.
You're right about that being dire, but there's a much bigger problem going on now. They know they have to clear as much of sight as possible. Yes, the Ram is able to do it. They don't know anybody else is. There's bulletproof there's default comms as well and drones, all here to cause enough trouble and give enough intel to the side of the defenders. So at this point, Ace just has to run in, hope, and go, and it might not work out in their favor. There we go, sprint through, but he's actually taken out while upstairs, so that does mean there's another operator upstairs above, shooting him through the floor. Oh, Castle, never mind, gets him through the wall instead.
Rox Horizon finding their footing in the defense there, playing it very nicely. But I feel like with this game, everything happens instantly within 15 seconds. No matter where it is. So it's either late game, 15 seconds, the very last 15 seconds, or the first 15 seconds. It's either or.
Taking a precaution here is going to be a little bit of a time waste. Dokebi, Blackbeard, Knock. I like Knock, especially on this map where she can sneak up staircases, sneak down. There's not a big difference to travel like other maps, such as, let's say, Emerald Plains, something like that. But on this map, it's very tight. There's a lot of close corners, and there's a lot of things to face check if you are not droning. So, we have the Blitz, we have the Blackbeard, we have the Knock at Deimos as well. Deimos is being switched off, though, for the Glass. So, back to the first round setup. They're planning to shut this out how they originally wanted to and show us the strat that they had planned. No mute jammers, though, this time. So, we've got a Valkyrie, Goyo, Ella, Mira, and Mute inside of the defense. And the attacking lineup has switched to include a Thermite. I do believe that they're not entirely sure which site this is now.
I mean, I'm trying to think if this is going to be a rush or not. I think this is a fast execute, but not a rush. However, this admin hold is very aggressive. That mirror window is going to do absolute bits, though. But there's actually no one on it at the minute, which is a bit surprising.
Definitely about that. The weird thing is, like, I do like to bring Thermite on the site if I'm attacking that specific one wall. Otherwise, even that, I still bring an Ace or a Striker or something like that. But now, I'm not going to ask questions out because they might have a better plan than I know. But here it comes out. Walls are going to get breached. Goyos are being destroyed. Anis is ringing out. That's 2 of 3 Goyos burned already. And Flores drone flies up. Can't clear enough of sight. Nope, but it does. Luckily, that should reach the barbed wire. Blitz being pushed out from the yellow stairs. Cannot rush up without getting hit with this impact. Bang, takes a little bit of chip damage. But there's a Flores drone now pushing out, but it actually works out in their favor. Thermite getting a long angle, taking out Goyo.
Very nicely played to flush him away with that Roteo drone. As they're going to start making their way in towards side, as the C4 will claim Boaster, but a good flank as well, trying to claim that Glaz, as he will actually go down, but the Bliss is here to help, putting him down to only about 20 HP, able to use the smoke to get the res off. However, Plant starts to go down. Not sure if they have any information of the plant going down, but it's just the Blackbeard remaining. As the Mirror will try and go for the rush, and there you go. Fire will pick up 2 to end the round and keep them in this game.
Definitely not about that. Just a little bit worried looking at how this is coming out from them. 6-3. Backshot boys are on attack. They're not doing as well as I had hoped. So now they're just going to have to sit there and take it. We're going to have to see Clash be banned. We're going to have to probably see Goyo here. Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
And then Blitz. There you go.
Fenrir, so no dog in them tonight.
I mean, you did predict that one as soon as the defense round started.
Yeah. But
so there's no shock for that one at all.
That means Goyo's still on the table, and that's a bigger fear. Legion, Sauce, Mute, Lucy, Mira being brought on the side of the defense. Dokebi, Grim, Sledge, Deimos, and Buck being brought on the side of the attack now.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
I do like the bringing that they have brought the Solus, since it's not your usual picks, which you normally see in like ranked. The Solus is obviously entirely there, since assuming Rox Horizons can see if they're bringing anything. Well, I was going to say the Blitz, but the Blitz is banned out. But anything which is like pre-placed cameras, which someone's sitting on, you can see them a lot easier, and that will make, well, Backshot boys life a lot harder in this situation. So the Solus is great, but it's somewhat situational.
10 seconds left.
To answer your question, it's a bit of a red pill, blue pill sort of situation where
5 seconds.
you either make your life harder or you make sure that you have the protection. In this case, they're planning for an upstairs defense and planning for an upstairs hold. So the Sauce is good, especially if the fact she can stop the diffuser. But if she can go down to the first floor as well, that's still a massive option just to try and use the shotgun, use the SMG-11, use the bulletproof. A lot of intel to be brought, but now they know the attack are going to try and force them. That's what they did last time. They tried to go for the rush. If they didn't have the intel, the bulletproof, they would not have known that they were already in sight.
I mean, can you see what I see on the Backshot Boys side?
I do.
Something a little bit different.
Something that's going to go bump in the night, is what I'm saying. But we'll have to wait and see. Maybe Nock will sprint one time or not. But Deimos is here to cause him enough trouble. Let's just hope this Ashe knows what she's planning.
Now, the Nook, I feel like has a secretly inbuilt silent step sometimes. Because the amount of times which I'm playing Siege or watching it entirely, and the Nook is able just to sneak up absolutely anywhere she likes, is absolutely insane. But going from east, just trying to keep quiet, as we won't most likely see anything come from Sleben until most likely late round once they start doing a couple rotates over. But Prax is going to be spotted out on this position here inside a lounge as they're going to try and cut him off. He does know that Sleben's lurking around the rotate, but they're just trying to cut him off from going back into Spiral. But the minute and a half he's wasted a bunch of time as Baloo's going to be starting off onto Boaster.
Impact bringing out to maybe cause a distraction. Your sense being used. Blackbeard being down though, and Hiller's the Solus taking Sense down to 2 HP, but does get the kill. Here's the problem. You're on a 3v5 with a dead man walking. No way to reset him and keep him back alive. You know that not a lot of things they can do. They have to join it. They have to call it. This Ashe and this Nock are going to have to be the pains everyone needs to see. The shots ring out. Even with the smash mirror, it's not going to be enough. They know there's a player who calls it. Come
left and right. Going left and right, It's never-ending battle as a lovely quick peek will take out Baloo and a lovely second for Tazzy. As able to collect those kills and make it into Backshot Boys' advantage. Now, do they know about BMS slowly creeping up with this shotgun? I think Sleben does, since he's holding the angle. And there you go. A lovely one-tap from that Nook. 20 seconds remaining. Fire is all that stands between losing this game and taking them to another round. He's able to pick up one, makes them drop the diffuser, takes the swing onto Sleben, but he's able to finish it off. And that's a very good game.
I don't know what to say. Oh my god, that's the Deimos skin? Didn't even realize.
Oh my lord.
Terrifying. I understand now why the opponents were so afraid. I didn't want to fight that thing anymore. Yeah, it does look like Rey Mysterio. But at the moment, that's what my uncle asked. So for now, here we are. Triple X, everything here, punish us. We've got a couple more matches to go. I want to hear your quick opinion on this, and then we'll go for a break.
Rox did very well to draw back the last 3 rounds. They played it very nicely, almost perfectly if you wanted to. A little bit was struggling between Backshot Boys going really slow, then really quickly. It seems like Backshot Boys playing very fast in a 15-second period is what won them most of them their rounds. However, Rox did capitalize on when they started to play slow on the attack. It gave them time to prepare, etc., rather than running into nothing like when they're on the attack. But other than that, it was a great game between the two of them regardless. I thought it was honestly a lot tighter than 7-4, 7-3. But if we play that game again on a different map, I genuinely believe that Rox Horizons could pull out a different score.
Probably agree with you, but also the fact that I know how these guys are playing this. I know it's a bit different. I know it's a bit strange. So I'm just thinking about, I'm calling it out. They had to have some sort of idea. It's either that, hey, it's going to work out in their favor, or they just want to shut it out. The smart plays, the quick straps, the being aggressive. It seems like the concept was probably a trap. They baited their enemy into making sure they wanted a map that they got. and it's worked out for them. So
Yeah.
now I'm going to end that there. We'll come back to you guys in a second. We're going to go for a quick break. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope you're trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you're with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. For you. I'm looking for you. For you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Be a pilot. Be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now. must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. 'Cause being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. 'Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. I'm looking for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot.
Welcome back,
and
everyone.
Welcome back. Oh,
You
sorry,
take us
Phil,
off for it.
switch
Don't
to
worry. Do it.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. We've waited so long for this. We just want a game. We just want a game. But we finally have a game. We've dabbled between about 3 games so far. But I think we have finally decided on one. Do you want to start us off with it?
So, after a lot of debate and arguing and fighting and me getting into a cage match here with Cries, I can tell you I win. But I can also tell you that GK versus Project Zero is our match today. Finally, let's head on to the map bans and then we can discuss more. We're just going to wait and see. Bans are done.
Cafe.
So, Cafe, my favorite map. I got my cardboard box. Let's do this. Nighthaven Labs was the first ban, and Cafe's gonna be the decider. Defensive start, though, that means we have Team Geeke on attack. That's rough for them, but hopefully Packball's got something planned. Let's head into the match. I love the beauty that is Christmas time on Cafe.
Well, we see Cafe quite a fair bit actually during more T1 games, since there's more, well, universal things you can do with this map. However, it's nice to see T2/T3 teams doing it, since it adds a new kind of like layer to it, if you wanted to. But between these two teams, they both have a really good chance of smacking the other one out here, basically.
You're damn right about that, with an Sammy and a Monty gone. Getting, a little bit of safety towards the building might not be a good thing here. So let's see. I'm going to say Doc, just because spawn peeking's been a little bit of a theme today. But,
Hold on.
we're just going to see. Who's your attacker?
Oh, I'm going to say Ying.
You could have said Ying anyway. We've had Ying every stream now. So Ying is gone. Clash is gone. But we have Gridlock, Brava, Habana, and Ash. And I gotta love the W7M teamwork. Everyone having the same background. Even muting the other team.
Skeptic's joining him.
Does that mean it get a 6v4? I feel like it does.
Yeah, just team kill everyone.
Attackers need to locate
Just C4.
Team kill everyone, Skeptic.
they can.
Well, for now.
No,
We have an interesting
we have
team.
an odd one. I'm more thinking about bomb site, pal. We've started off at dining and reading. Strange one. But sure. I would have thought it would have been maybe kitchen or cocktail first, but Project Zero have other plans.
Hold on, were you counting these players out? No. You gotta remember, half of this player is the old myth roster with Aki from Secret, and then, just a lovely pulse to spawn peek, do whatever runouts he needs to do. See, everyone's just chatting, everyone's having fun. It's Christmas time here, even though it's summer, so don't worry about it. Christmas in July, everyone loves that, right?
Definitely not mid-July. I've got my birthday first to go through, right, in a couple of days, and then I look forward to Christmas. I don't know, Halloween first, then look forward to Christmas.
You don't Christmas in July? Come on, that's not fair. Ash, hopefully maybe going to be able to get a run out here, actually, onto her. Nope, she gets up safely. So does Nomad, but you can still see Skeptic sitting next to this window where at any point he could just decide to do it. Pulse is out there with the scanner, beeping as much as he can, getting ready to call out. People are here and waiting. There's still a shield ready outside watching, so any drones coming out being used might have seen him, but I don't think it did. Just a very quiet start of the round, and Hungry gets the first kill, walking up and just shooting through the wall.
That drone definitely did see him coming on the way down then, since obviously Hungary taking that really aggressive swing onto Skeptic. Being a little bit dangerous, but obviously high risk, high reward. Now, it seems like they've taken their time trying to take control of Cigar at the minute, and Cigar shop, since obviously we do have only a minute 45 remaining, but there is still a lot of work to do at the minute to try and take this vertical. Without it, you're not going to make any progress towards site, unless you just go for a quick rush plant and all in all fails. Something goes drastically wrong.
Sadly, both C4s have either been used or taken off the table, so not a very lucky play, but Roderick might be able to get this person rotating on white. But they can't just immediately go for the play. Oh, and Skyper gets one just nice cross as they tried to. But Pulse is still below. No C4s, so it's just a very slow play. What do you think is going to happen? It's a 3v5.
I think Skipper's going to shoot the shit. That's what Katsu there. So Cactus. Jesus, that caught me off guard very quickly. But, I mean, it seems like they're delaying really nicely Project Zero. It's just they haven't set themselves up in better positions for refrags. Now, they can take maybe the one, maybe two picks as a little forfeit. However, both of these shields coming towards him aren't going to shoot. So one shield going towards him would be Gridlock and Ash, but Rowan's going to be finishing it off all the way outside on Hell. Is it going to be was it a flawless?
It was a flawless. Nobody went down. Well, Blitz went down, but was not finished. So you just got to remember this, that a flawless only counts if everyone's still standing. But for now, just got to wait and see. As you can see, first pick, second pick, jump ins. Oh, wow. Gridlock, Nomad, Blitz, Ash, and Habana. It seems to be the same roster going around and around. Question for you.
Yeah, hit me.
You were confused with why they went to that middle floor. Now they're going to kitchen. Are you upset about that as well?
No, not at all. At all. Kitchen and cocktail, best size. Always will be. Reading and dining is my third pick. Mining is, I'd say, the worst out of all four to go to. You do a simple rotation between kitchen or cocktail, whichever's more comfortable, and then the third pick will always be reading and dining, because it's just not great. It's really not great of a sight.
Well, that's your decision. I know for a fact that is not mine. How this game is played, at least for me, I do actually like mining quite a bit. But with the Goyo being set up upstairs, hatch being closed, perfect idea. So that means the moment they try to open it, there's going to be fire either down below or on them directly. It's always important to either waste time or stop the hold. But these are a tier 2, well, tier 1 team, really. And all I've got to think is, my boy Pax got this one way or another, but I want to see what Skeptic and the Myth roster can do. I understand it's Project Zero, but Project Zero is just a reset to the best team in EU, right?
Oh, hold on, slandering G2 here. Best team EU.
I don't know if Fabian was here. Where is he? Huh? That's the old roster. That's not the new. So let's believe in Project Zero. Let's see what they can do.
Now, I feel like with Project Zero, they've got something up their sleeve. They could bring us into a very good game here. But the main thing which they need to do is, like I said, start with these refrags, since they were playing very split in split situations where they couldn't help a teammate out. Maybe go with a battle buddy, play in a situation where you can help each other out. Whereas this time, you can see there's not much of a roam. They're all sitting mostly inside of sight, or at least lurking around, maybe towards coats. As you see Skipper getting the hatch open finally. Obviously that Goya, as you stated, does get popped. But all in all, they need to disrupt these positions which they're in at the moment. So like towards Christmas, you see Delia over there on the left as the Melusi, tucked by the brown stairs. There's just a lot of rat plays which Project Zero are going to be playing.
They haven't heard about rat plays, but they've got a bigger problem. There's a rat caught in the trap right now, and this sledge is baiting it. Just trying to hope to see if there's any player in code check, which we know there is. But that's not the biggest problem when Melusi gets her own pick on the cap, start taking her off the board, but Gridlock does answer and finally get Melusi. So a 4v4, but really there's a dead man walking, and Clash goes down as well to this Maestro. They know the player in code check's being an absolute mess, but they cannot take him out. So they're just still watching from above, but Packbull just swings and gets the kill. Lucky, Cactus is out now. It's a 3v3 with man still tagged. Dangerous.
Well, they need to start getting this execute down, since with 40 seconds remaining, they've really got to decide between play for Diffuser or play for Frags. With Roic still on the vertical, coming straight down now, as Aki gets a pick. Able to get the trade off there, though, but they need to start making their way towards site. They have Diffuser on their, on tables. However, it's more of if they're holding it or not, whereas Rorik's going to be making it straight away going towards site, but going to be intercepted by Skeptics as it's all down to Packball in a 1 versus 2 C4 rip. Not sure where it's been placed, as above rotate, I think. As he'll make his way in. He's split between two defenders, but it'll be Yaki to finish it off instead.
Just watching him run through the fire and flames, preparing, just waiting for that moment it drops. It's going to be somebody to run through, but no, that's not how it works. I've got to say, these guys are really living up to their force this time. Seeing the fact that they're not giving it up at all. Project Zero is here to show it. Okay, that was 4 puns about Dragon Force. It's my bad. I wasn't even intentional. Gridlock Ram sends Capital Brava. We've got 2 of the same guns on Capital Brava, which is kind of good, which I actually do like the gun. What do you think?
Attackers need to locate and defuse
For the lineup wise,
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they want to delay time as much as possible, since most of the time if you're going to bring an Echo, it's either for A, just a sugar ton more intel, or B, purely just to deny that plan. Obviously, you could deny that plan, you need to delay as much as you can. You've got that Jaeger, which is going to be denying, I'm not sure, the shield from the Echo. I've lost my brain. That hour break has confuzzled me, I'm not going to lie to you.
Don't worry.
On the offense side, like, I am fried. On the offense side, go on.
On the offense side, as you've been trying to say 4 times, we have Gridlock, Brava, Nomad, which means we've got 2 roam. Like, I'm not going to say suppression tools because at the moment they haven't been able to stop much. They don't need to. But now we have the Ash and we have the Habana. We've got the shield down, so the Jaegers are going to be prepared to play behind this piano shield. But it's not the only thing they're prepared for. They've got Claymores for days on Ash. They've got the G36C, which I do like as gun, but it's not as nice as the R4C. Hatch has been opened immediately, not even going to have to be worried about it. Oh, and Hungry gets a nice pick onto Aki. That's gonna have to be the repel. I'm pretty sure that's a Jaeger getting a little bit too aggressive on the windows.
If you're losing the Jaeger a little bit too early, that's an important gun in my opinion. The 416 carbine being one of, if not the best gun which there is in Siege at the moment. That's if you're going basically off of stats, but losing Aki very early is not the greatest, since at the moment he's, well, one of your top fraggers in the last 2 rounds. Plus he has great positioning, which I did see as well. Now, Skeptic, wondering how long he's actually going to be holding on to this rat play inside a cigar, since it's, I'm going to say, a good 90% going to be droned out. However, GK, well, specifically Rorik, wanting to rotate on over, trying to get any information on the other side, as Skipper's going to be taking out Skeptic. There you go, that's what I mean about that rat play. It's not the greatest, but I think he actually moved into cigar box. As make that 2 for him, as he will take out Cactus as well.
But he finally gets taken out and down. Yuruni getting the shots. Now it's time for the person on piano to either try and peek or not. They know they have the long rangers, they know have to keep going for the triggers, but cannot land the shot. Luckily, still trying to bait the enemy into trying to hopefully push up close. They know where people are, but doesn't line up correctly. Packbull gets the long line of sight and takes him out. Bell's ringing out, but you're in the middle of the open. You gotta explain to me, what's the luck with the 555? I don't understand it.
I have no clue. The only thing I can relate it to is if you're -1 on all the numbers. That's the only thing I could think of it for.
That's old. That's different.
I know. Sorry, I won't bring it up again. My bad. Now, I had something going on in my head, and I completely forgot.
Well, you're absolutely useless today, so leave it to me. Right now, we get to see the bands. I'm saying, not a Rooney. We're going to lose something important. Mutant Brava. That's 2 very important bands, actually. So that means Mozzie could be played instead of the Mutant. But the fact that Brava's gone means that Kebby might have to be brought. We're just going to have to wait and see. Grim Ash being brought, Flores, Hassan, Lucy, Fenrir, Goyo, and Valk. Everyone who's ready to fight or get intel is out. So Dokebi and Valkyrie being on opposing fronts here is dangerous. If you take out the Dokebi early enough, it can save the Valkyrie cameras. If not, their cams are your cams.
Exactly. Now, for their defenses, they've won 1 defense, which was Kitchen. They lost Reading quite dramatically. Then they lost upstairs. I'm surprised they're not actually going back to upstairs, since I think they had a lot better chance than going for Reading here, in my opinion.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Really? After that display? I might have to ask you to explain, but for now, I think I'm a wee bit more worried on the fact that they didn't change their operators this time round.
Remaining.
So they have this plan set out now. As I said, Pac-Bull's listening. He can hear me, I'm sure of it. There's a calls coming from inside the house, with Ace now being switched from Deimos and Dokebi being switched to Deimos. Shotgun in hand on Deimos as well. Do we have any other weird loadouts this time around?
No, we've seen a bandit shotgun. We didn't see the yellow shotgun. We've got Deimos shotgun. Have we had any more?
Do not believe so for today, but we'll have to come back to it. For now, these players on Geek are getting aggressive, getting up the site as quickly as they can. A lot of people say you can't get anywhere near getting into site for Cafe, but this just shows easy to do. Wow. So Deimos has Castle, Malusi, Fenrir, and Goyo. That's 4. All he's missing is that Valkyrie, and if anyone can ping the camera even once, it's going to completely shut them down.
I mean, he's most likely going to be using it either on that Goyo if they have any intel of him being downstairs, or most likely if they want to specifically target someone upstairs, which that Castle will not be a bad pick since he's one of the 3 who are upstairs. But needing to take out that vertical, like I said, is very, very crucial. As Skipper's laying down a whole minefield, as he's struggling to put down his claymore in the right position. Now, the Skipper picking up Skeptics. I think that's twice in a row that Skipper's taken out Skeptics as the first pick. So it goes both ways, but like I said, holding to the vertical is definitely needed. Now, they do quite a good job of that. However, GK kind of just dissect it. Not perfectly, but very decisively. This is what I mean. They take one pick, and then a little while later, they'll take another, and they'll drop off in a 5 versus 3, which then they get cut off for it. 5 versus 2, make that 4 versus 2, make that 4 versus 1. As we're down to the last player, Cactus. I'm not sure if they know. Oh, never. It's all done for here now, as Rexon will be finishing off the round.
I can't believe you were saying, oh, you know what? They're not going to know. They have a Deimos. We know Deimos is track Malusi. We know the rules of the game, and so do they. This is Rainbow Six Siege. We hunt, hunt, hunt. You cannot get away. You cannot hide in your objective home site. And now I know that T is Pac-Bull's push to talk. I do not have it as that. My keybinds are very different. Gridlock being switched back again, but we got a hint. We might see Deimos again.
Attackers need to locate.
But 3-1 in favour of GK. On Cafe, it's not the worst if Project Zero make this a 3-3 split. A 3-3 split isn't the worst in almost any situation. But either way, if they're able to bring back 2 of these rounds, that'll be more than acceptable for them. Now, for the Kitchen, they won that very decisively. They didn't roam. They went for a little lurk on the first floor, but it wasn't a full bunker. Brought it to a 2v2, and then finished it out as a 2 versus 0. But I see a lovely, lovely fuse. Can't go wrong with the fuse. Unless you're playing hostage, then you've somewhat made a mistake. But
5 seconds remaining.
fusing the entirety of Kitchen, like I said, it's one of the greatest things. Fuse is one of the greatest things, just overall in general. He can do so much damage across a massive field. It's like a little strafing run of bombs. It's great. But the roam clear from the Dokkaebi is going to be good. Bye-bye, Rorik. Going to Aki. I think that was not a spawn peek, but I think maybe a pre-fire all the way from behind Bakery. Just a little bit of a cheeky one, if you must say, but there will go that sledge. You still have the vertical potential. Skipper still available to be used. However, it's not as much. Actually, it'll be about, I'd say maybe the same. Maybe a little bit better, the buckets, but it's still a player down. Not an optimal position to be in, but you need to keep that fuse alive just to get all that utility, since Goyo's, Malusi's, and Evil Eyes, they're going to slow you down quite a fair bit. But Pac-Bull able to take out Aki, a very, very delayed refrag, but it's still available there for him. Well, the Warden being gone, obviously, well, there's only 4 flashes and no smoke grenades, so it's not going to really bother him that much. Having the Warden gone, there's no Ying, obviously, on the board to make things awkward, but there is still a Blitz, which would have made, well, once made life harder. Well, in this position it would have, yes, but obviously the Warden is gone. Halfway point of the round, making the way down Brown, but Rexon takes a trade, that is. Which is very funny, but Rexon not liking the trade as he's hopping onto all chat already.
Would you like the trade? I don't think I would. For now, Fuse is being brought. The site is downstairs. Gods are just going to have to keep ringing out. People trying to get the angle. They know everyone's downstairs on the first floor. Nobody's on the second. But as long as the drones are up, because at the moment, there's only 5 drones up and one's still in somebody's pocket. So whether this helps them in the long run or it's going to just be empty information, is going to be very important. There's that 6th drone now being used. And Fuse charges are bringing out. Here we go. The hatch can be opened now. So I'm wondering something. They're clearing out as much as they can at a bakery. They've got Maestro cameras still set up, have not been destroyed yet. I don't think he's going to use them for anything. He'll switch them back and forth. But for now, those cameras are going to be really devastating for you until somebody can take them out with either a frag grenade on Osa or just hopefully pray and get it. It looks like he is going to get it. The information and the plant is going to go down. The flank did work out, but they only got Pack. It's still a 2v2. Diffuser down. Here comes the flank from Myth. But that did detonate the little red pipe. Can they get the swing onto Osa here? Melusi is close on the wall. Maestro's there, being able to ping as well and give the information that they call it. And there's still a player above. The impact rings out, but she's pushed back and killed. Now they just got to focus on the player above while covering the defuse. They know the players has to drop the hatch. Doesn't all the time, but he does get the kill for Buck. Can he get the kill? He can! And now that's the clutch and the defuse.
Very nicely played from Cactus there, just hopping off defuse just last second to help with his teammate. He's got enough bullets in that LMG, just to keep pre-firing from days on end and able to pick up the kill. Enough bullets will definitely do the job. But that round, very nicely done from Project Zero, though.
Very well said. I do think they should go for a bit more of the aggressive play. It seems to be working out for them. Maybe even a spawn peak here too, because that's how most of the people play this map. All right, how do you like to have it? Man advantage or at least equal? Would you take the risk? Yes or no?
What, taking the drop?
No, taking the spawn peak for this map.
Oh.
How do you play it? Man advantage or risk the man advantage? Or go for it just equal, 5v5?
Risk it. Easy. If you start off on the right foot and hit them with a spawn peak, they're going to be, let's say your spawn peak goes well, round 1. They're going to be petrified of a spawn peak and checking it. Those extra 10 seconds they take for checking for spawn peaks is going to be immense. You could do so much with them 10 seconds, but it's entirely to slow them down. Even if you do a little bit of damage, it's still great, because they know that we're going to be spawn peeking. Because I can remember a time where spawn peeking was pretty much not a thing a couple years ago for Siege Comp. No one almost ever spawn peeked. But now it's, for some reason, skyrocketed, which is great. I love it.
You and me are two very different people. I actually prefer the 5-on-5 fight, or even a 1vx fight. That's just how I enjoy my life, because I don't trust my right teammates enough. But when it comes to this comp, as you said, it is very important to get into their heads, get that mental state going, and be able to shut these players out. But as you can see, this IQ does not care, just rushes straight through Bakery, hopefully going for this person on stairs, barely missing them, but now running back out, putting the pressure on and putting the just whatever a skipper can do to shut down and cause as much havoc as possible for his team. But then the enemy seems to work out best for them. No one's there this time. Sorry, Melusi, you're gonna have to try again in a second.
I was expecting Melissa just to straight jump out, to be honest, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be want to go anywhere towards that side. I think, I won't lie to you, Cafes is somewhat basic map. You see either the same thing or a slight adaptation to the same thing you usually see. Whether obviously that's either with a mirror holding upstairs or just your basic setup. Everyone just top floor holding respective angles. And then your key thing be holding Christmas. I feel like there needs to be a little change. Something needs to be tweaked, I say. And I know it's your favourite map. Sorry for the disrespect.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I couldn't agree more, but here comes the disrespect ring out. Hungry being teased by the player bottom of White Stairs. Valkyrie just trying to cause as much trouble as he can and waste a bit of time. Hatch is getting open. Christmas has a rotate now. Oh, whether or not this person in Cigar can get the kill on the person in even A. They have that long angle, but Valkyrie running out of the wrong side. Almost could have got the person repelled on the balcony. But for now, it's time to go back. You have a minute left. Everyone's still alive. No real engagements have happened.
I mean, taking this very slowly, maybe what Project Zero needed, but like I said, they dropped very, very slowly. Speaking of which, Rexon taking a frag kill, so still no gunfights, as you said. But obviously, even if he moved, the gunfight would have happened and would have been taken out. There goes Malusi from the hands of Skipper as they're waiting for a little flanker on Christmas as they've made their way towards site. The cover is there from Skylight, from Rorik, as the plant will still continue to go down. I don't think there's any Maestro cameras to stop it neither, but a 5 versus 2 situation with 40 seconds remaining. It's not looking great for Project Zero at the minute, as Cactus trying to pick up 1, but he still has 4 more to go. He does have enough bullets, but does he have the skill for it? Time ticks down. I don't think it's going to be much. His Skipper's going to try and run for a knife, I think that was. But after a bombardment of flashes, Rorik will be there to finish off Cactus.
I do think that first flash just lightly cut the corner, so it did not go in the room. That's why IQ thought, oh, I can go for a knife, he's flashed. Didn't work out in that way, but they do get the round in the end. Here we go, let's see as a quick recap for the first. I do believe that Grim actually threw an EMP. That's why the bulletproof camera didn't see the plant go down.
Ah, good eye, good eye.
First ban, Grim and Mira. You can't have the... I don't know what you're talking about. 8 out of 10 cats. But now, we just have to wait and see. Here's the problem I'm noticing now. Mira's been taken off the board very early. It's very good. Grim, though, wasn't last match. Sorry, last half of the match. So I have a feeling GK know what they don't want to see. But whether their Project Zero can adapt to that and show them, see, sense is gone. Either this is them doing their research, or this is them hopefully banning out what they think is going to happen, and that might just be a waste of a ban.
No. Clearly, GK knows something about Project Zero. I feel like they wouldn't ban Sens unnecessarily. Since they still want as many points as they can, they're not going to take any chances, I don't think. But banning out the Sens unnecessarily, we're not watching mid intentions anymore when they play Pacific. We're a little bit further more into it.
Well, still a great first match, really funny, really good plays. But here we get to see why Siege is fun while being strategic. That was just fun because, you know, enjoy the game. We have the Echo being brought, we have an Ella, we have a Tuberel, we have a Goyo, and a Fenrir. Nothing for wall denial, except for maybe the EMPs in Goyo's pocket. But everything to slow down the enemy as much as they can and hopefully take a good post plant. For the side of the attack, we have Ash, we have a Sledge being brought instead of a Blackbeard now, we have a Monty, and we have Brava, who can hack all of the gadgets. The weird thing is still the gridlock in this. I probably would put the Nomad. We know the fact that Packbull's gonna be aggressive, but so is Skipper. Skipper's trying to go for those double digits this match, and he's gonna get it one way or another.
You see a lot. It's like an open floor plan kind of site setup here. Having as many long angles as you can to apply as much pressure as possible. So obviously if you try and take a quick rush entry, it's just going to make life very difficult. Because you're going to be paranoid from these angles, since that's called phantom pressure. But having as much phantom pressure, most likely due to vertical. But speaking of which, Skipper, applying pressure for himself, that'll be that Bravo gone. So that means these echo cameras are going to be sitting quite comfortably. Not allowing it. I mean, Rexon's not having it today. He's not liking today. Who's upsetting?
I have a feeling that he didn't want to be playing for this long. He thought it'd be over. He thought he'd get all. But Hungry not checking his above, not having his ears open on his phone. He's playing Rainbow Six Mobile. I'm calling it now. Now, you're just gonna have to be prepared for a 4v4 But this Ella is still in bakery, holding a tight position with her gun, but also with a shield. As much as they want to, Monty's gonna have to rotate. They do not have the time. Hatches can be open, but as you can see for now, Rexon's just waiting, hoping somebody will push him. Who do you think's gonna win in a fight? Aki or Rexon?
Oh. Ooh. I think entirely of the mentality, Rexon. Rexon will win it out purely from the mentality he has at the minute. Since, I hate to say it, having an ego in Siege is confidence. And having confidence meaning you will love doing what you do. Whether that's swinging or holding passively, it's what you need. Entirely what you need. But the best mentality will win the game. Always will.
Well, that's an interesting idea, but I think we might get the answer soon. But now, Deli's going to have to push out the player in Cloakroom, while Monty's going to have to swing down the stairs and hopefully put enough pressure where something can happen. Because it's 30 seconds left. Before people are still out, they haven't even pushed into sight yet. There's still Ella, everyone's holding positions. They cannot move. You have to make the play, or you have to answer your wish. Because at the moment, Aki might just drop into sight. This could be a huge play, but there is the answer I was asking. Skeptic get Skippy. Rexon gets Skeptic. Monty drops the hatch, pushes in. Fenrir gas coming out. Fear toxin scaring everyone. While one player is still in the objective. They do not have the time. It's a 1v3 and the Ella gets it. Rexon versus Deli. And then Roderick gets one. But Aki gets Rorik. My brain just did not want to say that.
I keep wanting to say Roderick.
I feel like there should be a D, but there's no D, so it's Rorik.
It just feels very awkward to say, but unsure what Hungry was doing. Having a little bit of a chill. See on the replay there, but Plant went down after they did multiple amounts of trades, but they had the better positioning in the end. Notice all the players were actually outside of sight, and they left Freeze's section and the Sinks all alone. So they just decided just to force their way straight into sight and made the correct decision of planting.
You're right about that, and the fact that we do get to see Packball and the Kide now, there's going to be a little bit of fear, because they've been trying to spawn pick. The Valkyrie's going to spawn pick. We know what's going to happen. But I get a tiny bit of fear, because I can see something kind of nuts about to start here. It's 4-3. They need 3 rounds to win it out for GK, 4 for Project Zero. Project Zero have been very slow in the attack the last 2 rounds. I have a feeling that that's going to give GK what they want to be aggressive. You can see the Cav hiding in the corner. As long as she is not spotted on the drones, that is a huge operator to get a lot of picks with. And Packball, as I said, just waiting with his big barrel. But for now, you're just going to have to wait and see. Did he reinforce all of Christmas? No, he didn't. Okay, good. Just one half of bathroom. Roik, there's Hungry on the cameras trying to give out any sort of call out for a spawn peak, but they cannot do it. Oh, here comes the time. If a Deimos cans the Cav and the Cav gets the interrogation, who's the advantage?
I honestly think that Cav will have... If Cav gets an interrogation whilst Deimos is tracking, it will still be the Cav regardless for the amount of information which all the players get compared to just the one.
Alright, I'll accept that as a decent answer, but for now, we're gonna probably have that theory get put to the test. T4 brings out finally on the window, barely missing the person repelled. Capital Fire comes out, gets pushed out though. Here's the problem. Everyone knows that there's an impact, everyone knows that there's a lot of plays that can be made. But whether or not the defense have the intel they need so they can make the plays, or it's just all gonna have to be about confidence. There we go, 2 for Project Zero. Skeptic and Roderick have been taken off the board. EK, Hungry, Packbull, time to wakey wakey.
I'll say they've lost, I think that's 2 or 3 rounds, well, maybe potentially losing 2 or 3 rounds in a row. At the minute, I think it's 2. If they lose this one, that will be the 3rd. After they won, I think it was 4-2 split, if I'm not mistaken, but Delhi taking out Rex and Hungry still lurking around waiting to try and collect someone, but I think, never mind, the drone did spot him as they're going to be somewhat directing their aim towards the red stairs, since being interrogated by that cab is somewhat going to be the worst thing to ever happen.
Well, if they could bait their teammate, maybe they might be able to get a kill with it. Somebody does just drop into Launchy, and Kaid, he sure heard him, but not entirely sure. But Deimos is tracking him to bring a little bit of fear to him. So now they just got to wait for the play. The Big pigs come out, but there you go. Akpo wins it out, but there's the interrogation for one. The interrogation for two if he wants to, but he has to get out and get safety. There's somebody on pillars, and the last one, Hungry, ends it with 3 on Kavira. The gun is terrifying enough. No need for the interrogation.
Losing out that round, I'm unsure how it happened. After having the advantage of 2 extra players, oh my lord. I mean, here at this situation, Packball should not have gained this kill onto Aki. Aki should have maybe played it a little bit safer and waiting for a teammate to arrive and trying to secure this plant just a little bit more. But after that, it should have been just straight. Take your time, play it as you should. I think it was a little bit of just silly mistakes playing on there on Project Zero's behalf.
I think you're right about that, but right now I'm having a brain aneurysm trying to figure out if we need to nerf Cav or not, because at the moment that was nuts. But for now, that was just a pocket play. It almost didn't pay out, but luckily it did in this case. Here's the bigger problem we have now. We have a Legion, we have a Finn, we have an Echo, we have a Melusi, and we have a Mozzie. But in the offense, they switched off of the Deimos, giving it to Aki, keeping Gridlock, Monty, Nomad, and Ace, meaning they're going to try and open up the walls here. Here's the thing, at this point, just bring an Amari and go upstairs. If we're getting played like it's ranked stars, treat them that way. Come on, Project Zero, you can win this. Is it going to be a spawn pick? I don't think it is. They are afraid, though, because they know the aggressive playstyle of this team, where the runouts and everything come a bit later. As you can see with Project Zero, you do have to worry a little bit more here and there, just because of the fact we don't know how they want to play it. For now, no spawn picks are going to come out, luckily. It's totally late. 30 minutes, 30 seconds gone. People are still hiding upstairs in Christmas. People are waiting for the jump outs. Everyone is droning, but Ace is actually in a fight from the windows. Do you believe that was Melusi taking early pot shots at him, trying to get a little bit of damage? Akpo on the white stairs, trying to make sure that nothing can come through, while Brava is hacking a lot of the utility. Droning's coming out, being right operators. Deimos has nothing on scan, though. That is a very dangerous start to this, especially with an Echo on the board. You can see shots ringing out, barely missing players. Siege timing for you. Legion takes half damage, but walks away with his life. Oh, Deimos is still trying to ring out for a wallbang, hoping to get an early pick. I've gotta say, looking at how Myth is upheld upside down, they seem to have a lot of the intel they need, but mainly because of the Molly. But Benmir is in a fight and gets Aki, takes him off the board while while he's there to get a second one, getting off Skeptic. That's 2 massive picks taken on board, and Rexon gets a third. That's Cactus gone as well. That's Ace, Deimos, and Dokebi removed from the board. Gridlock and Bravo being the last 2 standing. Nades ringing out bit by bit. Gotta be prepared for this. Half health for 2 operators. That's still 5 men standing. Banner now, after that bang goes off, 2 people drop the red hatch, try to swing on an operator they cannot see. They can see the bullet traces, and that's it. Ulrich stays alive, but he's still being scanned. Look directly up, and he might be able to get it. Now the Echo drone comes out, stunned with the Echo and stunned with the F99. They have to back up and retreat. They do not take care of this Echo, it will become a menace. They know where it jumps, and they know what's going to happen. They finally get the F99, and they get one of the Mozzie drones gone. But there we go, finally getting the Echo drone taken off the board. 30 seconds left, and they're trapped on a staircase. In a fire situation, this is not what you want, but in a firefight, they might still be able to clutch it out. They might just have to go for the wallbang and get a lucky shot. They know how many people are upstairs, and they know how many people are on site. Whether they choose to push it or not is not going to work out in their favor. As you can see, wallbang's going out. That's Hungry getting the shot on the Bravo and taking her out, and Packball finishing off Gridlock. And I mean, 555 error code.
You can see that there's a lot of T-Bot which goes into the GK's defense compared to their offense. There's a lot more collectiveness in playing together, as obviously you can see from taking a flawless round, putting them onto match point. But you can see a lot of teamwork and planning has gone into these defenses for Cafe.
You're right about that, and especially for Cafe, a map that a lot of teams don't really care about or just ban out immediately. So there must be something GK knows, which I don't. Monty and Clash being taken off the board, so no more slow strats with shields. But now it's time to punish. 1 round away from winning, GK are going to try and close this out. Project Zero have to close out and win 4 in a row. Or 3 in a row, at least to try and get the match point. Deimos, Ace, Thermite, Blackbeard, and Ash. I'm terrified enough just because Blackbeard's now being rolled on the side of on the side of Project Zero. I understand that it's important, but they should have brought it earlier, I think, in my opinion.
I mean, you can kind of see like a little bit of like copy and paste for their lineups wise, because it seems like it's the same lineup but slightly tweaked between all sites. The Echo still remaining relevant for the kitchen though, since they did lose that with Hungry obviously dying from a vertical. Why do I keep getting hookups whenever I try and cast? Excuse me.
I think you're just upset with Hungry. Leave him alone. I guess you're hungry too, but the name's not supposed to make you hungry. I can say it 4 times for 5 different meanings. Doesn't matter though. For now, Buck is being brought. The whole lineup is basically changing around as well. And that's the Aurora being brought out. Maybe to try and secure the plant this time, or maybe just to shut certain rooms out. Your bakery and try to go for the default push. But for now, long angles. Impact will hopefully going to go for an early spawn peak, if I'm right. If not, just waiting, hopefully on our pillar and get a nice early spawn peak, or just a run out. But Aki actually puts themselves on the board, taking off the Ella, who's aggressive in small bakery.
They'll put Rorik down into the dirt, obviously with 8 kills, still running quite great. Keep tongue twisting myself, fumbling over my own words. But with that Ella gone, the Scorpion being out of service, but a lot of pressure onto Packball here while sitting inside a dining from Skeptic. Won't be surprised if he does take a drop just to be safe, but Skip is wanting to take the battle with him onto White, but that will be the Aurora taking out Wrexham, the all-chat demon.
Definitely with that. It looks like Project Zero is not going to give up just yet. They're dealing enough damage, especially to Pack and everyone else upstairs. But here comes the drone in the doors and the windows. They've strewn him out. They can see him. They have top floor control now, so they just got to worry about Skipper. If they know Skippy's up there, yes, they do. They get him off the white stairs, shutting him down. It's now just Pack. Hiding behind his little toy train for now. But a 2v5 nades ringing out, causing a little bit of damage here and there, but not being able to push him out of the corner yet. Buck is raining shots. He has been droned. Gets the first one on Skeptic. Might get the second, but no, Myth finally shuts him out.
I mean, with a minute remaining. Oof. What are you going to say?
No, I was saying a minute left, and he's trying to reinforce. Not the play. I was going to say, he had the chance. He could have just walked away. Hades Echo. He's got less than a minute. He's got 1 Echo drone left still in his pocket. Well, not in his pocket, on site. He could use it. Just wait for the plant to go down, then just keep annoying them. But it's not going to work out in his favor because he tries to reinforce. That's very unlucky. 6-4 to Project Zero, though. Sorry, 6-4 to 2 GK. But Project Zero and clutch it out. They won that round. They can win this one as well. Smoker, Rooney, Echo, Fenrir, and Kite on the side of the defense. IQ, Capital, Twitch, UKB, and Deimos on the side of the attack. It's gonna get electric, I think.
I think so as well. No pun intended for the Cade, but
I was completely intended for the Twitch. I was intended for the Twitch and the Kite. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, Hungry with a peculiar shield placement, actually. I'm trying to figure out. I'm assuming it's to maybe deny. Yeah, I'm assuming it's to deny maybe the plant going in, or trying to maybe funnel them into getting that plant down to default behind that bookshelf. But we'll see how that one pans out, since it's quite an interesting one. I've not seen that one before. But Skeptic switching off the Dokkaebi into the Blackbeard, knowing there's no Valkyrie roaming around, and giving them free intel. But
5 seconds remaining.
Project Zero 6-4. It's not a bad start for them, but GK need 1 round to finish it off.
Objective is to
So just in case somebody does try to vault the shield and go for the plant, they can wall bang him. It's not a safe spot, but it's good enough. Now we have a wee bit more of danger coming out from him, though. Because as you can see, they're not even worried about that. Capito just ringing out shots into windows, hopefully trying to, let's say, dissuade any curious defenders from spawn peeking. Because for now, they have to get into the buildings. 30 seconds gone, a lot to do, a lot of drones to have, and they don't know what's on the table. I do believe they haven't pinged the Echo yet, but they've had it the last couple of rounds, so I'm sure they know about it now.
Well, GK most likely going to be playing a little bit slow, but I feel like they might need to actually speed it up. Sorry, Project Zero, sorry. Playing it a little bit slow. Maybe they need to speed it up to get the ball rolling, since speed seems like what GK doesn't particularly like the most. Since obviously they brought it down to a 2 versus 4, did fumble it, but that was at the same time, they did have the high advantage themselves. But the time delay from GK is going quite well. Obviously, do have that smoke for the final bits of the round and the Rooney, just to cover the upstairs doorways. Don't also forget Fenres, your favourite operator.
No, I just like the MP7. It looks cool. But Packbull going for the first of the C4 kill as well. Yippee getting another one in his gunfight. Taking out the Sledge. Huge early picks. Gridlock and Sledge being taken off the board, especially for a site like this. Nades ringing out, hopefully trying to get the person over on the balcony. Actually, there's a question. What do you call the new balcony?
What? The
one with the new
one by
window.
Cocktail?
Next cocktail, yeah.
Yeah, I call that Heaven.
Okay. You call it Heaven. You're not the first person, and I've called it Heaven in ranked games before.
To the right of Rorik here, where Rorik's looking, that's Hell.
Ah, okay, so you are the same as me.
Yeah.
No, because I've wondered this before, and I've been pulled off for it before. I'm sure the producer's probably listening. But as I can see, there's Blackbeard. Just causing a little bit of mess, throwing his nade, hoping to get smoke off of the white stairs. Smoke protrudes through everything, so just remember, very dangerous when you're stuck on a staircase. 6-4. Packbull's still in sight, trying to get line of sight. But Skeptics actually gets the kill.
I mean, Skeptic and Cactus are the last two remaining. Need to keep this alive for Project Zero, else this will be the end of the run for them. As there you go, the actual gate barricade will finish him down, but flawless for GK to finish us out. As they will be heading over to the grand final. Well, not the grand final, the final of the qualifiers today.
Was going to say, I do believe it's the semis, and now we have the grand final. So, you'll come back to our lovely faces, and we'll hopefully be able to give you a good rundown of what we think is about to happen, because I think they need to know which teams have actually made it to the semifinals. So we have DK. Well, I'm just going to start listing it, but if you want to go for it.
No, you go for it, pal.
So, the teams that made it to the semifinals was DK, Project Zero, Perks, John Terry Esports Gaming Clan. That is their full name. I have to say it. Even though it's very strange. But for now, with that finished, Project Zero is out. So, DK versus either Turks or John Terry, whoever wins, that will be your next match. I'm shocked, to be honest.
Yeah. John Terry's not the usual team you'd see coming this far, which I'm glad to actually see them come on through. So it's a new name on the list to be getting this far, but I'm glad to have them. Hopefully, if we can get there in time, hopefully cast them, but it's mostly a 50-50 at this point.
True, they are running against the clock. We might not see it tonight. But for now, everyone, we're going for a quick break. We'll see you in hopefully 5 minutes. Let's hope they get their match finished in time.
I must have went blind tonight, cause I swear that you out of sight. Man, I'm so up, I could be a pilot, and I just hope trying to catch a flight. So let me get the digits. I call right now if you with it. I seen 1,000 pretty girls in this room. $1, I've been looking for you. I've been searching, it's so hard to find a girl who's one of a kind. Just being alone just isn't cool. I'll take 1,000 trips around the world just so I could find you, girl. Cause darling, I've been looking for you. Yeah, I'm looking for you. Let's get it now. I'm so up, I could be a pilot, be a pilot, be a pilot. I'm so up, I could be a pilot. Beat. Let's get it now.
welcome everyone. Just a quick rundown. Hey, wake up. We're casting still. We're not done yet.
My bad. Nut break. It's getting too late.
So,
Anyway,
let me give you a quick rundown of what you missed. JTR, or John Terry Esports Gaming Clan, beat Turks, which is kind of nuts. I feel bad for Adolf. I'm sorry, Dismom. I look forward to having more matches by them, but I need to sleep. I'm sorry. So, we get GK versus JTR coming to you guys for the match finals of today's qualifiers. Everyone, thank you for being here with us. It's 8 hours. Let's go to map bans.
it's been a long day. Final map bans of the day as well. A little drum roll, please.
I've been napping for so long, my hair is falling on one side.
So tired.
It's probably been like that all day. I've not noticed, but here we go. Onslaught being our decider today. I'm okay with it. It's a second console map. Everyone understands Vigil Boss G Shotgun. If it happens, I will be so happy. But if not, I'm okay with just seeing some good, aggressive gameplay. So, give me a rundown of what you think is going to happen on Consulate.
Consulate, I think it's going to be a good game. I think, well, obviously, like most finals, the best game out of all of them. It's 1 a.m. It's getting, well, 1 a.m. for me. Everyone else, it's later. So the mentality is not going to be the perkiest, if you must say. But, I mean, it's nothing going to be great.
You never know with these teams. They might actually have the resilience to go even longer. GK did get a nice little break, but that might actually shut them down on their momentum. JTE, they're still off a fresh victory, so they might have some idea. GK and, I've got to say, JTE, they banned Clash, Grim, but now these bans are taking a little bit longer. I'm thinking that they're actually discussing it because they both got to see each other's matches before they actually started. So Warden and Blackbeard, both off the table. Especially for Consulate, Blackbeard being taken away so early is a good play. I'm wanting to see what we have. We have to pause the timer again. We have a tech issue.
Please.
2 seconds.
GK, please. Let me go to bed. Oh, no, we could.
We can continue. Yes.
You know, before we started this one, I was saying we were predicting it to go to 10 hours.
If you've jinxed us, I will call you. That's 2 more hours. I'll be up till 4 a.m. and then I've got another cast. I'll see everyone over on NA after this.
I've got work at 10 a.m.
Okay, so we've got Hungry on Sense, Skipper, on Sledge, and then we've got Rexon on Buzz. We have Roic on Capital in a second, and we'll have Packball online for the attack. For the defense, we've got Sarko on Fenrir, Ella with Stano, Topendo on Wamai, X Lol on Bandit, and Leon on Smoke. That's not the same Leon that used to play with Packball, so don't worry about it for now. Just be prepared for some great gunplay. Be prepared for hopefully a spawn peak, but for now, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Exactly. Now, one thing I am actually liking is the higher presence of the Ella pick, since we don't usually see it that often. But going against shields, it does so well. It does so well. Also, you can able to swing their shield away, able to take quite nicely. But is that C4 detonated underneath?
No, we have a lot more we can use. We have nades from Sledge coming in across the window, over the top, and getting it. So, just gotta be prepared with those nades. Remember that.
You see Starko getting quite aggressive towards this yellow window. He hears the repel, but doesn't know whether it's up or down. It seems like they're predicting to go for a quick rush. That seems to be on the sandwich window, which the repel in from Skipper on console office is there, which it will be shut down by Leonski. They'll be leave them with 1 player down on Sledge, but they have made their way into Suicide and into Meeting. And how this is going to go is going to go very well for GK at the minute, taking 3, 2 of them in the hand of Packball, as the plant will start going down as it's a 4 versus 2.
They do not have any C4s, only impacts in their pockets. So for now, Texto is going to have to get one, but Stano gets one coming up yellow. Here comes the flank. Can he get on the shots? No. He can hear them. He's giving a call at first teammate. Hopefully his teammate can get the flank. He can. Steno gets another one, but cannot finish. Rorik and Hungry still alive. Rorik's looking and hunting, but gets taken out by the bandit. A beautiful tap, but he knows one more and has to be on the side of the diffuser. The pre-fire runs out. Hungry gets the kill, though.
Here comes the fives.
Somebody will have to decrypt what the 555s mean. I don't understand it. My brain is not that big yet. Give me until tomorrow.
Yeah,
oh, high five.
Yeah, it means high five.
Couldn't have just said high five. Like, it would be faster.
No idea. No idea. I mean, it was very, very nicely played by I draw that one back from a 4 versus 2 to a 1 versus 1, but obviously, unfortunately, wasn't enough to push them over the finish line and get that last pick from them. Hungry. But round 2, taking it. I mean, like I said, bring a few. We only saw
All right, you got to look for this. It's going to be very intense because now that we have a bandit coming out here, I'm wondering if something serious is going on. We have the fact that Sens is now bringing Ying. We've also got the Gridlock now being brought by Skipper. I'm a wee bit afraid for two things here if you're listening. The fact that Goyo is being brought and there's no Twitch, there's nothing to try and get those shields, meaning they are going to have to be shot or burned early enough. He's got 3 of them. He can just place them down the line in any of the default plant spots, but we're just going to have to wait and see. The round starts. It looks like the attackers are locked in with Ying, Gridlock. They're just going to have to watch out. Here comes the reinforcement as well, but they're not even going to have to worry about that. They're checking out for all the spawn picks and the angles. They can see that there is a Goyo waiting here on the courtyard door. Is he going to be able to get the Gridlock? No, he cannot, but he's still willing to try. A nice little ledge jump from the drone, being able to catch her drone again, keeping it alive, and knowing that there is an operator upstairs. That's some good intel saved with some good drone economy kept. They only have 5, 2 still in the pocket. But we've got a bit of a different problem. See, the same drone now being used again, kept alive. Wario's still in the basement, but now we only have 2 operators in sight. We have a mirror and a mutant site, while the Goyo's sneaking up, hopefully going to try and get that line of sight. Banner's trying to go for that back hatch, maybe trying to go for a Visa entrance push. Cause a little bit of mayhem and havoc. But we don't know. The Phantom Pressure is just being brought out by the side of GK. GTE are flanking as much as they can, trying to hunt for some miscellaneous roamers. But there we go, the wall is going to be opened. Goyo Fire lights it up. As I did say, it was very important that the Goyo was taken out early, but he actually gets hungry upstairs. Ying off the board. No Candelas were able to be used. Akbo gets taken out by Steno as well, but Skipper does get the kill on the Steno. That's a good refrag, leading the team to a 4v3. We're going to have to be a wee bit more careful now, looking at how this is playing out. The fact that, oh, another shot, Supendo actually getting the flank as the bandit and taking out Skipper. But they can still go for this diffuser. Hammers haven't up been hacked yet, so it's either he's going to play the long angle, try and keep everyone safe, but there's Goyo getting another one, taking Habana off the board, and Bandit clutches out the round. Looking how this is. Hey, there we go. Just looking at how they've played this out. It's a 101. You good? You had some water?
Had a little bit of a technical issue with myself, but I'm all good. We're back. We're all juicy.
Don't worry, it happens to the best of us. But for now, we have Jaeger, Kaid, or my Ella and Fenrir being brought on the side of the defense, and on the attack, we get the Ying, and we get to see that W7M lineup again.
Glorious banners, but I think a G2-1 might be a little bit better.
No, it's not.
No.
We all know the best one has to go to the old missing rosters that are gone and you can't even buy them anymore. Or, you know, Champ. Yeah, there you go. You got no anger. I've got Eminem. But for now, my Marshmallow days are behind me. It's time to see what this Elo does. The moment we set up for any shield or surprise rushes. But the attackers don't bring shields anymore. We've seen that Hungry, Ash... Oh, Ash is now being switched for Finko. Flores, Deimos, and Sophia are going to be brought inside of the original pick. 6th pick, you asked me before about it. honestly, it would be so disastrous to still have it, because a lot of the people with this new ban system, you couldn't make the mistake anymore.
Well, they decided to change it because obviously they wanted to remove the defender bias on maps, and they added that 6, which slightly tweaked it, but it wasn't enough. There's some R6 lore for you.
What would have been enough?
Pardon?
What would have been enough? As you said, it wasn't enough then having that 1/6 pick.
It to this one.
Yeah, but now they've got the new ban system, which makes it even more less favorable.
I mean, not as much, but it's still better than what it was, basically. I prefer the new way.
Fair enough. I think this Jaeger might too, but he's destroyed his own camera. Instead of just shooting it, he's punched it. The audio key still comes out. Impact for Steno going out. Maybe going for a run out through main entrance. Might try to go for somebody early in the belt. Oh, and the Jaeger does get tagged out. Leo just getting removed. But there's Supendo answering with his own 2. And then Skippy answering, getting a refrag, evening up the round. Or 3v3. Deimos on the board. Going after the mine. Checking the hatches first to see if they can get a pick. But he's hunting. He's ready. Oh, the impact.
Search for this Wamai, obviously making the vertical to try and contest Rorik here in this situation, but instead it's actually going to be Sako who's going to be searching for the player. There goes Rorik. The plant is starting to go down. That Ying does get punished for it from all the way underneath. Sako taking a lovely 2 kills to almost end out this round, as it's all down to Skipper at the end in a 3 versus 1. He has plenty of time to work with, so he's got to take these 1v1s very decisively, but 1 bullet will end Sako here, but very dependent, but never mind. It'll be... Is it Suspendo?
Suspendo was taken out, yes. Sadly, it did not work out in their favor this time. But DK, you know, they just have to be a little bit smarter with their aggressive pushes. They got to understand that they need that flank watch. But we get to see what they ban here. Are they going to ban the Fenrir because they don't like the idea of it? Or are we going to have something like Maestro ban or something preemptive? Fenrir just because of habit. Ying being taken off the board as well, so they must have some sort of idea.
Suspendo taking his Fenrir, his beloved, taken away from him. You see, he's so stunned he doesn't know who to pick anymore. And mind he'll take his army. He'll be text Texture instead.
I've got a question. When it comes to piano, you said you want to see a split eventually. This probably will be the game you'll see it. But when it comes to split, do you hold all 3 floors, or do you only hold the bottom and the middle?
Most of the time you'd actually, depending on the situation, the better option to do is have maybe 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top, 1 mid. Maybe forget that person entirely on the mid floor, actually on the top side, and just run a bunch of C4s to prevent it, or impacts. Or just make a ton of vertical, because you can somewhat kind of just leave the site alone and just let it simmer. And if they want to rush it, a 3C4 kill, but you have to have the intel. The intel is the key part.
Now, that's very interesting for me. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe the fact that I'm not leaving the site. But for now, we do have something else. We have a sledge which might go for the rush, but the Deimos has a Hella, Castle, and a Legion. They're prepared for this, so maybe they have a different strat set up. But right now, the yellow stairs is completely clear. Only barbed wire in their way. Deimos might just be able to walk straight up in the site. They're just going to have to be careful about that further up yellow. Make sure nobody jumps out or no rotates. Here comes the drone. Nope, auto's ringing out. They know somebody's up here above the hatch. Shotgun in hand, the Rexon and Smoke both have the advantage of close quarter combat. But Rexon didn't have the shotgun out, but he actually gets the gunfight, switching at the last second. Oh, I'm pretty sure he just barely dodged the bullets. And Castle jump out, going for the front kill as well, taking out the ace. So that's Deimos, and he's off the board with another one. But Rourke answers his one on his own this time. Luckily, getting the Castle out.
You see, with Rexon, when he was playing with that shotgun, he heard him pull out the toxic babe within his hand. He just needed to land a single shot. It's like shooting fish in a barrel at that point, but somehow managed to miss every single shot of that spread of the shotgun. Very unfortunate, but I mean, Text needs to count his lucky stars with that shot there. That would have been a pinnacle deciding factor, since he's able to still hold on to this vertical, and he makes a very pinnacle play upstairs as well. That's just going to decide it even more.
Yeah, I don't know about Oh, here we go. Just a little head tilt in. But Scapper does get one of them. He gets the smoke and takes it off the board. I think it's gonna have to help his team one way or another. The callouts are coming out. They know where two of the players are. There's still a third. Impact barely missing him, getting deflected by the shield, but Finker's going for the cross. Gets one. Cannot get the second one though. Stupendo just has to be stupendous now. But it's hunting. Oh, protecting his feet. Just gotta keep chasing it down, keep moving. He knows he's aiming for the headshot. But there we go, he's been pushed out of sight, but Legion is still alive here somewhere. Not what you want to see. Legion comes back after going to yellow. Here's the drop of the hatch, has to run away, but there is a Goomite at his feet. He has to fight or put down the shield. But he's in trouble now. That flash won't last forever. He does get the kill. He's got to take out that Goomite, or he will die to it. Hopefully the Asami heard it. A lot of fear and a lot of danger.
Just trying to block off these entranceways with these keep barricades. And they're still on full HP. What's wrong with some 50p is he's just going to continuously lock him out of sight. Surprised another one hasn't come out as of yet, but Suspender needs to keep this distance and just keep doing tiny picks of damage. No impact's going to be in the hand. He's trying to bait out this plant, but Hungry will bait out Suspender. Suspender's just going to entirely put the burners on and sprint straight away. He's got a goo mine in his foot, and then that's going to be the entirety end of the round there, unless he's up to use it down, which he had about, I'd say, 2.2 seconds to get it down, which is impossible.
I've got to say, that's painful to see. It's very unlucky that it keeps going out like this. Right now, the fact that we get to see a blitz being played has to put down the shield again. And it's like, is this going to work out in their favor? It doesn't seem like it's gonna. And it's always been a mistake of the fact that the blitz had to play it so safely. He could have got the plant actually down if he just waited a couple more seconds, which I think would have been the right play, but it didn't work out in the end.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
Exactly.
many bombs
Now,
as they can.
JTE going 3-1 up. Obviously, Consulate is defender biased. Always keep that in mind. But GK still trying to pull it back. Obviously, almost clutching out around after I think it was a 4 versus 2, brought down to a 1 versus 1. Still can't complain with that result. But the Sands being brought out instead of the Blitz. Wondering what they're going to utilize these Sands light beams, since you don't really see the Sands being brought out as much, let alone actually using the POF9. Is it POF9? I think it
10
is.
seconds to go.
But everyone using the DMR. Everyone using the DMR instead. But
5 seconds to
we'll see how this round pans out.
Definitely about that. Here's the thing you haven't noticed yet. They've actually got 2 DMRs on the team to worry about any Asami bearers, but Asami's not being brought. So I don't think a lot has been drawn just yet.
They'll see kind of counterpicking to go towards that castle if they did bring it for the roam upstairs, but obviously it doesn't matter if the castle isn't being brought, since the sledge can be used for that vertical regardless. However, Pagball, your hard breach immediately gone. You now have no more hard breach capability. Sarko getting a great pick there, unsure where from exactly, as he's on spiral stairs going down. I think maybe would have been a spawn peak potentially towards yellow. But your Thermite going down is one of the worst operators, and there will go your Bandit. That's a free cameras to be taken there though, but C4 is just raring in the ears.
That is a lot of fear. It has to be able to push out, because even if you go for the phone, the big risk, it would be good if, okay, we could pick it up and then do it somewhere else. That's just not on the cards this time. So, now we have a different play. That C4 is there. They don't know that it's bandits, so and just sit there quietly, causing a little bit of havoc. But for now, Sledge doesn't care. He just drops and gets it. Doesn't worry about any of the players because they've probably got a drone or something. He checked. The Kevin calls rang out. He didn't hear it. But now Roderick, Rorik gets somebody, gets Sarko off the board. That's the Goyo who's causing an absolute menace. Now Dokebi can get these cameras. No C4 from below, so she survives to get it another day. Here comes the problem now. They know they have to drop into sight, but they know there's a mirror facing it. A lot of Jones, a lot of calls, and a lot of Legion's Goomine still up. He's got a couple in his pocket for now.
Now that's where the Sens comes in very helpful. However, there'll be a trade-off between Deimos and the Mute, as Rorik is still not happy with the suit every single time he's been traded with. As Tex takes a fair bit of damage from Hungry with that DMR in hand. With 55 seconds to go, they need to start executing towards sight. Obviously, they have the one-man advantage. However, it's what the outcome of the round is. You can have as many man advantage, but depending on whether you kill everyone or get that diffuser down is what really matters. But Leonski in a nice, lovely little wrap position inside of security, just waiting for Skipper, Hungry, or Rexon to come on through, which I don't think they know of his whereabouts, but never mind, that nade is going to be pressuring him outwards, and so will that drone. As he's put himself in a little bit of a sticky situation, as Tex is able to pick up one to Rexon, leveling out the playing field, as GK now needs to put a spare on and get something going. Does a little bit of damage towards Skipper, however, loses the gunfight, as it's now all down to Tex. That Legion at T5 as Hungry will finish him off instead.
Pretty sure that was just one bullet finally dealing the damage. Oh, it's the first bullet hit, second bullet finished. Painful. But it is all what it is. They get 2 onto the board. This is going to be a back and forth match. Everyone get comfortable. Nobody fall asleep. We've got trades for days. I'm wondering something. I'm not sure if you've realized. Sense is being utilized very well by Geeky to the point where this is probably how Ubisoft envisioned her. Having those smokes come out, having her ability just be like, all right, we've got an extra long smoke that I can control. Drop up and down, just causing a little bit of mayhem for the defense, thinking that they could have been safe, but not. But we also have Amos being switched for a capture. They're done with having to wait for the intel.
I do like the pick of the Sens. I don't think that Sens is utilized enough, in my opinion. You can do so much with this operator, but not many people want to bring up and apply them to their strat book.
Yeah, I'm not about that, and the fact that we get to see how this all plays out. Banker being brought, Laura's being brought, Capitao, and I've got to say, I like seeing Ella's sister here, but Sophia's, as you said before, the lethality isn't there right now. A great gadget, but too situational. Same as the Ash, it can be done, but there's better operators now.
I think the main reason that people are bringing the Zofia is the impact stuns, yes, but it's the fact that you can also bring hard breach charges with her, which not many people actually know. Since you can, well, it's pretty much Striker with a semi-alright gun. I prefer the M4, but there's nothing really too flashy about it, which makes me want to pick. I'd prefer just taking a Striker.
I do believe you're right about that. I'd be the same. But for now, why can't we just have all 5 recruits, though? 5 strikers, 5 sentries would be best. But I won't be able to have that just yet, because Striker's now an operator in lore as well as in canon. But here we go. The drones and the sensors are coming out. They know it. That's just mean. That's just teasing it back and forth.
It's just a light show. It's a little disco and projector. They're meeting. Have a little boogie.
Ooh, I've just realized the Neg didn't get the Kaid Claw, so it's not going to work out in their favor to try and get that wall now. They have to rotate either to Visa or just, you know, try and push yellow stairs.
I'm wondering if they actually have any intel inside of admin side. With this Valkyrie underneath, which they do. You can see the Valkyrie on the admin camera. That C4 in hand is going to be very, very crucial for a free pick here. You can see it in hand. It's tossed away. It's detonated, but nothing will come of it. Very good opportunity, unfortunately wasted away due to inaccuracy, but you still play the vertical underneath. It's a very good angle. I think that's a break side. However, with a minute 10 remaining, GK need to pull something out here. They did it quite nicely again on basement within the last about 5-10 seconds. However, JTE need to delay that time even longer. These Goyo canisters are coming in very handy within the last 25 seconds of the round, since they do waste a lot. As a lovely shot from Rorik will be taking out Steno. It will be that roaming Valkyrie gone for the next 45 seconds.
Oh, and here comes the Sense Cloud first now, causing a little bit of havoc with no line of sight for anyone and catching people on the rotate. Roxon gets one for the suspend, but now Sarko's just hidden. They did not check the corners. Gotta remember, that sense works just as well on the enemy as well does with your teammates. Lines of sight coming out on a beautiful one-shot by Texo. Here comes a C4, can it get one? Yes, it can! Hungry being taken off the board, it's a 2v2. No C4s in pockets and only 1 smoke left. 15 seconds on the clock, that last smoke can be used at the final 10 seconds if he can. And that can lock out an entire hallway. They cannot push through now, do not have the time. The Qualifiers are protecting him for the plant. They are going to have to try and push around. and Lino stops the plant, getting the kill while also stopping the defuse from going down.
Lovely. I think that's a 2 versus 4 in that situation. It all looks so dire for JTE whilst the plant was trying to be put down, but a lovely C4 toss from that Cade was able to somewhat disrupt that whole situation going on, since Hungry, the Sense player, was sort of controlling that situation with what they could see and what they couldn't. Was able to bring these lights up and down, but no one, it was Sarko. So it was a 2v4, sorry, in the end. But Text, MVP of that round for sure.
Just had to shut down everything bit by bit. But you know what? That leads us into the next round. 4-2 for an attacker-sided map? No, how about 4-2 for a map where it's equal for both attackers and defenders, and we get to go to round 7. Smoke, LS, Sammy, Warden being brought on the side of the defense. But Blitz, Monty, Flash being removed, with Fenrir being taken off as just for good measure. I've just noticed something.
Sorry, I'm back.
Okay, no.
I said family walk in the room.
Nah, it happens, don't worry. I was just more shocked about something that you may not have noticed.
What's that?
So, if you look at it, this is one of the few matches where Pac-Bull isn't out-fragging his entire team. So I have a feeling that he's nodding off. He's finally getting it. He needs a little bit of a nap. So he might waken up without the later half of the round. But I don't think they're done yet. I think Geeka have some sort of plan on the put works where they know it's time for them to shut out JTE.
Well, it's all dependent on these defending rounds, since a 4-2 split for the defensive side is a very good start for JTE here. Obviously, it isn't a very well-known name compared to GK, but it's all about your performance, which matters in everything. Obviously, this isn't going to be the winner of everything overall. These are the qualifiers. So you have 3 more of these afterwards. This isn't dependent on everything, so if you will see GK again, most definitely.
I believe the loser gets 80 points, the winner gets 100. The winner's basically qualified. The loser just has to go through one more. But again, here comes the point. They might go for the rush plant here. They've got the Grims coming out. They've got the Nomads. And they have a Blackbeard rushing the windows. Trying to get one, gets one on the flank, but cannot get the smoke. Close as well. That's where spatial awareness just faults him just at the end. While Lino also gets a team kill. But he does get Pack and Downs too. They have to go for the defuse, but they already are in a lot of danger. Somebody is below. They were able to stop the plant, but they know there's one below. If they cannot get this kill, they cannot be safe. One is on 1 HP and a dream, as you can see from the tilted color. All players on KK are up now, but they're really hurt. It's a 3v4, but you've got 3 dead men walking, and now it becomes a 2v4, and there we go. A 3v2, that smoke canister is going to run out and deal a lot of damage. But Tex can walk away safely. Minute and a half left, a lot of time in the round.
Apparently 0 sound for Hungry on that BB, jumping straight on in. Oh, but that was
Oh, you
very
couldn't hear
unfortunate. Apparently you couldn't hear it when he was jumping straight on in. I mean, luckily did take out the BB, which didn't actually get any kills from it whatsoever. Got absolutely nothing in total. However, lovely swing straight on over from Skipper, but the trade for Skipper from Hungry is straight away there. I mean, great response to the rush which came out from JTE, and GK adapting very nicely to the situation they're in. Very somehow Hungry not having audio on that Blackbeard jumping straight on in. But look at this is just the battle of the vertical. Neither of each other could do enough damage until I say about like a 15-second battle.
Something right about that, but here comes the pain. As you can see ringing out, everyone is worried about the last couple seconds. Not entirely sure how this was going to function for them. But I'm hoping they have some sort of strategy set in the works. Here's the concern. I've just noticed something I don't think you have either. Warrior canisters. I love them setting them up like this. But it stops any drones from coming through. But it also stops any intel you might gain from them, such as if you have Mozzie, Pest, or Maestro. Maestro can detonate them. But they can be detonated by any frag or any utility. Even a sledgehammer can get it from the outside. So, good for prep phase, bad for long phase. Well, main phase.
Well, it'll be absolute suicide as well if you were trying to play a bandit trick as well. Because if they blow up that, if you try and take the wall, you can bait them into going for the bandit trick on the closer wall to it, detonate it, and start doing a lot of damage towards that bandit, which unfortunately I've seen before.
I've seen it way too many times to count now. But as you say, I do it anyway because that's the love of Siege. Not Twitch drone getting out, but it cannot get the Goyo in time. But that is a good trade. One Kite Claw for Twitch. Just got to put down another one.
Yeah, just put down another one, then it'll be all good. Now, trying to get everything off of this wall since I'm not sure if anything's on it. Finally able to get that last Twitch drone. Just going to make everything so much easier. However, if they've spotted out that K-Claw, they'll be able to just go above and take it out, which I think Suspendo's just about to do.
I'm also pretty sure you can just shoot that section, can't you? I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that section as well.
You can, but he threw it on the roof.
Ah, okay.
So it'll just be a little awkward. But wasting no utility whatsoever, getting these ram drones down, creating a bunch of vertical available to them, spotting out these Maestro cameras. Now dealing with them is going to be a little bit of trouble since they only have one set of nades and they need to use them quite wisely, whether that's deleting utility or clearing out anyone in a tucked corner like we saw in that mirror in security a couple rounds ago. And nades obviously losing the ability to cook them. You do have to let them simmer for a while so it's easier to escape from them. However, they're still as dangerous. You can see, I'm not sure who that is coming up spiral stairs. There you go, it's Skipper. He's just waiting for anyone to cross away from Z. I don't think he's going to be rewarded with anything just yet, as Rexon's going to be taking a lot of damage all the way from, I think that's either Breach or Yellow, as we come down to the final minute of the round. As the prep starts to come out, Rorik tries to find some little ratty angles all the way upstairs, but I'm not sure anything's going to come of it.
You're definitely right about that. Here comes some dirty shots, though. The fact that all players are alive, the fuser is going down, but there's the Maestro Cam to deal enough damage and stop it and down the Thermite. That's hard to handle. They had site control for so long, they just could not get rid of that utility. This is where the problem of having that Goyo works out for them in the best sense. No drone, both Twitch drones gone. Only way to get rid of it is with explosives, but Skipper tries to go for the run and actually up getting tagged by the buck. Xtiller goes for the other one. Still an Echo drone on the board as well, but the fact that Tubero was killed on the Echo just did not work out well. He could not hide well enough. Goyo's still alive and might be able to go for the flank, but Maestro does get one down actually onto Sarko. His ram off the table. He's got to worry and try and stop the plant, but he also has to worry about any try to flank that might happen. He knows somebody's in break room, but they do not have the time to keep going for the pre-fire, and Geka get this. Beautiful round.
I mean, and how they're able to collect these rounds barely by the skin of their teeth is very, very concerning for JTE. They need to be penalizing on these mistakes which GK are making, but GK doing the exact same to them, penalizing on the mistakes JTE are making as well. I mean, you could just say that that's Siege, just as a whole, which it pretty much is. It's just capitalizing on anyone's mistakes. But leveling out to 4-4. Final game of Qualifier 1. Who do you think is going to take it, since we're at level playing field now?
I can see that Kike could take it from here, but only because they have the defensive favor. It's a nice bomb site. We know a piano, it's not too hard to take, it's not too hard to push. Just there's very many methods to it. But with the upstairs control that they're going to have, JTE have to play this wisely, whether they try to rush or use the Deimos to their advantage. The diffuser won't be going down this round, I'm calling it now.
It's going down.
It won't go down. It's not going to go down.
It will. You're deciding. You're deciding it's going down.
It's not going down. I'm telling you, it will not go down.
Not go down.
Again, I don't think GK like having the enemy plant, so I'm pretty sure they're going to stop that outright.
I mean, to be fair, that Maestro from last round proving very useful. Just shows that they prefer them to try and draw them into that plant. have a maybe a just literal irritation of a Bravo would have just helped them so much there in that situation.
You're right about that, but here's something even better. Did you realize all the ops that could be pinged because of the pre-placed gadgets are pinged now through the IQ and given to the Deimos? That's 3 big tracks done. Oh, and Sark getting a wall bang onto Hungry. That worked. Well, let's smoke off the table one of the few operators that couldn't be tracked by Deimos yet. Ella being taken out as well by the IQ. Shots being rung out from Twitch in bomb site, just waiting to hopefully get one of these players upstairs. The 417 absolutely being a menace for the sort of precision. Smoke, well, Newt just getting tagged and pushed back. They are pinning Twitch into a corner though. Few people trying to peek her. Does get the kill. Packbull winning the gunfight through the floor.
I mean, bring it out to a 4 versus 3 from the GK side. Being on the back foot here as Rexon's going to be playing a little bit of Fortnite, creating these walls and propping them up. But as we come to the halfway mark of the round, Smoke and Ella being out for the count, which I think was Kepson, but Packbull absolutely taking the skull of Suspendo away, not allowing him to play for the rest of the round. But Roic taking a plentiful amount of damage, bring it to a 3 versus 3, leveling it out. In this situation, you still have a C4 on the board of Packbull. You can play for quite a fair bit longer, so you need to kind of keep him a little bit protected since that C4 can do absolute bits. However, there's also a Roic all the way down in basement going for a little bit of a flank. That's not something you see every day whilst on piano. Actually, no, I thought it was top floor. I lied. So the plan will most likely start going down, which I'm surprised it hasn't as of yet. It's in the hands of Text, who has 10 kills already, say on par with Sarko at the minute, but Roic's able to put down Leonski. That will be that Deimos out for the count. As it seems like GK is going to try and draw this one back, since JTE started off on the front foot, now on the back foot finally, as Stano, I was getting so much between Drago and Stano, able to put out, but Rexon is able to finish off Text. And those 5s be distributed right after.
The chatter coming out, they're absolutely rinsing each other, not even letting anything slide. But we have a much more different opinion. Who's getting banned? What do you say?
Getting banned. I'm going to say the Azami is going to get banned for the defense side for JTE. Attack side? Ooh, maybe the Blackbeard. They didn't actually use the Blackbeard. What am I about? Maestro instead. They're really wanting to take that basement site very clearly, since I don't think Maestro was used in any other sites.
I think you're right about that, actually. But we don't have to worry about that. We've got Valkyrie being brought, or Kavira. That's going to be interesting. EK have brought Kavira, and it has clutched them out the round once before. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
The Blackbeard being brought out finally. I don't think we've seen it on the JTE side just yet, but Skipper hopping onto that Caveira, hopefully going to try and hide it. Which I don't think they'll be able to do, as they'll just make the Cav reinforce instead, since actually going to be switching off the Blackbeard. Now if they spotted out the Caveira, they'll probably switch back onto it. But I don't think they actually have. That means that Caveira's roam game will be just that fair bit easier. Now if we see interrogation,
10 seconds left.
I'm going to flip my shit. I'm going to flip.
5 seconds left.
I don't think we're going to see an interrogation, especially unless Cav can catch knockoff when she's going for the flank, which is entirely possible. But with the Dokebi on the board, you got to remember her calls are coming in every couple minutes now. It's not just, oh, we have a call, we have 3 calls, we can just call them whenever we want. So now the fact that they have to be used correctly, it's only going to be used at times of execution. Oh, Twitch drone getting a beautiful shot, taking out the mid jammer. There's a lot of utility going, but the Twitch drone does get immediately taken out now. And here comes the Dokebi trying to go for the flank. You gotta remember, she might meet Skipper here.
Ooh. So we're trying to go for the same thing which we did see last time we saw Consulate. I think it was the GK game, if I'm not mistaken. I think so anyway. But Skipper just waiting, trying to see if anyone will repel onto that break window. Which I don't think anyone's actually going to head towards it just yet. Skipper going to be trying to move away and get to some better position. Never mind, he's actually going to sit there. as the impact goes out. And there we go. There goes Sarko. And there will also go Staino. There will be that Dokkaebi and your Sledge gone out for the count. That's going to put GK at a good foot forward. After we're just millimeters away between this knock, and I think it's Hungary. As whoever swings first is it, but never mind. We're going to get baited. It's going to be Rorik instead, taking out Tex. As this round's pretty much all but over, as it'll be a flawless for GK.
I gotta see how this looked from their perspective. First pre-fire, second pre-fire on the window, barely clipping his head. That 5 is finally worth it. The ace did come out, but GK need to win one more round before they can solidly put this away. JTE aren't done yet. They haven't answered yet with what they think is going to happen. We have Ram, Sledge, Thermite. Oh, sorry, Buck instead of... Okay, choose one. Sledge or Buck. They both do the same thing, just one does it upwards, one does it downwards. Tens and Twitch. Here we go for the attack. And the fellas have Mira, Ella, Sami, Goyo, and I do believe the last one was Kaid. Yes, it was.
Now we can see that sense again being brought out. Hopefully, we didn't see it the most in the hands of Hungary on round... Well, what was it? Was it 6? Last basement one?
Yep.
But we saw it used a tiny bit towards the final kill onto that Legion all the way by Yellow Pillar. But I'm hoping we can see maybe just a little bit more being brought out from the Sensors. They have so much capability than that gadget. However, I would say the mute's going to destruct it, but for once they've actually not brought one.
You're right about that, actually. It's kind of strange. The fact that there isn't anything except for the Kaid to stop the wall. The Goyo last time worked out amazingly in their favor. The fact that he's not being brought now kind of worries me, but for now I'm just going to have to accept it. Here we get to see the plays where Sense is now being brought. That top wall is going to be opened. Gotta be prepared for any C4s, though that might ring out. First nade up. It does clear the mute jammer, but it also detonates the Goyo fire.
See that C4 being prepped by Hungary, though, just waiting for that Thermite to start placing it, which C4 is going to be tossed out right now, and there we go. Putting him down to 1 HP, and also dealing a plentiful amount to Text as well. That's going to change Leon's playstyle a little bit, as I think another C4 is going to be tossed out, and it will, and that's going to claim the Thermite charge and Leon at the same time. 2 lovely C4s prepped from GK and worked out pretty much perfectly.
You're definitely right about that. But there's the first kill. Sarko getting one as well. Even up the odds of 4-4. Gotta say, losing the Ella so quickly every round is such a pain. But now we get to see Wrexham getting another one for his team, keeping that man advantage to themselves. But also deciding, you know what? Remove the Sledge completely.
One thing I want to point out as well is that GK play methodically across their entire team, whether it's objective or kills, etc. Whereas JTE, during this map, they currently have just 2 main fraggers, and obviously we have the support from Leon, only on 4 kills for the time being. But as Rorik is able to pick up another for himself, not another, sorry, that's his first for this round. As it's bringing down to a 4 versus 2. Now JTE, they're quite a fair bit behind here. They need to draw it back, start pulling on some ropes, start picking off some 1v1s, since they've got 2 kills each if they want to win this round. Or will it be one person take all the fame for themselves? As I say that, Staino going down. This is all into the hands of Sarko. This Ram is all that's left remaining for the feet of JTE to try and take this qualifier 1 home, but with 40 seconds remaining, there's not much he can do. As the roam all the way upstairs from this Goyo is going to be present, but isn't going to be losing. He's actually going to be trading it, as GK will win your qualifier 1 finals.
Not gonna lie, I'm very happy that we're done, but that was still a really close match. It could have went one way or the other. GK did get a little bit confident for themselves, which it's good to have the confidence, but it's best not to get cocky. Ego is important, so is confidence. So let's come back to our lovely faces, and then we'll have to say goodnight soon. So anything you want to say, Cry?
First off, thank you very much by Nano, who was our producer for today. And then we also do have, obviously, you, Drago. Thank you very much for joining me for this, as well as, is it Iribos?
Erebus, yeah.
Erebus. Thank you very much for the observation as well. Thank you very much.
So, a grand goodbye, a grand thank you, and we'll see you all later. Prize thank you as well. And we'll see you all tomorrow for the next qualifier. Well, I hopefully won't, unless it's an emergency. I think we're good. It's Sunday.
No, it is tomorrow now.
It's tomorrow now. It's the 26th. It's past 1 a.m. We need sleep. So, thank you all. See you here again coming soon. Everyone, be excited. We've got great games for you. Bye-bye.
We leave them with one player down on Sledge, but they have made their way into Suicide and into Meeting. And how this
Finish. Rorik and Hungry still alive. Rorik's looking and hunting, but he knows one more and has to be on the side of the diffuser. The pre-fire runs out. Rexon and Smoke both have the advantage of close quarter combat, but Rexon didn't have a shotgun up. The callouts are coming out. They know where two of the players are. There's still a third. Impact barely missing him, getting deflected by the shield, but Finker's going for the cross. Gets one. Cannot get the second one.
That's where the Sens comes in very helpful. However, there'll be a trade-off between Deimos coming in very handy within the last 25 seconds of the round, since they do waste a lot
of havoc with no line of sight for anyone and catching people on the rotate. Roxon gets one for the suspend, but now Sarko's just hidden. They did not check the corners. Gotta remember that sense works just as well on the enemy as well does for your teammates. Lines of sight coming out on a beautiful one shot by Texo. Here comes a C4. Can get one? Yes, it can. 10 seconds. If he can, and that can lock out an entire hallway. They cannot push through now, as you can see from the tilted color. All players on PK are up now, but they're really hurt. It's a 3v4, but you've got 3 dead men
from it whatsoever. Got absolutely nothing in total. However, lovely swing straight on over from Skipper, but the trade take all the fame.